I guess the sound's on now, huh?
Like it's dead. It is. That's all right.
It's dead. There's too much sound there. So, Susan, where's the control for that? Volume control for that? Okay. Got it? You got it, Dennis? Okay.
No, sure enough.
So apparently we're still limited on our technology here. Hopefully everybody can hear. Can you hear us out there? Yeah. Okay, good. Good. All right, so welcome to, that's a pretty hot sound there. Welcome to Board of Supervisors meeting for February 9th, 2016. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, you ready there, Susan? Yep. All right, so this morning the board started off with a closed session hearing, or closed session meeting, and there were three closed session comments for legal counsel anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, and there was no action taken on that one. Closed section pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, personal matter, conference with negotiator Judy Hawkins, Deputy County Administrative Officer, Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding the Sheriff's Management Unit, SMU, the Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association, which is CCP-SEA, and Service Employees International Union, SEIU, negotiations. Human Resources Director, there was no action taken. And then public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, the librarian and building official. Also, no action taken. So this morning, we're going to start off with public comment, and that'll be half an hour. So any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda, unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to a regular agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the consent agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. So at this time, it's going to look like it's going to be a long day. So I'll give 3 minutes for public comments.
Good morning, Chair Edson and fellow board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm Thomas Reeves. I'm your government relations liaison to Pacific Gas and Electric, PG&E. From time to time, I like to come and give updates on what PG&E is up to. But this morning, I brought with me Richard Yarnell, who is your local vegetation management expert. And I understand that the last meeting there were some questions about foresters and PG&E vegetation management certification, whether or not we're fully certified and all that type of thing. So I brought Richard to talk through that just briefly, and of course be available if any questions come up. We'll pass out business cards if we need to, if anybody has questions that can't be answered right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Richard Yarnell. I'm Vegetation Program Manager for Pacific Gas and Electric. The work that we perform, our responsibility is to inspect 115,000 miles of distribution facilities throughout our service territory, 70,000 miles of transmission lines. We do that with a workforce of approximately 600 tree contract crews and 300 utility arborists. All of the arborists are either certified or become certified through the International Society of Arboriculture as certified arborists, and then go on to acquire the certification of a utility specialist. We also use registered professional foresters. Our main responsibility is to ensure public safety and service reliability, and that we're in compliance with Public Resource Code 4293. And then where that mostly applies in an area like this is at no time can any vegetation get closer than 4 foot, and then any tree, dead, dying, or diseased that has the ability of failing and falling into the right-of-way, we have to mitigate that risk. So our inspectors go out, they inspect the trees. They not only use the guidelines by the International Society of Arboriculture for trees affected by a fire, they also use the guidelines by the U.S. Forest Service. So there's a lot of criteria that goes into their training. They have monthly training and they have to acquire continuing education credits to maintain that certification. So if there's any questions, feel free to answer any other questions that you may have.
Thank you. You could leave some of your cards or that card is.
I have to get some business cards. I just moved my office.
Okay. Okay.
But you can also reach out to Thomas.
Okay, I have Thomas's contact.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Yeah, Thomas has been great through this whole deal. Thank you, Thomas.
Hey, I know there's also been, just briefly, I know there's also been some concern about some erosion control issues and stuff. And that is something that we're working through. We're in the process right now of, we just did a lot of training with our inspectors to go out and specifically look at every property that we have touched where work has been performed within 25 feet of a water course or stream. And we'll be going through and implementing whatever erosion control measures need to be done. We'll be hiring a private contractor to come in and perform all that work once we determine what the extent of that is. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go to the next person, just to let you know that if you have something that you'd like to hand to the board, please, we have a deputy sheriff here. You can hand it to the deputy sheriff, and he will pass it on to Karen. Thank you.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay, you guys know who I am. You're Cliff Edson. A little less than a year ago, we were talking online on the Valley Springs Bulletin Board, and at that point, you questioned me on my character and my contribution to the community because I was the one who had the salient argument against the asphalt plant. And I was the one who posted online Mr. Kearney's connection by donation to the asphalt plant. And I have been harassed. I'm going to ask for another 3 minutes. You interrupt me, I'm going to ask for another 3 minutes. Another 3 minutes, please.
This is for anything that is not related to what is on our agenda today. And the asphalt plant is on our agenda.
I understand that, and this is separate from that argument. You guys are, and I want an extra 3 minutes because I now have to answer your question, okay? Because your question here is about the asphalt plant, and what is happening is you guys are having a proposed asphalt plant. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the harassment I have been receiving in the community over the illegal asphalt plant that is at my water source right now. I have been receiving harassment in the community.
We're talking about the asphalt plant, which is on our agenda.
I'm talking about harassment I have been receiving in the community.
You were talking about the
I get 3 minutes to speak. Can I have 3 minutes to speak?
To whatever isn't on our agenda.
I will be talking about the harassment I have been receiving from you and Mr. Kearney and proponents of the asphalt plant. I have been getting calls that are harassing me.
You do that during the asphalt
the point being, no, this is because it is an illegal asphalt plant. My water source has been threatened.
I'm asking to not it's on the agenda.
And you keep interrupting, and I'm going to have to take another 3 minutes. The sheriff's office, I have gone to the sheriff's office. I have filed a report. I have to have the police have not put a trace on my line to track these phone calls.
Chair, we need to remind the gallery that this is a chamber.
So,
Board of Supervisors, thank you, sir.
We will not tolerate insolent behavior. All right? We're here, this is public comment. This is public comment. If it has to do with the asphalt plant, we will have plenty of public comment during the asphalt plant portion of this. All right? So, thank you. Mr. Fry.
Good morning, Chairman Edson and fellow board members of the Board of Supervisors. This morning I placed in front of your chairs a letter regarding Boise State for 2016. As the adjutant of the American Legion Post Bill Brenly 102 in Valley Springs, I've addressed a letter that we're looking for funds to fund 6 boys at $330 apiece for Boise State this year. You'll see in the base of the letter some information regarding the history and the boys that went last year. I'd like to once again thank Chairman Edson for the proclamation that was given to all of the boys and girls staters last year. Also, in addition, I'd like to thank Chairman Edson and Supervisor Kearney for the repeated attendance at our American Legion meetings and for your generous contributions. So we need to raise $330 per boy, and we need a total of almost $2,000. So I'm here today to present this to the Board of Supervisors and anybody in the room that would be willing to make a contribution to this really outstanding program. If we get additional funds, we will look around in other American Legion posts in the state of California and send other students in our 3 high schools there. There are many posts that don't send anybody, and this is an incredible program. 4 years ago, we sent a young man to Boise State, and there were about 800 boys there that year. Last year, we had 1,008 boys at Boise State. Anyway, this young man only knew the other 5 Boise Staters from this county. He went there and decided to run for governor. He got 750 votes statewide and became the governor. Came back to our county and decided to apply for a congressional appointment to the U.S. Naval Academy. Got accepted, and he's now completing his 3rd year at the Naval Academy. So that's one indication of what can be done with people that go to Boise State. I would like to make one last comment. Last year, there was a young man from Bret Harte High School, Riley Gorman. I saw him on Saturday morning when all the boys showed up at Sac State. He was just as bewildered as the rest of the boys.
Thank you, Mr. Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Fry.
Come Friday night at the closing ceremonies, he came up to me and he said, Mr. Fry, this is the most incredible experience I've ever had.
Thank you.
I leave you with that.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Courtney Virgilio, the cardiologist at Mark Twain Heart Center. This is Ann Walton, one of our nurses.
Glad you're here.
Thank you. We are too. So February is Heart Month, And so we came to spread a little cheer about heart disease prevention and tell you a little bit about what we've done across the way there. So we're very proud to say that we've accomplished a full non-invasive diagnostic facility, including echo, 6 different types of stress testing, vascular capabilities to check for aneurysms, check for blockage elsewhere. We have a comprehensive cardiac rehab program, and next week is Cardiac Rehab Awareness Week. So cardiac rehab is supervised exercise. And so after you've had a heart attack or bypass surgery or valve surgery, or if you have certain types of heart failure, you could be eligible to participate, where you're supervised by myself on site. We have cardiac nurses who are intimately involved with the patients, monitoring their heart rate, their rhythm, their blood pressure, giving education about heart disease.
Could I interrupt you for a moment? Folks, I can't understand what she's saying. If you're going to have a conversation, could you take it out in the lobby? I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're happy to be here. So it's Heart Disease Awareness Month, February, and next week is Cardiac Rehab Awareness Week. So we brought a couple flyers, a couple handouts about what we're doing across the way to benefit the community so people don't have to travel for their health care. Thank you.
That's really great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have these gifts for you guys, so we'll hand them this way. Yep.
Nice.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Joe Kelly from the abandoned area of District 1. Last meeting, Mr. Edson, you made a comment that I didn't do my homework when I bought my property during the natural hazards plan you folks adopted. I have in my hand here a document from the Calaveras County Building Department, floodplain investigation request. The APN number is my APN number. The date is 9705, before I bought my property. The address is the property on Balenquick, and it says, not in a flooding zone, no special requirements necessary. So who was I supposed to go to when I went to the county? Let me express to you also. 1988, FEMA came, did a study. 1990, the FEMA report, Cosgrove Creek, San Antonio Creek. Calaveras County participation in the NFIP, National Flood Insurance Program, 17 years, and they didn't know Nassau Creek flooded, whether it be natural or unnatural. Now, I want to go into an issue of why I am saying now the abandoned area of District 1. Mr. Edson, at one of your night meetings last year, you made statements. Investing lives, time here, and everything they own here. I am representing the people that actually work here and try to live here and invested their whole life here. That's important to me. And you also made a comment, never ask anyone to leave. Mr. Edson, you haven't personally asked me to leave, but you sure make it hard not to, and not to get your thoughts out properly. So with that, I did want to do one thing. I did want to give you a thank you. I've gone through 2 districts, 3 different supervisors, you're the last one, and I want to say thank you. You did come out to my property. You did witness, look at all the pictures I had and walk the property. You're the only one that did. I thank you for that. It's more than Tofinelli will ever get, or Tryon. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Bill McManus from the Calaveras Project. It's going to be a wild meeting, I can see, but in any case, I'm glad there's a lot of people here because I have a public apology I'd like to make. Some 2 years ago, I started getting interested in the pot issue in Calaveras County and became either devoted to it or addicted to it. I can't stop. I can't stop what I'm doing. During that time, I wrongly assumed that citizens of District 2 were part of a monolithic group of people, and that was ground zero for the pot industry. Besides, people in the other 4 districts were after me to help them with problems in each individual district. I didn't reach out to the people in District 2. For some reason, that seems to have changed. Without me reaching out, I'm now receiving phone calls and emails from throughout District 2. People who feel abandoned, people who don't want to be thrown into the collective stereotype of what's going on in District 2. One in particular was a fellow that, after suffering the devastation of the fire, get his property cleaned up, wanting to rebuild, keep his business here, keep his family in District 2. Of course, he wasn't getting any response from his supervisor. Had to take a pause at whether or not he should actually start the rebuild of his house, because the vultures from outside Calaveras County have descended on District 2, and they're buying up property left and right for more pot grows. And he now finds himself questioning himself whether he should put his family, himself, his business, and his investment at risk if that's the way it's going to be in Calaveras County and in District 2. The word's slowly creeping around. As I haven't reached out, so it's word of mouth. I'm getting lots of calls like that. So I want to apologize to the people in District 2 that I threw into that initial category. I was wrong. Those people need help. They've been devastated once by a fire, and now they're going to be devastated again by the influx of illegal marijuana growing. And I would also like to thank County Council's office for coming up with such a hideous pot ordinance that has absolutely lit a fire under everybody. They all want to know, how could this be in this county? So I look forward to the discussion on the ordinance, and I think there will be a lot more involvement in it. And I'm here representing people who've called me and said, please deliver our message. A lot of them are afraid to be here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McManus.
I'm William Moore. I live in Rancho Calaveras in District 5, and as I read the agenda, the issue regarding the asphalt plant is limited strictly to the code 1742, and I have remarks to make about the asphalt plant that go beyond that limitation. So, can I do it now, or do I have to wait?
No, he can do it.
You can do it now?
Greeting, Honorable Board of Supervisors. The Constitution of the United States of America contains a general welfare clause in it. You all took an oath to uphold the Constitution when you accepted the responsibilities of your office. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common nets, and promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings for liberty, for posterity, do establish this Constitution of the United States. Okay, attached here is a stuffer ad that appeared in the Calaveras Enterprise and the Union Democrat. It's a paid advertisement by the proponents of the asphalt plant. The ad is entitled, Get the Facts About the Proposed Hogan Quarry Asphalt Plant. Some of the facts are lies. The flyer says in part, fiction. It defines as fiction the argument that the plant will increase traffic from the quarry. It says, for every new asphalt...
So you're moving into the subject matter of
traffic and not the environment.
It's still a part of what's in the agenda packet on our agenda item.
Well, that's what I asked at the beginning of this.
No, that was a little different than what you're commenting on now. So if you don't mind, it would be, you'll have time to bring this up during the agenda item, and that would be the appropriate time to do this.
That was what I asked.
Good morning, folks. Isn't it a beautiful morning? My name is Peter Race from Jenny Lynn. First of all, I want to comment and want to congratulate you folks. I tried to download the agenda, today's agenda. I thought my computer was broken. But anyway, I got it done. A couple of minor items that affecting everybody in this room. One of them is Northern California Planned Parenthood is under investigation, and I'm sure in no way your staff have any way at all helped the folks get their Lamborghini. But it's your name on the bottom. That's one thing. Another thing I want to disclaim that any formal matter, what I'm going to be talking about in a second, is reflect to the grunts, the guys who went out there and fought the fire. But the administrator of CAL FIRE, he's got busted and indicted. I think it's the same gentleman who had a little problem with the little loosey-goosey money they had before the $150. But the CAL FIRE also lost the case in California. So pretty soon you're going to be able to have the information, get your $150 or whatever you got stuck, screwed over. You should be able to get it back. But it should be a fun day. It's democracy in war. Let's get to it. It's about time to rumble. Thank you, folks.
Good morning, Barney Newman from Double Springs. I moved to Calaveras County in the early 70s, and my next-door neighbors had been living here for almost 50 years already. And they told me, well, hon, you're going to have to get used to us. We're about 20 years behind where you come from. So I've always had a concept that maybe we're a little behind times. Now, I notice on the agenda they're going to be, you all are going to be considering a resource conservation district, and we're one of the last counties in the state to form one, a little behind times. A few years back, there was an organization called Community Action Agency. It started, I think, in the 70s. Amador and Tuolumne formed a Community Action Agency, but not Calaveras. And they formed one about 20 years later. That's about 20 years behind times. But I'd like to take you back even further, back in the 60s when Yosemite College District was going to build a campus in the Mother Lode. They looked at all the sites, all the counties, and the place they selected was San Andreas. They were going to build a college campus behind or next to or above the high school right here in San Andreas. But our Board of Supervisors would not allow them because they did not want a bunch of goddamn hippies hanging around. Since that time, we have not had a very welcome attitude towards young people. We wonder where the young people are going. Well, they're not staying here. All those goddamn hippies went and got their 2-year degree. They went on to a 4-year college. They became accountants, counselors, teachers, firefighters. But we don't want those kind of people around here. So I'm just trying to remind you, sometimes the actions our Board of Supervisors takes are 20 years behind the time because they have some kind of block towards anything progressive, like they don't like the word sustainable. Come on, people. We are really 20 years behind the times. It's time to step up. We're looking to you as our leaders. We want to see leadership. We don't want to see you come unprepared to meetings, having to postpone action. We don't want to see you harassing staff because you don't know the answers. They give you the answers. The problem is you want to harangue them until they change their answers. They're too professional to change their answers. They give you what the code is. They give you the regulation. And in your mass denial, you don't want to listen. Thank you.
Thanks. I just had a question about the fire dump trucks there on 26. I read they were going to put a transfer station in Toyon Circle so they can cut back the amount of trucks, but I drive that every day and it doesn't seem like it's cut back at all. Just answer whenever,
I know it's on the agenda later on today, Butte Fire update, but Jason Bates with Calaveras County Director of Environmental Health. The county did approve it, but the transfer station has not been approved by Cal Recycle, so we've been running into issues with that approval by Cal Recycle. So at this point in time, there's no transfer station. Yeah. But it has to come back. No. So we're looking at actually what this past week was with Public Works. So
just think that is. Any other public comments? Okay. So so we'll move on to our consent agenda. Regular agenda, sorry. So our regular agenda, first item is Planning 2015-82, appeal of the Planning Commission's determination that based on substantial evidence, the use of hazardous materials as proposed asphalt plant at Hogan Quarry does not rise to a level that may be significant impact on the environment pursuant to section 17.042.035 of County Code. And just before we start this, there's a definite process that we're going to use for the once I open the public hearing. And here's the process. So staff is going to get 15 minutes to. Yeah. Staff?
Yeah, the staff report is on time. It's 15 minutes.
All right, okay. So staff report is 15 minutes. Then next one will be the appellants. They'll be able to comment for 10 minutes each. And there's 6 at this point. Okay. All right. So we have a staff report. All right. So the staff report, they're going to just lay it all out for everybody according to staff. Then the appellants, once the hearing opens, will have 10 minutes each. 15 minutes each. Sorry, it's on the wrong line. The applicant will have 15 minutes. Members of the public will have 3. The appellant, and I'll tell you something about that. You know, I want to try to keep it to where we aren't repeating over and over the same exact thing, because once we've heard it at least 3 times, we've already heard it. So if you could keep that to a minimum, that would be very much appreciated. Then there is the appellant rebuttal. That's 10 minutes each. Then the applicant's rebuttal, 10 minutes. And then we'll close with the staff summation. So we'll ask the staff if they have anything to that they want to talk about based on everything that they've heard during that period of time. And then we will close the hearing. And then at that point, after we close the hearing, we'll have board discussion, and then we'll take action. Okay? So right now, we'd like to hear staff's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Peter Maurer, Planning Director. With me today is Jason Baser, the Director of the Environmental Management Agency, and Corey Lloyd from the Air Control District.
I'm pretty sure you have to speak a little closer to the mic there.
So as you stated before you is are 6 appeals of the Planning Commission action of December 17th, where they the Commission overturned the determination by the Environmental Management Director, acting as the County Health Officer, finding that the Planning Commission found that there is not a significant effect on the environment for the purposes of Section 17.42.035 of the County Code. Now I get into that detail in a moment. And therefore, a conditional use permit would not be required for the proposed asphalt plant at Hogan Quarry. So I said there are separate appeals. They've been filed by Janice Bassett, Brooke Estes, Dr. Benedicto Estoesta, Terry and Richard Henderson, Laura Most, and Joyce Teckel, representing MyValleySprings.com. The appeals seek to overturn the Planning Commission's determination that the proposed asphalt plant at Hogan Quarry will not have a significant effect on the environment, pursuant to Section 17.42.035. Additional points of appeal are that the Planning Commission did not have the authority to hear the original appeal filed by for construction to the asphalt of the environmental health officer's original decision, that it may have a significant effect, and also that the Commission failed to address CEQA. So as a bit of background, in May, I found that at the request of for construction, proposal to place an asphalt plant, to operate an asphalt plant at the I found that our code would allow that as a use permitted by right in the M2 zone. That was appealed to the Planning Commission. Ultimately, the Board of Supervisors upheld that determination. In July, the health officer, however, found that the proposed plant may have a significant effect on the environment, and the code requires a conditional use permit regardless of the prior determination. That was appealed, and in August, a hearing was held before the Planning Commission. There were a number of decisions that the Commission made at that hearing that was finalized on the December 17th hearing. First was that the change in use triggered the review under Section 035, and that section requires that if there's a change of use, a building permit or business license, that the health officers to review potential list of hazardous substances to find whether or not the method of use, the quantity, and the type, method of use, or quantity of hazardous substances are such that they may have a significant effect on the environment. And that is the key issue that is before us today, whether or not those substances have a potential for a significant effect on the environment through the type, method of use, or the quantities. Information was provided to the health officer to make that determination, and he reviewed that information initially and made those findings. Other findings made by the Commission was that Section 035 was not unconstitutionally vague, that it was sufficient to provide a direction to the county staff in order to make that decision. That extra information should be used in making that determination. It's not just a matter of a per se review of all the substances, and if so, that there needs to be a conditional use permit. It's rather, again, the method of use, type, and quantities. And you can look at other information as far as how those quantities are controlled. And that was the direction the Planning Commission gave the health officer to treat those substances. So they directed staff to review other rules and regulations in place, both locally as well as state and federal level, to be applied to that. Because of that, we needed additional information from the applicant to look at that, and the action was continued at that August hearing. It was then continued several times as we were waiting to receive the information and studies were done, and finally it was heard on December 10th, with final action being taken on the 17th. At that action, the Planning Commission found, based on the evidence that they had before them, that the asphalt plant will not have a significant effect on the environment, pursuant to Section 17.42.035. The other actions taken along the way was that the applicant applied for an authority to construct, a permit from the Air Pollution Control District to operate an asphalt plant. It was determined that that permit is a discretionary permit and subject to CEQA. We have not gone beyond that initial finding. That was appealed and also upheld by the Planning Commission that yes, indeed, that is a discretionary permit, and CEQA will be done at the time that permit is processed. It was also determined that the review under Section 035, which is simply a determination whether or not a conditional use permit is required or not, is not a project under CEQA. So that review is, the decision that's being made today, that was made by the Commission, that was previously made by the health officer, is not a project as defined by CEQA. But prior to the issuance of the authority to construct, a CEQA review will be done and documents prepared. The other issues that have been raised in the appeal was, one, whether or not the Planning Commission had the authority to hear the initial appeal. Frankly, that was never raised before and is not properly before you today. Regardless of that fact, all it did was provide additional hearing. So there's no prejudice to the public, to the appellants, to the applicants as far as having the planning commission hear that action. But the fact that they did not raise it until after the planning commission hearing, under our code, you have to bring up any issues that you want to appeal at the previous hearing. You can't appeal something after the fact. And again, and the other issue is whether or not CEQA has been adequately addressed with the planning commission's action. And as we determined previously, this decision is not subject to CEQA. CEQA will be addressed in the future when we process the authority to construct. Also raised was the planning commission's authority to direct the health officer. The planning commission has the authority to interpret the county code, particularly the zoning ordinance. 1742-035 is in the zoning code. They are charged with that duty to interpret that, along with planning staff. And it was an appropriate direction based on their interpretation of what the code says and what the crafters of the ordinance, what they believe was the intent of the board when that ordinance was adopted back in the 80s. We've received a lot of information, somewhere 900 pages of documentation before you, as well as a lot of last-minute documents that have come in just even last night. Some of the things have been raised, such as jobs. It's irrelevant. The only thing before you today is whether or not the information you have before you, the evidence in the record and provided to your testimony today, supports a finding one way or the other that there may or may not have a significant effect on the environment pursuant to 035. There's some discussion about may versus will. The code says may. That's the operative word that we are looking at. It's a fairly low threshold, but there's sufficient evidence, whatever way you feel the evidence supports, that's what you should base your finding on. Another issue is whether or not significant is the same as any effect. And I think that some of the issues that have been raised as far as how you should judge significant, you have to look at carefully. Significant doesn't mean that any effect means you have to have a finding that there would be one. The issue about whiteout. Yes, whiteout has some toxic chemicals in it, but it's a matter of the quantity. If you look at any time that there would be any hazardous substance, the required conditional use permit would lead to an absurd result. So you have to look at it in the case of how much there is, how it's being used, and the type of substance that's there. And that, I think, is the gist of where we're at today. Is it significant? So, what you need to consider today, again, based on the record before you and what will be presented to you in the public testimony, is does the record support that either a finding that there is sufficient evidence that there may be a significant effect on the environment from the type, method of use, or quantity of hazardous substances used or produced at the asphalt plant, such that there may be a significant effect on the environment. If you find, based on that evidence, that there is not sufficient evidence to support that finding, then you should deny the appeals, uphold the Planning Commission's decision, and adopt the resolution that is on page 11 of your packet. However, if you find that the evidence supports a finding that there may be a significant effect, then you should approve the appeals, overturn the Planning Commission decision, and adopt the alternate resolution, which is on page 922 of the packet. That's all I have. Just trying to frame the picture before I get. If you have any questions about that notation, if there's anything they want to add, to this initial presentation, and you're indicating that they don't. So if you have any questions for us, otherwise we turn it over to the appellant.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Not at this time.
Okay. Okay, this will open up the public hearing, or public appeals hearing. And the appellants will have a few minutes to present. So we're now into the public appeals hearing. Sure.
I thought we were to appear in alphabetical order, but I don't have a problem with that. I've got to get my glasses on so I can read. My name is Laura Most, and I reside at 4114 Ferris Drive in Rancho Calaveras. My deceased husband and myself moved in the spring of 2000 from Tracy, California, to get away from the smog and fog and to move to a smaller community. Here are some of my concerns about the proposed asphalt plant at Hoedown Quarry. The majority of the planning commissioners voted against the recommendation of the environmental health director, staff, and the county health director, Dr. Kaleda, who have recommended to the county that we need an environmental impact report and a conditional use permit for the proposed asphalt plant. We, the residents, were not notified. We found out about the proposed asphalt plant in a paid flyer which appeared in the Valley Springs News. Calaveras County does not have an updated general plan. Pat Pereira filed a protest letter for the appeal dated June 2nd, 2015. She so states in issue 1 there is not an adopted revised general plan. Approval of the asphalt plant would have been approved under the existing general plan, which is inadequate. She imposed a case of summary litigation filed by the Neighborhood Action Group, vs. the County of Calaveras County Court of Appeals in 1984. And I have some other things, but anyway, there is an inadequate general plan. Calaveras County has been working on a general plan since 2007. Thousands of dollars of taxpayers' money with still no updated general plan. I have an enclosed article, Enterprise Record dated February 5th, 2016. Scrap general plan unlikely to see light of day. Thomas Infosino, who is a land use attorney, letter to the Calaveras County Planning Commission dated June 24th, 2015. Calaveras Planning Coalition letter, page 7 of the CPC letter. The project as a whole needs a CEQA report. A valid general plan is needed to support approval of the asphalt plant. I'm concerned about the increased traffic on Silver Rapids Road, right down through a residential neighborhood with children playing in their yards and inhaling asphalt fumes. Hogan Dam Road, where the proposed asphalt plant is from 800 feet to Calaveras River and 2,000 feet to CCWD water treatment. Should our supply become contaminated, we will be at severe health risk. Do we want to be another Flint, Michigan? Our property values would plummet and our property taxes would decrease, which in turn would be less revenue for the county. A protest petition for the proposed asphalt plant was turned in by Terry Henderson to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors and the Calaveras Planning Commission with 958 signatures. Most of those signatures were from Rancho Calaveras and La Quintana subdivisions. Should this recommendation be approved as the Calaveras Planning Commission are recommending, it is a potential for 193 asphalt plants or other like businesses to put in with any kind of environmental review. Take a look at 1 and 2 parcels, M1 and M2 parcels. Many are located on Pool Station Road and 9 properties on George Reed Drive in San Andres. 23 properties on M1 and M2 are located in Valley Springs. In my appeal, I had all those 193. Thomas Infosino's statements in his letter dated June 24, 2015, so states, we disagree that the asphalt plant should be allowed in the M1 and M2 zones by right without the benefit of a use permit. Health issues. Dr. Estoes's letter dated August 10, 2015 to the Calaveras Board of Supervisors explaining his health concerns of his patients and the rest of the community. In closing, I would like to read a letter that my late husband, Donald Most, wrote to the planning commissioners dated August 20, 2015, 18 days before he passed away. Don was told by Dr. Jokic, a pulmonary doctor in August of 2013, that the reason he had his respiratory health problems were because of all the chemicals that he had inhaled with his 50 years of working in the building industry. This is Don's letter. My name is Donna Most. I live at 4114 Ferris in Rancho Calaveras subdivision. I have been in construction for 60 years with the last 28 years of general building contractor. I keep hearing from the Planning Commission who is failing to keep our environment and our community safe from hazardous and toxic pollution. For 60 years, I've been told by our government that our workplace environment is safe and well within the environmental limits set by the powers that to be, the EPA. If our environment is safe within the limits set by our government, why for the last 25 years has the American taxpayer been charged hundreds of billions of dollars to clean up an environmental deemed safe by the same government? That is now being declared toxic and needs to be cleaned up. In spite of the entire safeguard to ensure our environment remains safe, who picks up the cost of these environmental disasters? In most disasters, the American taxpayer is charged for the cleanup. For 60 years, my government has told me that everything under control and our workplace communities are within the safe limits set by our government. I am 76 years old, and because of my health environment set by our government, I have several health issues. Because of our toxic workplace, I have developed severe lung and respiratory problems. I am now on oxygen 24/7 and struggling to get enough oxygen to prolong life. I hope you people who preach we have enough environment safeguards will understand why I don't believe you. If you want a window into the future, look at the past history. Each business they want to operate with toxic wastes needs to have an EIR, Environmental Impact Report, so that the people and community will know and understand how these businesses will affect their lives going forward. Issues need to be mitigated before a project goes online, not after. A conditional use permit needs to be required so the county will have some control over regulating the businesses. My issues with the Planning Commission. The Planning Commissioners are not elected by the people of Calaveras County. We elect the Board of Supervisors who appoints a person to sit on the Planning Commission. Since they are appointed and not elected, they are not obligated to make decisions that are best for the people and our communities. They have authority to make decisions which affects our community and its people. The present Planning Commissioners are voting to fast-track projects without gathering the necessary facts to make a wise decision. Their job is to gather evidence to make a determination whether the project should be accepted or rejected. By this 4-to-1 vote, yes, they shifted the responsibility and liability to the Calaveras County taxpayer with no oversight or condition against Ford Construction, Inc. and CB Asphalt, Inc. The final decision should be made by the Board of Supervisors who are elected by the people and can be held accountable for their actions. The Ford Construction, Inc. and CB Asphalt, Inc. plant is a perfect example of what happens when you fast-track a project without notifying the people who live by the project area. By a 4-to-1 decision, the Planning Commissioners voted to let Ford Construction, Inc. and CB Asphalt, Inc. to proceed without a conditional use permit or an EIR. If appeals had not been filed, we would have an asphalt plant operating at the Hogan Dam Quarry without a conditional use permit or an EIR. The Board of Supervisors would have accepted the Planning Commissioner's decision and approved the asphalt plant. Donnelly Most.
Thank you.
I realize that this is a big group, so please share the burden of one copy for every week or for people with you. My name is Dr. Esther Lester. And with me today is Dr. Dean Caleta, who is...
Dr. E?
Yes?
Could you address the board, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair, and to the Board of Supervisors and to my fellow people from Calaveras County. So,
Could I get the name spelling one time? Spell your last name for me, Doctor.
Estoesta, Esther.
E-S-D-O-E-S-A?
It's in the...
I'm a practicing physician for Calaveras County for 16 years. I was the medical director for Mark Twain St. Joseph Hospital, and I was in academic medicine for 16 years with Palo Alto Medical Foundation and Stanford University. With me today is Dr. Kalita. Him and I are one of the few fellows of the American Academy of Family Practice practicing in Calaveras County. And today I prepared a simple lecture for everyone because I think physicians are educators on health. But today you will learn a little bit of organic chemistry, pathology, and at the same time internal medicine. And I have 4 pages with you to read. And for these physicians or health professionals, I gave you 4 bibliographies. These are all premier textbooks in medicine. And mostly are textbooks for medical schools and sources of board questions for the USMLE Part 1 and Part 2 before they take the board exams. And then on the 3rd page are common readings for all of us here. And I would like to emphasize the toxicology, Toxic Town, that was printed by U.S. National Library of Medicine. And at the same time, hot mix asphalt emission fact sheets. And these are all printed for you to read at your time. I heard today this page which is printed to all our people here, and there are 2,000 homes that are within 1 to 2 miles from the proposed asphalt plant. And there are also 2 elementary schools in Valley Springs. There's General End with about 700 students, and Valley Springs Elementary School with 600 students just within the vicinity of the proposed plants. And within 5 miles is your Toyon, which has another 1,200 students all in all. And these are the very children, grandchildren, nephews, and nieces that we care about. But today in this room, nearly all of us are adults. All of us are 50 to 60-year-old and over, and we have one thing to talk about our health today. We don't have the health cardiac reserve and lung reserve that is compared to the normal young adolescents. We will be the very first victims of hazardous materials and pollutants that are emitted to the air with these asphalt plants. And on your first page there are 2 types of emissions for asphalts. One is your smokestack emissions. These are the emitted toxic compounds as a byproduct of final manufacturing and synthesis of this organic waste from petroleum products. And these are in large quantities, together with what we call elusive or fugitive emissions. And fugitive emissions are toxic compounds similar to compounds that are released in smokestack, but these are when asphalt products are moved around in trucks or from conveyor belts and at the same time stored in stockpiles. Now, if there are 150 trucks moving in around Highway 26, either from Silver Rapids and Vista del Lago, and they're running at 25 miles per hour, within 1 hour, nearly entire Calaveras County is enveloped with toxic fumes. Within 2 hours, it reaches Stockton, and within 4 hours, it reaches Silicon Valley and the Bay Area. And if you imagine the Butte fire that we have about a few months ago, as far as 180 miles distance, our dust and smoke and carbon blanketed homes in the Silicon Valley. And we're talking about 20 to 30 miles per hour movement of air. Now, here are the contaminants of concern from asphalt plants. And I did not make this up. These are all coming from the Division of Air Quality and Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. And these are all referenced with proper bibliography in medical journals. So today you will be young physicians in training like me. Okay? Now, there are a lot of toxins that we need to talk about that this paper
showed by Asphalt Committee, showed that all that I'm talking about are just fiction. Now you know that there will be facts after these 10 minutes of talk. Okay? What I worry about toxic pollution are a group of polyhydrogenated carbon, all toxic gases that sometimes you could not feel, but you could only breathe. And oftentimes they may be odorless, but in large quantities, especially the hydrogen sulfide that becomes sulfur dioxide and sulfuric acid, these are sometimes rotten egg in terms of the smell if you are within half a mile to 1 mile. But because it stays in the air for 18 hours, by the time it reaches your home in Copperopolis, it will now be sulfur dioxide and sulfuric acid. And if you happen to have COPD, emphysema, bronchitis, much more you are the person who is morbidly obese with very low lung reserve, you'll be the first one to go. Shortness of breath, difficulty breathing, coughing, and wheezing. And if you're already on handheld nebulizing therapy every 2 to every 4 hours, beware, you could no longer leave your own home. Okay? Then comes benzene. Benzene is a true carcinogen in the body. This is what pediatric cancer specialists and hematologists taught us in medical school. Benzene could cause cancer of the lungs, cancer of the stomach, cancer of the skin. Okay? Once it is inhaled at high concentration, little boys, little girls will develop aplastic anemia. So your grandchildren who are 4 years old playing outside their homes or playing soccer in their ball field games, when they smell this in large quantity, will diminish bone marrow development. Your white blood cell, your red blood cell, and your platelet will go low. They will bleed, and they will bleed to death, and they will have infection because their white blood cell count could not fight anything that the bone marrow could make, and the red blood cells are so thinned out, they basically need blood transfusion almost on an every 2-week to every 3-week basis. Luckily, okay, if these are contained, you have some ways to contain them, but if they are emitted into the air, all of us will breathe the same air. Even though your air is only moving 2 miles per hour, just like a person farting on the other side of the corner in 2 minutes is all volume, we basically concentrate the entire room. Okay? How about tons of toxic materials emitted into the air by 2 ways, stockpile and fugitive emissions. Okay? This will blanket the entire Calaveras County until it becomes a toxic town. Now take a look at benzene. Beware of pregnant mothers, because benzene will go into the placenta, and here comes your babies and your fetuses. Malformed babies, babies with microcephaly, babies with congenital malformations of the ovary, of the kidney, of the uterus, and that's what you will have for great-grandchildren to come. And if you are 19-year-old to 45-year-old having new family, you will develop infertility because your ovaries and your sperm and your testicles will now be diminished in terms of biochemical function because of those toxins. Formaldehyde. This is the worst for COPD patients. The moment you inhale formaldehyde, you do not breathe. Formaldehyde is so toxic that in patients with sinusitis, bronchitis, pneumonia, it is worse than having been contained in a restroom that was not flushed for 2 hours. Okay? That's what formaldehyde does. And for kids who are playing in your own backyard, when they inhale chromium, nasal bleeding is the most common presentation, followed by ulceration of the nose, septum, esophagus, bronchus, and lung. Okay? You have not seen the worst, and do not wait for the worst until one of our loved ones become victims of toxic town. Cadmium is the same way. Together with arsenic, these are very toxic chemicals and heavy metals that could cause mental retardation,
poor IQ, attention deficit, poor memory, and kids who could not learn in school. They may not be able to simplify things in mathematics or do a simple memory in biology or chemistry. Is this the kids that we want to have? Think of it. This is not just about jobs. This is our health, and our health is our wealth.
I'm Janice Bassett from Valley Springs. What I've been observing since this past spring is a county government that's out of control. And I say this based on the letter, the email that Mr. Kearney sent to Peter Maurer, asking, please, just get the people working, and let's avoid a lengthy review, because it's already been done. Now, Mr. Kearney, I'm going to ask you, where is the review that has already been done? Where is it? I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question.
This is your time to present your feeling.
Okay. So I don't know if Mr. Kearney actually looked for a review or if Mr. Maurer looked for a review when he was told by Mr. Kearney that one had already been done. Back in August, Mr. Edson admonished the proponents because they didn't reach out to the community first before they put an asphalt plant in their neighborhood. But Mr. Kearney or Mr. Edson took no responsibility or made no acknowledgement of the missteps that our own county government made. And then, after he admonished the proponents, he proceeded to advocate that the board vote to approve the asphalt plant based on a ministerial process that does not even exist in our county. Only Mr. Oliveira voted for that because at the very last moment, the rest of them saw the light, but Mr. Oliveira remained in the dark. Those two actions, the email and the lack of curiosity as to about this review that had already been done, and then the close shave that our county had by almost approving an asphalt plant based on a process that doesn't even exist, clearly demonstrates that our county government, or at least many of them, are invested in having a predetermined outcome. I say that, and it is supported also by Mr. Wooster's proclamation or protestation on August 13th that he sure didn't want to throw this project into the CEQA swamp. I also want to complain mightily about the disrespect our planning commission showed to our environmental health officer. They accused him of living in a closet. Now, Mr. Edson, I have heard you praise Mr. Bates's work on the deep fire recovery. I'm sure you don't believe that Mr. Bateser has been living in a closet. Now, I challenge the December 17th Planning Commission resolution finding that the use of hazardous substances at the asphalt plant proposed to be operated at the Hogan Quarry will not have a significant effect on the environment. Because of that determination, a conditional use permit is not required pursuant to Calaveras County Section Code 17.42.035. The challenges are based on the following. The Planning Commission declares in the heading of its resolution a resolution finding the use of hazardous substances at the asphalt plant proposed to be operated at the Hogan Quarry will not have a significant effect on the environment, and because of that determination, a conditional use permit is not required pursuant to Calaveras County Section 17.42.035. This declaration presumes the ability of the Planning Commission to see into the future and deny all possibility of the potential for the types, quantities, and method of use of the hazardous materials to have a significant effect on the environment. On page 3, the resolution states the Planning Commission does not believe that the intended result of 17.42.035 is to require a CUP when the chance of a significant impact on the environment is as remote as the Commission finds it to be under these facts. The phrases will not in the opening paragraph and not likely to and remote chance on page 3 are inconsistent. All aspects of potential impacts, including the safety of the air and water for thousands of people, are at stake. All precautions and mitigations must be considered. Thousands of people. Thousands of people. The Planning Commission does not state how it came to its belief of the intended result of County Code 17.42.035 and focuses only on accidents or mechanical mishaps, while the testimony of the Environmental Health Director and the staff report consider potentially significant impacts during the course of normal operations. The language of the code, as admitted by the Planning Commission on page 2 of its own resolution, states that analysis of legislative history is required to assist in its interpretation of the drafter's intent. No such analysis was cited to support their belief. It's a belief. Who knows where they got this belief? They invented it. In fact, the only legislative history referred to in the resolution given as evidence actually contradicts the Planning Commission's belief. As it states, the language and legislative history of 17.42.035 evidence a policy decision by the Board of Supervisors to require otherwise permitted uses in industrial zones to obtain conditional use permits in those circumstances where materials or substances involved with the proposed use have the potential to significantly affect the environment. The Board of Supervisors lawfully implemented this policy by assigning its environmental health officer, whose routine duties include assessment and mitigation of risk pertaining to hazardous materials in the county, the task of reviewing a project proponent's proposed use of hazardous materials in industrial zones and determining whether this use involves a potentially significant effect on the environment. In other words, the task of determining when to impose 17.42.035 is not given to the Planning Commission, but to the Environmental Health Officer. That's the legislative history they cite in their own resolution. The legislative language in evidence gives direction to the Planning Commission to only consider whether or not the type, quantity, and method of use of hazardous materials have the potential, the ability to have a significant effect on the environment. The Planning Commission's findings are disproved in its own resolution. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Armano. I live in San Andreas.
I've been following this issue since it got started, and as it goes on, something has come to mind.
Sorry, ma'am?
Yes.
You're not an appellant. So this is not public comments yet. Sorry.
All right.
So
I just want to say, can you say Flint, Michigan? That's all I have to say.
We're doing appellants right now.
My name is Terry Henderson. This letter I'm going to read I wrote it down so I kind of stay on track, is our public response to our appeal that was filed by my husband Richard Henderson and myself, Terry Henderson, to the Board of Supervisors. This will be presented at the appeal hearing of the Planning Commission decision that hazardous materials used at the Hogan Quarry will not have a significant effect on the environment, and a conditional use permit is not required for the proposed asphalt plant at the Hogan Quarry, resolution number 2015-019. Richard will not be able to attend the hearing today. I will be presenting on our behalf. At the time I typed this up, he was going to be at work, but he woke up sick this morning, so anyway, make that correction. As many who have concerns are also not able to make the meetings because of work. So there's a lot of people, I'm sure, that have concerns but have to work, and that's the way life is. Richard and I bought our home in May of 1994. We have a good relationships with the rock quarry, and at times bought rock from the Hogan Rock Quarry to reinforce our driveway prior to putting in a concrete driveway. Our house sits up on a hill. I note this fact just to prove a point. One of the arguments of the proponents of the change of use for the asphalt plant have said all runoff water will be contained to a pit. They must not have much knowledge of the nature of a rock hill. I happen to live on one. Water that seeps through the cracks continues to seep down into the bottom of our driveway for weeks after a good rainstorm. The evidence of this is water on the roadway on Lorette Lane. I do not believe the type of rock would be much different from the rock quarry, since we are less than 1 mile from the quarry. The seepage of water can and will eventually find its way into the Calaveras River. As most of us are now aware, the Calaveras River is a source of water for not only most of the Rancho Calaveras area, but parts of Valley Springs, Gold Creek, and La Quintana residents. Water is a necessity of life. If our water is contaminated by the use of hazardous materials to be added to the rock quarry and production of hot mix asphalt, it will be a major catastrophe for Calaveras County. The water source in the Calaveras River is only rainwater. We do not have the luxury of additional snow runoff that other California rivers so much depend upon. According to the Planning Commission staff report hearing dated December 10, 2015, project number 2015-029, an appeal filed by Ford Construction CB Asphalt of the Environmental Management Agency's determination that installation and operation of the hot mix asphalt plant Hogan Quarry, 3650 Hogan Dam Road, Valley Springs, APN 050-003-001, will involve the use of hazardous materials that may have a significant effect on the environment, and the planning director's determination that the findings by the health officer requires a conditional use permit pursuant to Calaveras County Code Section 1742-35. The report cites that approximately 521 residents are within 1 mile of the proposed project location. My husband and I are included in that number. This report states residences, not people, not the number of people. The number could be double, triple that amount, or even more in that 1 mile boundary. It also states to get to the rock quarry, you have to travel 1.6 miles through a residential neighborhood. It also documents that CCWD's intake for the Genuine Water Treatment Facility is approximately 2,000 feet from the proposed asphalt plant and processes 3 to 5 million gallons of drinking water per day and supplies drinking water to over 10,000 residents. Silver Rapids Road to be used was not always an access to the rock quarry. I've lived here since birth. This was grazing land until a land developer came in the late 1960s, early 70s to subdivide the parcel for a housing community. At this time, the rock quarry was no longer being used to harvest rock, since its main purpose was to construct the new Hogan Dam, an increase that allows much larger water capacity, storage capacity. At the time Rancho Calaveras was developed, the Silver Rapids Road entered the CCWD water treatment facility. Also, a point to be considered is that Calaveras County
is not the only ones who hold ownership of the water stored in Hogan Dam. Stockton East Water District originally put in Hogan Dam for flood control for the city of Stockton. They currently own the rights to 56.5% of all water stored in Hogan Dam. Unfortunately, due to lack of notification by Ford Construction of its change of use for the rock quarry to the residents who live in the area and those who own water rights to the Calaveras River, like Stockton East Water District, they were denied their right to appeal in June. Proper notification to neighboring property owners should have been a requirement for any change of use. My dad lives in the old town of Valley Springs, and he had a neighbor who wanted to build a house closer to the lot line and needed a lot line adjustment. He went to all the residents in the neighborhood to notify them and allow them their right to have a say in the matter. This asphalt plant project was not noticed to the public. If it was not for a Sacramento attorney who happens to represent myvalleysprings.com, we, the residents of Calaveras County, would not have had any input. Our rights would have been violated by withholding information from the citizens. Any business that has the potential to negatively affect the lives and the health of as many Calaveras County residents and those who depend upon the Calaveras River in neighboring counties should have to be managed by a conditional use permit. The county residents vote for our local government officials to oversee the best interest. One of the jobs of the elected official is to serve and protect. Some of the decisions that are being made make me wonder, who are you serving, and why are we, the county residents, not being protected? The government has a process in place to set perimeters to help make the right choices. The conditional use permit is one of them. If a conditional use permit is deemed to be necessary, I do not see how the applicant can appeal that decision until they get the outcome they want. I'm referencing their appeal to the decision by the majority vote of the Board of Supervisors that was filed by Ford Construction and CB Asphalt that sought to overturn a decision by former Air Pollution Control Officer Brian Moss that some review of environmental impacts is required in order to grant authority to construct the asphalt plant. That vote was 4-1 that would require further environmental study. Board of Supervisors meeting was August 11, 2015. We the people look to you, the Board of Supervisors, to look out for the residents and to protect our health and safety. Our County Health Officer, Dr. Dean Khalid, MD, was ignored by the Planning Commission. Our Environmental Health Director, Jason Boetzer, was also ignored by the Planning Commission. Brian Moss also advised the county commissioners that there is a need for environmental impact review. These people are hired by Calaveras County taxpayers to oversee our county health and environment. They are telling us we have something to be concerned about. Why do we have their oversight if we are going to ignore the expertise they bring to their field? This proposed change to the rock quarry within 2 miles of the proposed asphalt plant, there are 2,047 homes. These homes will be affected by additional traffic on the residential streets. Not only do we have water concerns, we also have air quality concerns. We have the addition of new hours of operation during the production of asphalt. We have children waiting along the roadways for their school bus. And we also have the large number of people who have to commute to the valley to be able to provide for their families. We have children who, unlike in the city, have the luxury of being allowed to play outside in a safe and healthy environment. Let's not destroy that. If any of you ever travel down Highway 26, you know that it was not designed for that type of traffic that would be necessary to provide the amounts of asphalt and complete a construction job and all of those who commute to work and school in the valley. Highway 12 is not much better, and it is also a commute and bus route. Odors and contaminated air will be transported throughout Calaveras County wherever the route leads to the construction sites. We have several homes that are on highways and roadways to be traveled as a transport route. The hot mix that will be transported in and out of the quarry is also a concern, as the deliveries will have to cross over the Calaveras River to and from the site. The road is not wide and it has several curves, as we do not want to have a truck overturn into the river. The toxic material used will be harmful to our lives and the lives of wildlife in and along the river. We do not have that concern with the raw rock currently leaves the rock quarry. It is a natural product and poses no harm to the environment, humans, or animals. We are also concerned about the already established businesses and recreational areas that will be affected by this change of use. Hogan Dam, which is operated by the Army Corps of Engineers, is located about a mile upstream from the rock quarry. This is a favorite place for camping, picnicking, and boating. The last few years, due to drought, we have not had the rain water to support full recreational use of the dam. But during normal water levels, this dam is a great destination for fishing and camping. The toxins that would be emitted into the air from the toxic particulates will hinder the regular business to the lake. The smell will also keep families from the lake, and those who use the walking trails for exercise will no longer be able to use them for that purpose, especially if they already suffer from respiratory problems. Another business that will most likely see a decline in use is the La Cantera Golf Course. The people come to Calaveras County to golf in fresh air and the country atmosphere and enjoy the beauty of nature. The wildlife that live on the golf course are awesome to watch. This golf course is a favorite of locals and is a destination for people who do not live here. Many tournaments are held here annually. Will this continue if the safeguards are not followed through with a conditional use permit and a full environmental impact review? As a resident, I have heard the Calaveras County government protecting the red lake frog. I do not know much about the red lake frog, just that it is an endangered species. I think it is time for our elected officials to put as much interest in our citizens as they do the red lake frog. It is time to make decisions that protect the residents of Calaveras County. The taxpayers are the ones who will be left with a mess if you get this wrong. Businesses come and go. They do not always have a vested interest in the community they operate their business in. Most people spend a lifetime working to try to establish their assets to be able to live after they are no longer able to work. Retirement, also known as the golden years. If our assets suddenly lose value because of toxins and no fault of our own, we will still be the ones who suffer the losses. The Calaveras River is a wild trout lake and also the home of androgynous fish. This is another reason it is not wise to allow the storage and use of hazardous materials in large quantities to be used and stored above the Calaveras River, especially without first going through conditional use permit, environmental impact review, and a full sequence. In closing, a conditional use permit is not a bad word. It is a process that allows businesses who wish to operate in Calaveras County to go through a study to see if it will be compatible with the area and set parameters on a business that needs to be followed. It should not be up to the business to dictate to the county whether or not they have to get a conditional use permit. That is exactly what Ford Construction and CB Asphalt are doing when they want to bypass the process that protects the county residents. Please respect the public and follow the laws already on the books. Please do not try to change them. The law says if the environmental health officer determines that hazardous materials will be used, a conditional use permit will be needed, then go with that. Conditional use permit requires an EIR, then do that. If Ford Construction and CB Asphalt want to start up this business adventure, then they need to do it the right way, not try to bully their way into Calaveras County. Their agreement signed with both CCWD and CEWD both say, number 7, operator agrees to comply with all federal, state, and local obligations to operate the asphaltic concrete batch plant. Number 7E, operator agrees to comply with any conditions imposed by any of the above agencies referenced in 7A through D. Calaveras County Environmental Health Director has made it known that a conditional use permit is required. Failure to follow that would put the Ford Construction and CB Asphalt in violation of their agreements with CCWD and CEWD. Respectfully submitted on February 9th. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brock Estes. I live at 3680 Laurent Lane, which is directly the hill across from the quarry. Terry, who just spoke, is actually my next-door neighbor, and we had known each other just in a way of, hi, how are you? We both came to this issue completely separately and then realized we had concerns in common. I'm not sure she had a chance to tell you, but you should know she's a lifelong resident, born and raised here in Valley Springs. So I never ask a woman her age, but I'm guessing she's got 50 years worth of experience in how things have been done in this county. And when she references anything from the past, you can take it to the bank. She's been there. I'm different. I've only lived here 6 years, although my ancestors came out here to find gold, and my maternal grandmother was born in Stockton in 1894. So I have some ties to the county, but not nearly as many as Terry. I'd like to ask a quick question about the rules that we're proceeding by. Did I understand, Supervisor Edson, for you to say that the appellants would each have 15 minutes and then 10 minutes of rebuttal time?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think that's actually correct, but I'll play by those rules. As a former union rep, my motto is always, do it now, grieve it later. But I'll certainly play by those rules. I'm assuming, without asking, that all of you have read the staff report prepared by Mr. Boatser, your environmental person. It's long, and I only skimmed it once, but I'm assuming you've all read it. But I am going to ask, for purposes of knowing where to focus, if you'll raise your hand if you've read the entire 21-page York Engineering Report. Okay. That was submitted to the Planning Commission by the proponents of the asphalt plant, and at the Planning Commission, no one was there from York to answer any questions about their report. Ms. Kinderman made two explanations to it. One, she said, was time constraints. It was simply too late to get someone there. And the other, she said, was, I didn't imagine that anyone would have any questions. It's so definitive. Now, I submitted a 16-page appeal which focuses almost exclusively on the York Engineering Report, simply because Ms. Kinderman used that as a reason for why the Planning Commission should not require them to have a CUP and an EIR. Can I ask if any of you have actually, and believe me, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I know you've had at least 1,300 pages submitted to you on this issue. So I don't expect that you've read everything. Can I ask if anyone has actually read my 16-page appeal? Because that will allow me to focus. Okay, seeing no hands raised on either the York report or my appeal.
Can I interrupt just for a quick second?
Excuse me?
As a board, we don't respond to public comment questions.
This isn't public comment. I'm an appellant.
Okay, so this is your time to give your...
Yes. But I'm correcting Supervisor Oliveira. This is not public comment. I'm an appellant who paid money to become an appellant. I have also spoken to public comment in the past, and you're right. That would not be appropriate. In this case, I'm not so sure. But seeing no hands, I will assume that I have to go kind of from the beginning, that we don't have any shared information on this subject because perhaps you have not read either my appeal or the 21-page York report.
So, sir, you have the right to give your testimony?
Thank you.
And
that's enough.
Okay.
Thanks. Good. So, I think we should define some of our terms. Conditional use permit. What does it mean? If you have one and you require one, then there's an environmental impact report done, which very well may involve CEQA. What is CEQA? CEQA is the California Environmental Quality Act. I think I've got that right. It was signed into law in the 70s by then Governor Ronald Reagan, who was not, as I can tell, any kind of a flaming liberal. He signed it into law to protect us environmentally. So when a project goes in that could have environmental impacts on an existing neighborhood, a study is done. Then conditions are attached to the permit to operate. And the company that puts in this case, a high asphalt plant, must live by those conditions. They're in writing. If they don't, the county itself has the right to say, wait a minute, you're not living up to the conditions of the permit we issued you. Now, what if there is no conditional use permit? What if you vote to say, no, we don't need one. We don't need a conditional use permit. We don't need an environmental impact report. Then, if there are problems, the county has no dog in the fight. We then, as residents,
have to contact a state agency and ask them to intervene. Now, sometimes the state responds quickly, and I'm so proud of the fact that I pay taxes to the state of California, and when the Butte Fire happened, they had everybody in here right away. People from other counties, people from all over the state. Thank goodness. But I've also been to the DMV, and it's a pretty long process. And sometimes the state doesn't respond as quickly as you'd like. The counties usually respond quicker, because if they don't, you can go into Supervisor Edson's office and say, how come you're not acting on this? So why we want a conditional use permit and environmental impact report is so that this county will have some control over what goes on up at Hogan Quarry. Why they don't want one is so that this county will have no control over that. It's going to be your vote that determines whether or not we control our own destiny or whether we cede that to the state. It's as simple as that. Now, I'm going to go to the York report, and I know you got 1,300 pages. If you want to pull it out and look at it, when I quote the page number, you can do that. If you want to pull out my appeal, you can do that too. I'll take a minute to let you do that by wasting some time with an almost useless analogy. You don't even have to listen if you don't want to. This isn't important. I do it because Commissioner Twino at the Planning Commission is so fond of making analogies. We've heard a lot of them. The craziest one I ever heard was when he compared the operation of an asphalt plant to a machine shop. If you're going to make an asphalt plant get a conditional use permit, you've got to make a machine shop do it too, because they use hazardous chemicals. Well, yeah, about 1,000,000 times less hazardous chemicals, but that's the analogy he made. Here's mine. Let's say it's 3 years ago, and one of you supervisors just won the Powerball lottery. And after taxes, you've got $1 billion, and your life is free. You can do whatever you want. Take a moment, think, wow, what would I do? So let's say that you heard that the NBA was forcing the Sacramento Kings to sell their franchise. And the price is going to be somewhere between $300 and $500 million. And you thought, hey, I got that. Maybe I'll buy them. My niece and nephew could sit in the front row. So you call me in Southern California, because you know I'm kind of an expert on sports franchises, and you know I can research them, and you say, hey, would this be a good investment for me? Should I do it? And we email back and forth, and at some point I say to you, well, here's the important things about buying a sports franchise. You got to know who your best players are, what contracts you have them under, for how long. Are they good contracts? Could you trade them if you had to? And of course, you got to look at your facility and your contract is there. So you email me back, but in your excitement, you accidentally hit the wrong key twice. You hit 5 instead of 6. So your letter to me says, well, my two best players are both signed for the next 3 years at very favorable contracts. They're 5'11" and 5'8". Now I look at that, and I'm going to give you an answer. Is this a good thing? And my answer is going to be, well, very few franchise. I'm going to assume that your two best players are 5'11" and 5'8" are guards. And I'm going to say there's not a long history of guard-oriented franchises being successful. You got to go all the way back to the 89-90 Detroit Pistons, who had 3 guards that were under 6'3", who rotated. So there's only 2 teams doing it now. The Warriors tried it with Steph Curry and Monte Ellis. They had to trade Ellis. It didn't work. They drafted a 6'7" guard to play next to him. But you see, the entire report that I send to you is going to be worthless, because I'm operating on the facts that your two best players are 5'11" and 5'8", when in fact they're 6'11" and 6'8". That's DeMarcus Cousins and Rudy Gay. So the report I sent to you based on the facts you gave me is going to be practically worthless. And it's exactly the same way with the York report. Because Ms. Kinderman has stated in writing in her letter of June 24th, which is, I'm sure, in your packet, and many times to the Planning Commission, I believe, not here, I'm not sure, but many times to the Planning Commission. She has a mantra. There will, oh, by the way, Supervisor Oliver, I believe, I can't pronounce her last name, but your appointee to the Planning Commission's Lisa, last name begins with an M. She held up the York report. Am I incorrect? I thought she was your appointee. Sorry.
Continue.
Someone else's appointee. She held up the York report and said, the York report says there will only be 2 additional truck trips per year. She then corrected herself to 2 additional truck trips per day per year if this goes through. Now, I'm sure you've read the staff report where Mr. Boser focuses on information supplied to him by CB, which says that in maximum weeks, because most paving is done from late spring to early fall, summer being the height of it, it's a weather thing, there will be approximately 150 trucks per day leaving the quarry with hot mixed asphalt, HMA. That's a fact Mr. Boser made based on information provided from CD. And I know you've seen the slide where it says 3,000 tons per day mixed in max use weeks. That's 150 truck trips, 20 tons per truck. Now, the York report says in numerous places that there will be less than 20 trucks per day, less than 3 trucks per hour. That's a fact. It's stated in the York report. Skinnerman will undoubtedly address that fact when she speaks, and I will then rebut. So you've got 2 very, very different numbers. You've got Ms. Kinderman's report saying less than 20 trucks per day, less than 3 per hour. You've got Mr. Boser's report that says 150 trucks per day. That, by the way, works out to 1 every 4 minutes on a 10-hour day. Now, this is predominantly in the summertime. I live in that neighborhood. I see the 25 kids who play in my neighborhood. I know exactly what they do. I know about the kids with the go-karts. I know about the trampoline boy. I know about the little girl who rides her bike all day long, like a rat in a maze from one end of Harper to Silver and Laurent, back again and again and again for hours. I see the baseball teams that practice right on the corner of Silver Rapids and Laurent. If you've been by there, you've seen the red batting cages. The guy that lives there, his name is Eric. His boys play on a team. But other teams come there to practice also because he set his backyard up to be regulation infield. Those kids are going to be practicing all day, every day in the summer. And every 4 minutes, a steaming load of hot asphalt is going to pass within 20 feet of them. The smell will likely never dissipate. However, the York report does make very clear that without naming a distance, they say the distance from sensitive receptors is important in determining what effect odors will have. The York report also says that odors are considered an irritant, and then it lists things that they can cause, which include nausea and vomiting. And this is not my words, this is from the York report.
30 seconds.
Okay. Nausea and vomiting don't seem to me like irritants, but that's how they're classified. Every 4 minutes, the baseball team on the corner, little girl on her bicycle, the kids with the go-karts, get on a trampoline. Every 4 minutes, you really have to decide who I believe. Do I believe less than 20 trucks per day, less than 3 per hour? Or do I believe my environmental officer, 150 trucks per day? Thank you very much. I'll see you in rebuttal time.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. Got several issues I want to bring up today, but I want to start with
jurisdiction. Oh, I apologize. Andrew Brunman, representing My Valley Springs.
Joyce Tackle, MyValleySprings.com.
I'd like to start off discussing the jurisdiction. It was raised both in the staff report and in the proponent's letter that jurisdiction was not raised in the hearing. The first resolution, and according to the first formal determination by the Planning Commission, was December 17, 2015. We timely appealed that. There was indication in the proponent's letter that there was a formal determination of something on August 13th that we should have appealed. I couldn't find anything in the record. And then there's the issue of that it wasn't an issue that was brought up at the hearing, relying on Section 1798070 that states that no issue which was not addressed at the hearing upon which the appeal is based shall be part of the appeal process. Generally, this is correct. There's case law showing that an issue must be raised in the trial court to be argued on appeal. However, there is a well-known exception. First-year law school, jurisdiction is always an issue and is never waived. In fact, the seminal case on this, failure to object to subject matter jurisdiction in the trial court, does not preclude raising it for the first time on appeal. This case was called Consolidated Theatrical Stage Employees Union. In this case, the California Supreme Court was faced with a jurisdictional issue regarding whether a labor issue in front of them had been brought to the National Labor Relations Board and whether that board had declined jurisdiction. Jurisdiction had not been brought up at the trial court level. The Supreme Court noted, though, because of the jurisdictional nature of the issue, the court was required to consider whether the original court had jurisdiction. That was Russell v. Electrical Workers, Local 569. Here is a similar case. In effect, the trial court was the planning commission and usurped as the appellate body. The proponents appealed the planning director's decision pursuant to 1798.020, and I will read that section to you. A decision of any planning staff member may be appealed to the planning commission by following the appeal procedures in section 1798070 and submitting a written request accompanied by the appropriate fee within 15 days from the date of staff decision. This was done. A decision of any planning staff member. Planning staff, that language limited to planning staff. The construction canon of statutory interpretation, expressio unius, the expression of certain things excludes others. A lot of case law on that, not rocket science. If the Board of Supervisors had wished to include anything relating to permits, they would have put that in that code section. If they wanted to review the health officer's determination, it would have said so in that section. It doesn't. It says planning staff members. To try to bootstrap this because it was a planning issue is nonsense. The code distinguishes between planning staff and health officers in some sections of the code. Clearly, there are some sections of the county code that mentions health officer. There are some that refer to planning staff. There's no doubt about that. In section 020, the board should conclude the draft of the code purposely excluded health officer in that section. What that meant is at the time this was drawn, the people that drew the code, the supervisors, knew the difference between a health officer and a planning staff member and purposely did not put health officer in that section. Where Congress includes particular language in one section of the statute but omits it in another, it is generally presumed that Congress acts intentionally and purposefully in the disparate inclusion or exclusion. Rosello versus United States. The text of 020 does not include determination of the health officer, and the board should resist reading health officer into the section where it says planning staff. Lamy versus United States, refusing to read an absent word into a statute because the result would be the construction of the statute, not the construction of the statute, but the enlargement of it. Here, the Planning Commission read health officer into their section. You are the Board of Supervisors. You drafted this. They acted outside of their authority by expanding their authority to beyond what was granted them by the Board of Supervisors. And the proponent didn't appeal. He did appeal the planning director's decision, and they don't dispute that the planning director follows the law. When he was given with his determination, he issued a letter saying they must obtain a conditional use permit. In fact, the planning director was notified by the health officer. He then required a conditional use permit. But the planning commission reviewed the health officer's determination, not the planning director's. So the whole issue in front of us is not a review of what the planning director did. They knew that he had to do if he had a determination. They went underneath to a different agency that they didn't even have authority over and reviewed the health officer's determination. The county org chart shows that the EMA and the health officer are responsible to the Board of Supervisors, not part of the planning department. They didn't appeal the health officer's decision to the Board of Supervisors timely. They're barred pursuant to County Code 1798040. They don't bootstrap onto it because they appealed to the wrong body to somehow have it carried here now that they are at the right body. They failed to appeal to the right body in a timely fashion. We'll set jurisdiction aside. I think that was pretty clear cut. That's not hard to appeal. But let's look at what they didn't do. The proponent did not even provide the required information to the health officer to let him make his determination. On May 18, 2015, Calaveras County Air Pollution Control District received the application for an authority to construct. On May 29, 2015, they deemed the application incomplete. On June 25, 2015, they resubmitted their application. The Environmental Management Agency Administrator, acting as the health officer, reviewed the resubmitted application and determined there may be a significant effect. On July 2nd, he transmitted his findings to the planning director. The planning director notified that they were to obtain a conditional use permit. On July 31st, they appealed these determinations. In the proponent's letter to the Board of Supervisors, it alleges that MyValleySprings.com sat around and wasted time by not appealing the issue of jurisdiction, which wasn't right, which they did not do. Yet you see the timeline vote so far has been over half the year of last year. At August 13th, they revised, they had to submit additional information because they actually drafted a letter on August 24th between the Environmental Management Agency and the proponent regarding the unsubmitted information. On December 7th, Dr. Dean Kaleda, the county health officer, submitted a letter saying there may be a significant effect. At the December 10th hearing, the health officer again noted they still had not provided required complete and consistent information as was required. At December 10th, the health officer again found there may be a significant effect, and that's why we're here in front of this. We believe that the health officer did find substantial evidence, and to find to the contrary would be a vote of no confidence against both the county health officer and the Environmental Management Agency. I'll give you the definition of substantial evidence. Substantial evidence is more than a mere scintilla. It means such relevant evidence as a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. So this is something. The health officer made his determination based only on incomplete information because that's all he was given. He was never given complete information. He demonstrated substantial evidence. He found an air quality odor problem. I see my time's running short. I wish for Joyce to have, she has some stuff to present, and that's what we'll do now.
Yep. I refer you to your Board of Supervisors packet, attachment 25, page 922 to 924. It's the Alternative resolution reversing planning commission determination. I'm going to start at now, therefore be it resolved. The Board of Supervisors grants the appeals as indicated by X marks in the fields below, thereby reversing the decision of the planning commission based on one or more of the following findings. 1, the applicant has not complied with 17-42-035, and it has failed to provide the health officer with adequate information to complete his analysis. The appeals are granted. Evidence. The Environmental Management Agency's staff report explains how the applicant has not yet provided complete documentation. The parties agreed in writing about what documentation was reasonably necessary for the health officer to review in order to factor in the applicant's compliance with existing laws and regulations. 2, after considering all the evidence and testimony presented by project proponents and the Environmental Management Agency administrator acting as health officer and assuming the project proponent's compliance with all relevant laws and regulations, substantial evidence supports the health officer's determination that the type, method of use, and or quantity of hazardous substances that will accompany the proposed change in use are such that there may be a significant effect on the environment. The appeals are granted. Evidence. Existing laws and regulations do not capture all the potentially significant effects of the environment that could result from the type, quantity, and method of use of hazardous materials proposed by the applicant, namely diesel fuel and asphalt or bitumen. The health officer has provided substantial evidence that even assuming the applicant's compliance with existing laws and regulations, there is still a potential for a significant environmental effect related to the type, quantity, and or method of use of materials. 17.42.035 does not require the health officer to be certain that there will be a significant environmental effect, only that there is the potential for one. The evidence in the record suggests that the proposed type, quantity, and or method of use of asphalt and or diesel fuel could negatively impact the physical health of nearby residents, even if the applicant complies with all laws and regulations, particularly if there is an accidental release of these materials. 2 engineer reports also acknowledge that there will likely be an odor associated with the production and transportation of asphalt, and this odor will frequently be perceptible at many residences near the proposed use. While an unpleasant odor does not necessarily signify a risk to physical health, the evidence of the frequency and number of residents likely to be affected adequately supports that there may be a significant effect on the environment by way of odor. That's it.
Question?
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to take, before the applicant gives their testimony, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay.
Started, so please, if you can take your seat.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're to the applicants. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, fellow board members. My name is Diane Kinderman. I'm an attorney with the law of Abbott and Kinderman in Sacramento, California, and I represent CV Asphalt in this matter. And we appreciate the opportunity to respond to the appeals. I want to thank you for that. I also wanted to thank staff for the robust staff report they pulled together. I understand it was a lot of work, and we definitely appreciate their efforts. So in the interest of time and respecting the need to keep this moving forward, I am going to defer my comments to later on to a rebuttal and my PowerPoint to later on this afternoon, whenever that might be. But I would like you to know that with me I have Ann McQueen,
Ms. Ann McQueen from York Engineering, who prepared the report upon which the Planning Commission relied in its determination of significance. She has a presentation that is approximately 20 minutes. If we would be given the opportunity for Ms. McQueen to make her presentation in her 20-minute time frame, that would be appreciated. If not, she will race through and try to get it down to 7 minutes. Because the second person that I have here is Mr. Mark Stelges. He is a toxicologist, and he is here in response to comments raised in the appeals regarding the toxicology issues. His PowerPoint is about 15 to 20 minutes as well. So I request the opportunity to have them present, and perhaps present for longer than 15 minutes each.
So we'll say the board here.
I think they should be allowed to make the presentations because...
There we go.
We'll clear this room. We'll conduct the meeting. Everybody will be outside.
Really? Let's please keep it down so we can talk, all right?
15 minutes, right?
I believe they should have the opportunity to make their presentation. We had 6 appellants, 15 minutes each. They should be allowed at least time to make their presentation with only 2 presenters, I understand.
Correct.
It's still less time than the
So, Debbie, what do you think?
Well, we discussed the rules prior, and I at this point, I have to stick to the rules that we discussed prior.
Steve?
We gave the appellants 15 minutes each, times 6.
Yeah, we did actually all come up with these guidelines before that.
Okay, so I think we should probably stick with the original rules that we agreed to.
Understood. So
If we'd have known about this beforehand, then we could have probably made arrangements, but we came into it with a predetermined route on the information we knew on who's going to give their presentations.
I understand. Thank you for discussing it and providing me some input on it. And what they will do is truncate their presentations to the best of their ability, and they're, of course, here to answer any questions. Okay. So I'm going to approach the clerk. I've got their PowerPoints here that we're handing out to you. Thank you very much. You have 7.5 minutes.
I have 7.5 minutes. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the 7.5 minutes. My name is Ann McQueen with York Engineering, and I'm here to summarize the earlier reports that were submitted. So just a very brief background on York. We're a full-service consulting firm. We have quite a few senior staff who were involved in this project with over 25 years' experience. We've submitted over 50 permit applications just in the past 10 years to various air districts throughout California. So we are working throughout Southern and Northern California, and we've been contracted since September of 2015. So we were initially responding to information requests that were primarily about asphalt transport and associated odors, mobile source emissions, hazardous materials impacts. Then we were also asked recently to do a peer review of the engineering evaluation that was done by the county's contractor, Ray Kapahi. So just very briefly, the conclusions that were presented previously, we found that the fugitive emissions were not significant. The odors associated with the transport were also not significant. The mobile source emissions were not significant, and the hazardous hazardous materials impacts were not significant. I was just given a note to be sure and mention that I have a PhD in engineering, and I'm here, I have 25 years of experience myself. So we peer-reviewed Ray Kapahi's report. So at this time, we're looking at basically the comments received, and what we tried to do was look at those comments and see if there were any new technical issues, and we did not find that there were new technical issues. So we thought that instead we should focus on explaining our previous results and making them clear. One of the very important aspects of what we did is that we used publicly available significance thresholds. So what's important about that is that when you're trying to decide if a hazardous impact is significant, it's very important to look at what agencies have decided. And if there are no thresholds published in a certain county, it's very common to go to nearby counties or other agencies and look at their significance thresholds, because that helps us make a determination as to whether a project is significant. So this just summarizes the assumptions, and given the short time we have, I won't go into the details. I just wanted to mention that the assumptions have not changed at any time. So these are the assumptions that were used from the beginning of the project, which was the air quality permit application. So I draw your attention to the 250,000 tons per year. And basically, the petroleum asphalt portion of that is 5%, which comes out to 625 trucks per year. And we then average that over 310 days, and that's basically the 2 trucks per day that we're looking at, and that's just the standard procedure for doing the analysis that we were doing. And looking at the significance thresholds, these are the thresholds that we use to make those determinations that I showed you in that first slide. So we used a health risk threshold for the asphalt transport from the South Coast. They have actual emission thresholds. We use, for mobile source emissions, we use CEQA significance thresholds. For hazardous materials impacts, we use South Coast CEQA hazardous materials thresholds, which is where we got the hydrogen sulfide of the 500 pounds. And for the engineering evaluation, we looked at AB25, we were peer reviewing Ray Kapahi's work, and he looked at AB25 health risk thresholds, which are the correct thresholds that are used in permitting throughout California. So these are the summaries and the conclusions that we reached in the last, I pressed the wrong button here. Engineer or not, we sometimes mess up here. So we need an attorney to help us out. I think the one right before that one. No, sorry, I have the conclusions twice. Sorry. Down. I can keep going forward if you want me to do that. Sorry about that, folks. So basically, these are the conclusions that we reached using those thresholds that I was mentioning in the last table. And basically, in each case, we find that it was below the thresholds that were the thresholds that that are basically being applied, that are required for these types of analyses. So, for example, TAC emissions are less than significant. In this case, we made a qualitative determination that was tied to the TAC emissions. We also said that odors were less than significant. The mobile source emissions are below the CEQA significance thresholds. So in terms of the peer review of the air quality permit application, we looked at the methods. They were the correct methods. We saw that that the contractor carried out all the necessary steps. He relied on the same assumptions that we used in our analysis. He used a B2588 prioritization score threshold, which is what's commonly used throughout California in air quality permitting. And he presented a finding of no significant health risk from the plant itself based on that threshold. In terms of the hazardous materials studies, again, we were looking at thresholds that have been applied. So here it's basically the South Coast hazardous materials list. Petroleum asphalt and hot mix asphalt are actually not on that list. So we instead looked at hydrogen sulfide, and basically there's a threshold of 100 pounds for hydrogen sulfide, and if we look at a single truck, assuming that all the hydrogen sulfide present in it were released, which is a worst-case scenario and very unlikely, that amount of hydrogen sulfide is still 1,000 times less than this threshold of 100 pounds. And basically, the other aspect is regarding spills, and both of these materials are expected to solidify quickly if spilled, and that's why they're not considered to pose a significant impact. So these are the same conclusions that I mentioned earlier. Again, we found no significant impacts from the studies we did regarding asphalt transport and from our peer review of the engineering evaluation for the actual asphalt plant. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you.
How much of the 15 minutes is remaining?
Mr. Chair, I have a question for you.
All right, ma'am. We have a couple of questions for you.
You want to go first, one?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Ma'am, the information that you provided here, that's for bulk type application, transportation. And you did use a safety data sheet for asphalt, determining time level and the exposure and parts per millions when we get down to the actual exposure. Is that correct?
The exposure is calculated using an estimate. There's a dispersion model. We didn't actually do dispersion modeling in this exercise because the emissions were below the threshold just based on emissions. So what they do is they have a screening approach, and if the emissions are low enough, you don't even trigger the modeling. And that's the same with Ray Kapahi. He didn't actually do modeling because under the prioritization score, it was below the level at which you have to do modeling.
Okay, thank you.
I had a quick question for you.
Sure.
When you talk about trucks, you have the overall year max
Yes.
for trucks. Do you have a max per day? Because if you average them all across the year, but if you only have them going, 6 months or a month out of the year, then obviously the impacts of the trucks could be much greater. I was wondering if you had a max cap with how many per day?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. I'd have to defer to the applicant. That was not part of our study. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me. While the appellants were stating their cases, everybody was quiet and respectful. And I would appreciate it if you give the same respect to these folks up here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Dr. Mark Stelgis, an environmental toxicologist with 25 years of experience. As a consultant, I'm expecting that most of the people that are sitting behind me believe that I've been paid to say the things that I'm saying here today, which is not true. I am being paid. It's my job to be a toxicologist. I do risk assessment, and I evaluate the safety and potential risks associated with either things that have been released into the environment or projects that are proposed, such as this one. I certainly like the passion that's on display here. This is a very emotional issue. Whenever you're talking about toxins and potential releases in the environment,
emotion is always running rampant. Flint, Michigan certainly has made the news recently, and that only gives people opportunity to talk about how they don't want to be another Flint, and I'm certain that none of us want to be another Flint. So that's a little bit about me. I've worked in California for 24 years, and environmental protection is my passion. I have a wildlife ecology degree from University of Missouri, and enjoy backpacking just up the road here, although I can't do that right now because of the fire. I'm looking forward to getting back into that. So I'm here mostly to talk about the specific concerns raised in the letter from Dr. Estoesta from a couple months ago. Concerns about birth defects, and he mentioned some of those again this morning. Respiratory concerns for children and people with compromised lung function, which he also reiterated this morning, and concerns of developing cancer. And there have been similar concerns from other citizens in the appeal process. Trying to zip through this here. So what I did was I reviewed those public letters and the concerns, compiled regulatory toxicological information from California Environmental Protection Agency, U.S. EPA, the Centers for Disease Control. You'll note that some of those are the same sources that were used by Dr. Estoesta and presented earlier this morning. And then I prepared a summary letter. And here are my key findings. There is no scientific evidence to support Dr. Estoesta's conclusions regarding the likelihood that birth defects will result from exposure to compounds that could be emitted from the asphalt plant. And the key here is relationships among exposure, dose, and toxicity. And that was ignored in the presentation prepared by Dr. Estoesta. He talked about all the toxic effects. He didn't talk about exposure. And that is what's key. Everything is actually a toxin. Water is a toxin. College students have been known to die from drinking too much water too fast as part of fraternity, whatever you want to call it. Salt is also a toxin. If you have too much of that, it can lead to hypertension. So what we talk about here is not whether the chemical can cause toxicity. Every chemical has inherent toxicity. The question is, how much would you be exposed to, and is it reasonably anticipated that it could cause an effect? And so based on that, the two conclusions that I've reached are that the potential for health effects to result from either operation or transport is negligible. The operation of the plant is based on the county's engineering evaluation and supported. The potential for health effects from the transport is negligible, and that's based on the York engineering transportation evaluation that was recently provided. So I'm not going to try to teach toxicology in 30 seconds, but I'm going to present one slide, and this is, I think, the key point that we need to talk about here. For every chemical, as the dose goes up, and the dose is not how much gets emitted in the air, it's how much gets into your body. Nothing is actually absorbed. Until you get something absorbed into your body, there can be no effect. So it doesn't matter what's in the air directly above the plant. All that matters is what's actually potentially inhaled and actually gets inhaled by a person or an animal. Thank you. And the response obviously goes up as the dose goes up. Most of the concerns that Dr. Estoesta raised are in this level of the dose response curve, which means that almost everybody's going to be affected. The releases that we are talking about and were in the engineering evaluation report are in this range, right at the threshold or below the threshold at where responses would be expected to occur. So while, yes, toxicity can occur if you're exposed here, what we're talking about is right here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me, sir.
Doctor, can I ask you a question?
So concerned about getting it done on time, I forgot the questions.
Saying we're talking about toxins. Are the exposure to toxins in a variety of situations, employment, are those controlled by any type of federal document, state document? They're called MSDSs for short, material data safety sheets?
MSDSs are required to be provided when toxic chemicals are included in a mix or in a solvent. And it gives you advice on how to deal with the hazardous chemical, with responses, with any kind of protection for workers. MSDSs are really designed to protect the workers directly working with the substance. They're not intended or focused on public exposure.
So in your opinion, would it be more stringent for a worker in a situation than the public?
Actually, it's just the opposite. The workplace tends to have more lenient air concentrations of acceptable exposure that are called permissible exposure limits under CalOSHA. And those are required to be met, or the concentrations have to be less than that. If they're above that, then you have to shut down. For the environment, for public, that is evaluated primarily by the Department of Toxic Substances Control. And they have lifetime exposures to residents, and their values are much more restrictive because the workplace tends to just have healthy adults. Whereas the environment, as you've heard today with the public, you have small children, you have elderly with respiratory problems, and the values that the Department of Toxic Substances and Control put out are designed to be protective of all of those people.
So in your opinion, the analysis you did regarding this particular issue is even more stringent than what CalOSHA and your manufacturers' safety practices project for our workers. Is that correct?
That's very much true, yes.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now we get to go to members of the public. We have 3 minutes for each member that wants to speak. Please try to not duplicate the message. Thank you.
Hi.
I know. Dr. E? Dr. E? You'll have your whole 10 minutes here after the public comments because you're an appellant.
Go ahead. Okay, hi. My name is Rebecca Tracy. I live at 3180 Barday Road. Some say Bard, some say Barday. That sounds more exotic. Road in Valley Springs. Initially, so that I don't duplicate, Mr. Edson, like you said, what the doctors have said, that's primarily what I'd like to address. I found myself kind of nodding at the presentation and getting a little bit frustrated because it really is a matter of a cumulative effect on people. And the gentleman, the doctor can say, we're working with toxic levels down here. Dr. Esto is talking about levels up here. And what we're really talking about are who's to determine what body can handle what. So what I want to share with you is about me personally. I came to Calaveras County. I've lived in Calaveras County for 14 years. And I'm a businesswoman. I'm not working now due to health reasons. And I managed multi-million-dollar businesses over many years, all in San Joaquin County and down into Stanislaus, and very successful career, but my health took a turn. And I eventually reached the point where I could not work. Those conditions, the first time I was admitted into Mark Twain St. Joseph's, the doctor there was completely stumped, couldn't figure out. I had lesions this big on my skin, where the center of my skin was like liquefying. My face swelled up. I couldn't see out my eyes. And the only conclusion before they could get me to rheumatologists were that something I was reacting to in my body from a standpoint of what I could handle had reached its max, whether it was environmental fumes, whether it was gases, plastics, what have you. There was a threshold where my whole immune system was compromised. So when you look at me standing here, you'd never know that. But I have significant battles. So with I'm a 30-year diabetic. Then I was diagnosed with, part of that diagnosis was lupus, the skin lupus that affects your skin. I then started having respiratory problems with my lungs. And of course, my husband and I, we were in another part of Calaveras County until 4 years ago when, what's that? So my point to you specifically, to listen to your health director and to the doctor, that not everyone fits. It's not just children. And the home that we bought, we hope to retire in. We're working very hard to have it paid off so that at the point my husband stops working, we can still afford to be here. But I can't afford to stay here if my condition brought me here. I was just speaking, one quick comment. When I was introducing myself to the attorney here, I mentioned to her my health issue. And right away she said, oh, well then the foothills are the worst place that you could be. She said, because the drafts off the delta and everything push and hold everything up against the foothills. Okay, if she's telling me right now this is the worst place that I could be, why are we having something that's going to emit fumes and they're going to hold them against our foothills right here in Valley Springs?
Okay, ma'am, that's...
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
No one can say that this is not community at its best. Marty Crane, Valley Springs. Attending every Board of Supervisors meeting enables me to witness the discussions that lead up to each and every board action. I have witnessed each and every supervisor praise Agency Administrator Environmental Health Director Jason Baetzer for his expertise and leadership in the Butte fire recovery work and for his dedication in working in harmony with all other impacted departments. Jason has been with the County Environmental Management Agency since 2002 and became manager of the Environmental Health Department in 2008. The county was certified in June of 2002 by CalEA to begin implementation of hazardous material and hazardous waste programs, and Jason was hired by the county to begin implementation of these programs at the county level. He then moved to the position of Agency Administrator of the Environmental Management Agency, and in 2015 to Director of Environmental Health, the purpose and goal of which is to protect public health, safety, and the environment. Jason came to his current position in Calaveras County with laudable credentials, a degree in environmental and public health. He is a State of California certified underground and above ground storage tank inspector, a registered environmental health specialist, and has participated heavily in statewide policy and legislation regarding hazardous materials and hazardous waste programs. Jason has been with the county for 13 and a half years, totaling 17 years hands-on experience in the field of environmental health. Among our currently seated supervisors, to the best of my knowledge, no one has the training or expertise of Mr. Baetzer. That's why we hired him, why we promoted him to head up the Environmental Management Agency and to serve as Director of the Environmental Health Department. That's why we have entrusted him to protect the environmental future of our county. Jason Baetzer is the expert that this very board appointed. His opinions are in harmony with those of Dr. Estuesta, whose large practice is located in Valley Springs, in the heart of this proposed asphalt plant area, and Dr. Caleda, our county health officer of many years. Both Drs. Estuesta and Caleda have weighed in on this asphalt plant issue because the decisions being made absolutely affect the health and welfare of our citizens. These are our experts. By the ongoing comments and regular praise expressed by this board, it has become apparent that Jason Baetzer's stellar performance during this Butte fire recovery was and continues to be considered exemplary. I have watched as this board accepts Mr. Baetzer's opinions and decisions without question because he has proven himself to be effective by effective outcomes based on proven science, best practices, and experience. That being said, surely that same trust should extend to this asphalt plant staff report. If he's good enough for all of that, he's certainly good enough to provide credible direction about the health and environmental impact of an asphalt plant. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jenny Solbakken-Rowerdink. I'm here to represent many of the parents and their families from Valley Springs. I live at 2907 Dunn Road in Valley Springs. That's 1.7 miles from the proposed hot asphalt plant. I live there with my husband and my 3 young girls. I'm here to speak to you today about how a hot asphalt plant and our drinking water do not mix. With that, I'd like to read a little excerpt from the key parts of the Environmental Health Director, Jason Botzer's staff report regarding water pollution. The report says that the emissions, such as diesel particulate matter, are airborne pollutants from human sources that can deposit back into land and water bodies, sometimes at a great distance from the source, and can be an important contributor to declining water quality and other environmental impacts. This is critical due to the proximity of the Calaveras River, approximately 800 feet away from the quarry, and the genuine water treatment plant, approximately 200 feet just downstream from the proposed hot asphalt plant. The fact that a drinking water source is approximately 800 feet away and that 521 homes within a 1-mile radius signifies that there may be both short-term and long-term significant effects to the environment and public health. The Calaveras River is a sensitive receptor and a drinking water source for over 10,000 local residents. Along with serving as a drinking water source for Stockton East, City of Stockton drinking water, the water intake for the genuine drinking water plant operated by CCWD less than 2,000 feet downriver and processes up to 3.5 million gallons of drinking water per day. This is not addressed in any of the documents submitted by the applicant, nor is it adequately addressed by laws enforced by the local health officer. Even assuming the applicant is in compliance with all laws and regulations, EMA cannot responsibly assert that there is no potential significant impact to a source of drinking water. Please, first off, this is a picture of my children. I have 3 young girls. One just learned how to ride her bike. She rides it on and around where the trucks carry rock. There are no sidewalks. I'm okay with 2 trucks per day carrying asphalt, but I'm not sure, I'm confused as to if that is the case. My last thing that I want to finish up saying is, as an informed citizen and a parent, which many of you may be, would you let your family live next to a hot asphalt plant? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tamara Laws, and I'm a 55-year-old California native. I was born in El Dorado County, and I've been living here in Calaveras County for almost 9 years now. Came to Valley Springs to get away from industrialization, to get away from the things that you find in the city, the bad air, the bad water, to get back into a community where our children are of importance, where we look for ways to give them things to entertain them, educate them, and make sure that their lives go on. All I can say is, from everything I've read and everything I've been told, it appears that, like my dad used to say, the cart was put before the horse, because I was assured by the governor's office that all of my concerns would be addressed by CEQA, which has been bypassed because there has not been a conditional use permit. This is your job. And we as the people are here to tell you, please do it. Please request that conditional use permit so we can get the CEQA reports that we're asking for.
Good morning. My name is Roberta Morris Corso. I live at 2577 Henny in Valley Springs. I'd like to leave some information for everyone. I have an envelope for everybody here. This is on the health effects, including birth defects specific to asphalt. I've also included, I only have one copy because it's 150 pages, but this is the CDC information on working around asphalt that you might be interested in. So at the very least, I don't want to take up any more of your time. Everybody's really saying the same thing I want to say, except a conditional use report, environmental impact report is necessary. Please consider this.
I'm Will Moore from Rancho Calaveras. I want to point out two things in that PowerPoint presentation with the engineer with the PhD. They said there's being shipped from there 320,000 tons of asphalt per year, and that works out to 2 truckloads a day. Well, 2 truckloads a day is 50 tons. 320,000 tons a year is 1,000 tons a day for 320 days, and that plant is only going to operate for 260 days. So you're talking 11 or 1,200 tons a day, not 40 or 50. Secondly, appended to by earlier comments, what's happening here is corporate welfare. I mean, exempting this company from all of these rules and all of the expectations is nothing but corporate welfare, dishing out welfare to people who don't deserve it and don't need it. And this is being done by the Planning Commission, not even elected people. Thank you.
I'll be real brief. My name's John Reed. I live on Silver Rapids Road there in Valley Springs, just down where the plant's going to go in. And what I have to say is if you won't protect my health and my safety for me and my wife, and believe me, you will not be getting our votes. Thank you.
Are we having fun yet? My name's Dave Beatles. We live in Rancho Calaveras, have for about 8 years. I've got a little different perspective because I worked for government for 40 years, 3 counties and a city. So I've got a good understanding of how it works and how assumptions work, and I've hired consultants and I've led meetings like you folks are doing. And I'll tell you that, like when I went to work for the city of Salinas, the first place we were looking at, they eventually had to close down because they made the assumption that you could get good water there, but Firestone had been putting water into Crazy Horse Dump, which affected all of the Prunedale water systems. When I went to work for San Joaquin County, they assumed the water was okay, but 20 years prior to that, they'd authorized farmers to use pesticides to control nematodes in the grapes, and 20 years later, we were having to put in filter systems, and all the domestic water, including all the city of Lodi, had to do it as well, to get the DDCPs out of the water. So you have to, what I'm asking is, you know how the system works. You've had lots of staff reports where they gave you assumptions which led to project budgets that didn't meet what they said they would. You have to look behind the numbers. You have to look at the assumptions. And you have to use wisdom, common sense, and good judgment. I mean, it would be like Marvell Market. I mean, they sell milk. But if they were to come in and want to put a dairy on their property, you're going to have hay trucks coming in. You're going to have manure to deal with. They're still selling milk, but they've changed their operation. These folks have been there a long time. I understand they have a right to operate. They were there before a lot of the houses, so you have to take that into consideration. But also, you have to consider, are you getting a straight scoop? And what about 20 years from now? Because a lot of assumptions turned out not to be right.
My name is Ann Flock, and I actually live in San Andreas, Sunset area. My interest in this environmental things goes way back. After the cement plant closed, a company, I think it was called Genco, wanted to put in a hazardous toxic plant that they would burn there, which happens to be almost 3 miles from my house. Knowing from the cement plant, which I totally supported, that carries a long distance. We have oak trees that were silver during that time. We had moss growing on our shingled roof because of the cement dust fostered that. It goes longer than the immediate neighborhood. That's why I got interested, I don't know how many years ago. There were several ladies from Arnold, one of which may be here still today, who fought it and organized the people of San Andreas to get the facts and go through the proper local government. We defeated it. We had many huge crowds in the gym. That is my background as far as why I followed environmental issues for a long time. I am not an expert like the doctors or the Environmental Protection Department, but I do follow and try to get my facts straight. I was dismayed when the Planning Commission did not pay any attention, apparently, to Dr. Calaveras as the county health doctor and the county environmental department report. If you go through the state law, which is CEQA, private and public projects have to be mitigated or studied, and then if they are any threat to health and safety. We haven't done that, and if we do that, there's also the possibility you can mitigate any possibilities. Okay, so I will stop with that in a minute. I recommend this board goes through the proper state laws, get conditional use permits, and noxious odors came out from the engineering company in their report. The definition of noxious is not very, just one second. It defines noxious as harmful smells akin to harm, physically harmful or destructive. I suggest you follow the local health authorities' recommendation, and I appreciate the time. Oh, and I hate this. Unsigned, didn't have a paid advertisement, probably is not accurate.
Thank you. So just to let you know, before we start, Tom, we're going to take a lunch break at 12:15 and then come back to it an hour afterwards.
Tom Infacino, Calaveras Planning Coalition. Being a supervisor is not always easy. There are a lot of bad days. There are days when the county staff lets you down. There are days when your constituents let you down. There are even days when you have to survey the damage of a devastating wildfire. Those are bad days. But today does not have to be one of those bad days. Today, you supervisors can tell your county health officer, Dr. Dean Kaleda, yes, we acknowledge your medical training. Yes, we respect your medical advice. Yes, we are going to complete an environmental review of the proposed plant and determine if there are permit conditions we can put in place to protect the health, the safety, and the well-being of the good people of Calaveras County. Today, you supervisors can tell your environmental health director, Jason Faitzer, yes, we acknowledge your expertise. Yes, we value your technical knowledge. Yes, we appreciate your frank analysis. Yes, we understand your recommendation. Yes, we trust you to help oversee a full environmental review of the proposed plant. And yes, we want you to identify permit conditions needed to protect the health, safety, and well-being of the good people of Calaveras County. Today, you supervisors can tell the people of Valley Springs that yes, we care about your health. Yes, we care about your safety. Yes, we care about your well-being. Yes, we care enough about you to complete a broad and thorough and independent environmental review. Yes, we will try to find permit conditions we can place on the plan to protect your health, your safety, and your well-being. And yes, if we cannot protect your health and your safety and well-being, then we will not approve this plant. If that is what you supervisors decide today, then this will not be a bad day. In fact, if that is what you decide today, then this will be a very good day to be a supervisor, and this will be a very good day to be among the very good people of Calaveras County. Thank you, and may God bless.
Good morning, Rosemary Wilson from McCallum Hill. I actually have a PhD in science from the University of Durham and chemistry in particular. I was surprised that with an asphalt plant being considered that there wouldn't be an environmental review. And I would urge you to get that review in place, and then we can see what we're talking about. I remember when we were when the prison, the jail was going up. I guess being English, I always get prison and jail mixed up, but you know what I mean. And other buildings and developments where there have been environmental reports. I remember there being so much concern, and we had to pay tens of thousands of dollars. There I go again. The elderberries and elderberry mitigation, not to mention the odd frog or toad or two. But when it comes to the potential of people's health being impacted, it seems like you're okay with that, or the people in planning are okay with that. I've worked in various different industries and such, and I can tell you that some of those legal levels in terms of noise, in terms of general exposure to chemicals and such, and MSDSs, your health can be impacted even though it's fine to have a whistling backing pump going 24/7 in a high vacuum analytical lab. You can have headaches and suffer rashes and nausea even though your exposure levels are well within the limits set by government. But it comes to quality of life, something that it seems like a lot of the discussions we've had lately come back to quality of life. And I would strongly urge you to get the necessary reports yourselves as opposed to relying on what other people, albeit highly educated people, have to say and their interpretations. Thank you.
Excuse me just for a minute. Can I break in for a second here? Dr. E?
Yes, may I have the pleasure for just 5 minutes, because my clinic and Dr. Grace's clinic are closed, and we could not afford for our patients to be waiting longer. I only need 5 minutes to rebut the both scientists from the asphalt company.
Mr. Chair,
all of those are.
We didn't make any exception on the other one. Let's consider that.
Guess what? We are healers for Calaveras, and all of our patients are waiting in line.
So today, I only need 5 minutes.
I will pull the board again.
I would have to agree. We need rules in the beginning.
Okay.
We ruled on this issue once before. I think I'm going to maintain that position.
So we have to, we set the rules, we're following.
I do have a comment.
Go ahead.
What we could do is we could not change the rules there, but just our own deciding not to break it 12:15. Because we have how many more public comments left?
Little bunches.
Okay.
Nice try.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Dr. Yee.
Well, I think just a comment. I will refute with those two scientists academically, professionally, and mathematically. Because I think they did not put enough statistical profile for you to understand p-value and probability in the statistics.
Thank you.
Thank you, doctors.
My name's John Lutz, and I live on Dunn Road, and I'm 3/4 of a mile from the asphalt plant, 3/8 of a mile from the edge of the pit. And I can hear, at the end of the day, the employees up the courtyard talking when I sit in my patio. So what this is about here, what I have is, I reported this once before, but I didn't have any documentation. At one time, the appellant was talking about the bag house was going to remove fumes, and I use the word fumes, not odor. Odor is what comes off of my fish when I fry. Fumes contain a lot more. There's 5 pages in this, but there's only 4 topics. And on the first page, if you go down to the bottom, this is from Far Gold, it's one of the biggest producers of bag houses in the United States, and I checked with 3. And down a little bit above the bottom is high efficiency filters stop 99% at half a micron size particles. And so that's the best bag houses you can buy. And if you go to page, the 3rd page in here on airborne particles, it talks about small particles here and what they are, and I just unfortunately just had to put a red line on it through this. And it also talks about how far particles will travel, and I'm not going to go through and read all this, but depending on their size, some particles can stay in the air indefinitely if there's even any movement of the air. So having said that, what I did find would help with this situation, if the plant goes in, I hope it doesn't, is what's called a regenerative thermal oxidizer, and I called it a scrubber. Now that goes on the exhaust of the bag house, and that will remove, now this is not from loading the trucks and out of the trucks, this is just from where the bag house sucks out of the mixing chamber and wherever they have the negative air from the bag house. It will take all of those volatiles and it will turn them into water and carbon dioxide, 99% of them in most cases. It's plant specific. So maybe there's modifications if we get this plant. And then on the last page, there's just a little something that's going on in an asphalt plant up in Fernley, Nevada, where they put one of these in because they were getting sued by the town. And that seemed to mitigate things.
30 seconds.
Boy, that went fast. Also, I'm living in my dream house. I didn't know I was sick until I moved up here. And about a year, I started feeling great. And it was just from the clean air and it being dark at night and the whole environment. And that's about to change on me. And please don't take my house away from me. I get sick from asphalt fumes. It's actually happened to me. And I will not be able to live in that house if the fumes make it there. Small amount over a long period of time ends up to be a lot of fumes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Bonnie Newman from Devil Springs. I want to address toxins and health and environmental damage. Basically, being in denial of something does not mean that that something does not exist. It just means you're in denial. And you're probably a procrastinator and probably a blamer and probably a shirker of responsibility. We want you to help us be responsible. We want to help you be responsible by reminding you of what your obligations are to the citizens and the voters and the taxpayers in Calaveras County. A consultant was contracted by CB Asphalt and gave you some information, and I'm assuming that consultant was paid by CB Asphalt. Dr. Estoeste is not paid to be here. I heard a rumor that either CB Asphalt and/or Ford Construction made a substantial contribution to Mr. Kearney's supervisorial run. We need to know if that's true, because it's not reassuring. A CUP, a conditional use permit, and an environmental review would reassure the citizens that you're trying to protect us, you're concerned about our health, our safety, and our well-being. And if we can't look to our leaders to protect us, we're going to need to look for new leaders.
Okay, we have time for one more comment before lunch.
I'll make it brief because you want to break it 12:15. Good afternoon. My name is Gloria Jean Bodemiller. My husband Fred and I live on the corner of Hart-Dixon and Silver Rapids. And I was born and raised in Silicon Valley, San Jose, to be exact. I picked many a prune, cut many a cop, and saw those beautiful trees destroyed by what's happening here in Calaveras County, or what we're seeing happening here. It's just very disheartening. John Muir wrote about San Jose and that area and said it was one of the most fertile valleys that he had seen in central California. And I hate to see that happening here to Calaveras County. My husband and I moved up here almost 40 years ago. We raised two boys on a ranch off the Pull Station Road, and when it got to be too much for us, we bought a home in Valley Springs, and we love it there. We know the trucks go by. That's not a big deal. As you get older, your ears don't hear as well, so it's not a big deal. But this asphalt plant, please. And I just am so thankful to be here. I'm praying for each and every one of you to make the right decision. And I'm so thankful to be here that we are blessed in America where we can stand up and say what we feel and stand up for our rights. And we, the citizens of Valley Springs, we address you and say, please, get all these permits and do all these things that are necessary to protect us. That's what we elect you for. And if you don't, I'm sorry, you won't get my vote either. And I will tell my friends throughout the county to reconsider voting for you. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:15.
It's not like, oh, we're getting jobs and we're getting money. That's a fallacy. His closing comment, I don't know about you, but a safe level for me is no toxins. Don't risk a Flint, Michigan. I have a sister that lives up in Arnold, California.
30 seconds.
Oh, wow. She has latex allergies. In 2014, they had the road pavement being done, and she had 4 calls to 911 to try and save her life, which fortunately happened. But it's not a question of if, it does happen. And cumulative, over time, this will destroy everything. Ford has already applied for one of these permits, I don't know if it was Ford, I should say, but this is going back to 1994, and it states, all proposals for hot plants or batch plants will require air permits and will be required to follow the same hours of operation of the existing permit. This is, 20-something years ago? So they're playing the same game. Don't let it be your legacy that you allowed this travesty to happen.
Hi, I'm Mark Jones from Valley Springs. What I'm passing out to you is just a parcel map of Silver Rapids Road, and I just want you to take a look at all those parcels and just remember that somebody lives in, more than one person lives in every one of these houses. And this is going to be going down, you're going to have trucks going down that way, and maybe you that live up country don't realize how dense this area is. and beyond, when you get to Silver Rapids, you have to turn on what's Highway 26. You know, to the north is Valley Springs, to the south is Stockton. There's just as many houses as this map shows go in both directions. Concerned about, you know, the plant is close to the water, and then it's, you know, 900 feet to the river, 1,200 feet roughly or whatever down to the CCWD intake. I seriously think the biggest thing the proponents are trying to just sugarcoat over is the truck trips. I really think there's going to be a lot of truck trips. I mean, it's in addition to, not in lieu of, the gravel that already goes out of there. So don't forget that we're doing gravel. And, you know, right now in their permits, they're only producing like 40% of what they can actually produce. I mean, their gravel use could go way up too, which is what we've seen in past in the floods down in Stockton. There were trucks running constantly. The other thing I think about the conditional use permit and stuff in the county control here is right when you leave the plant and you get on Silver Rapids Road and you make that left to go down towards Highway 26, that's a very narrow corridor right there. I mean, if you haven't actually been there, it's it'll be difficult for two trucks to pass going opposite directions. It's possible, I've actually seen it, but that drops off and goes straight down into the river right there. That's a very sharp corner turn. There are no barriers at all. There's no guardrails or anything like that. And if you drive by there, you will see memorials to past people that have lost their lives on that corner. You know, in my opinion, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when there's a problem in that corner or if this plant goes in. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Key Ranke, Calaveras County Republicans. And yes, I know I don't speak for every Republican in the county, and that's okay. Anyway, I, for one, wanted to say that I hope this isn't a popularity contest because I happen to be on the other side. So if you're counting how many were for and against, I guess I have a problem. But I do want to explain why we have this opinion. And if all of you know, we've been following this from the beginning as the Republican Party and have had our strong opinions about what should be done. So today's question really is the fact of significant effect on the environment. That's the question being asked today. That's what was asked of the board. The planning commissioners, when they had to make their decision about this, just going back, when we first heard about the asphalt plant going to go in, we heard that it was going to cause a lot of environmental problems and so forth. And so we thought, let's look into this one because we feel like we want to see business coming to our county. We want to see economic growth, but certainly don't want to see something that would cause hazard to our environment. So we went and we studied it. Several of us got out and started gathering information. We couldn't find anything that said that there was a hazardous impact on the environment from an asphalt plant. Asphalt plants have been around forever. My father in the 50s drove an asphalt truck for an oil company. They had no regulations. The asphalt was all over the truck. I remember going with him to work, and yeah, it had an odor because that's just what oil products have. But he worked in that business for a long time, and he's in his late 80s, smoked for 40 years, has no respiratory problems. So it doesn't always, you know, I haven't seen it in my lifetime. So I think those two things, one is that asphalt plants have been around a long time. That's something we realize, it's a fact. So we thought there must be some research out there that would back that up. But the research we kept finding was why it's not. And I think the one piece of documentation that said it for me, because the EPA has come out saying that there is no hazardous air pollutants from asphalt plants, because I don't agree with most of the things the EPA does, so I thought, well, that's a good resource. So in February of 2002, asphalt concrete manufacturing was removed from the source list of hazardous air pollutants. And they did this based on a lot of studies that they had done with big asphalt plants, small asphalt plants, So I know 3 minutes just isn't enough time, but keep that in mind. You know, we can make decisions on emotion or you can make decisions on fact. I would like to see us make decisions on fact. It's much easier to
Thank you, Vicki.
back yourself up with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barry Jarvis, San Andreas. I've been in the asphalt industry for 30-plus years, mostly in the placement of asphalt. I've seen asphalt plants, and it's commonplace. They're on rivers. We've had them here in our county before. Jenny Lynn on the river. Oakdale on the river. City of Waterford, they've got 3 plants down there all on the river. Snelling, 2 plants over there all on the river. It's not uncommon. I've been involved in air testing. I realize the plant that we're put in at Hogan is going to be a SAC plant, I believe. So the fumes are drawn up, filtered. The testing I've been involved in is workers on the placement of it. And when it hits the road, asphalt steams and smokes. And they put particulate matter meters on you, and they monitor the air that you're breathing in goes into these machines. And then they were taken out and back to the lab and analyzed. We went through 3 years of testing with a major company, a private lab. And in the end, it was deemed we were being fairly safe. Only the people within 5 to 10 feet of the asphalt where it was initially dumped should be wearing a mask. 30 feet away, you were in a safe zone. The particulates weren't heavy enough to hurt you. And you all got to keep in mind, asphalt's got to come from somewhere. We're all parked on it. We all drove on it to get here. I don't see where this plant's going to hurt us at all. Thank you.
Hi, Bill McManus. What I'd like to say is, from what I've been hearing here today, there's been some really offensive things said. We can argue about which toxicologist or which biochemist, knows this or that, and the letters behind their name. What I especially object to is the way that the reputation and efforts of the Planning Commission have been sullied here today. I've been to the Planning Commission meetings on this issue, and like every other issue they get, they do the heavy lifting. They do the work. In fact, they get criticized for sometimes being too deliberative, but they want to get it right. That's part of your team. The Planning Commission was appointed by the supervisors, and Mr. Maurer is probably getting close to being one of the most senior planning directors we've had in some while, has done an excellent job with his staff. They all do hard work. They provide you with information. No one expects the Board of Supervisors to delve into all the minutiae of toxicology reports, but the Planning Commission has. And they do hard work, and I appreciate what they do, and I appreciate what the board does. But this is not the time to leave the team behind. They've done the work. They've given you the information. And I think you know what to do. And I think the planning department's recommendation should be followed, and there's no reason to trash the planning commission in the process. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments?
I'm Jerry Middleton. I work with Fort Construction. I oversee operations out at the Hogan Quarry. I've sent you all, forwarded you a few email letters of support. I have a couple copies here if you didn't get them. There's 109 in this set. I've also, do you guys need a copy, or you probably already have them in your files? I've sent them over last week. And then this here is 2 sets of letters of support, and these are basic letters that have been dropped off at the quarry for locals and things of that nature that are working and couldn't be here today. I had a couple things that I just wanted to point out. I know the packet you guys are getting today was almost 1,400 pages. One more page won't hurt. I have this is a letter. It was written a while ago, and basically what it is the letter was written in 1994, and it was written to a consultant of ours who was he was representing us, and it basically was that a permit was not required for us to have an asphalt plant, a concrete plant on Hogan Quarry property. That was basically the letter that made us step forward and buy the Hogan Quarry property and continue processing out of the property. Let me see. I have a couple other points I want to make. Let me see. The quarry was established in the 60s for the dam. It's remained in operation ever since. And in 90, Fort King Stratton began operations at the quarry. In 94, we purchased the quarry basically based on that letter and us being permitted and allowed to use a hospital plant on the property. We have never wanted to be a bad neighbor. We won't be a bad neighbor. We will abide by all the laws, rules, and conditions locally and all the government. We have probably around another 100, 125 years of life out of the quarry of aggregates to mine. The fuel, diesel fuel has been used at the quarry ever since it was established. We continue to use diesel. We've used millions of gallons. We haven't had an accident in the river. There won't be an accident in the river. We protect the river. The river it's an awesome resource. There's nice fly fishing down there. I mean, it's probably one of the hidden secrets of Calaveras County. I guess another thing I wanted to point out is that there is a lot of information. You guys have gotten a lot of information on this. I know the planning commissioners spent a lot of time looking at all the information, and they actually made it. 30 seconds. They made their determination based on the information in hand, and I hope you guys do too. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. We recommend that you follow the recommendations of the planning director. From time to time, we feel that perhaps we have too much regulation. And in this case, we have a planning director that actually supported property rights. And it's so amazing and so wonderful. And I'm surprised everybody in this room doesn't agree. But the main issue seems to be, is asphalt a pollutant? Well, the answer apparently not really. So if it's not a pollutant, what's the reason for stopping the plant? Is there something wrong with the idea of a modern civilization using petroleum products? Is that or being done by private enterprise? What's happening here? What's really behind this movement to shut down that plant? We don't know the answer to that question, but it seems that if goodwill would rule, we not only would permit or allow the plant to continue its operation, but perhaps apologize for the huge amount of delay that was created by this government process. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Jan Foster, and I live at 3256 Crowell Lane. I'm a block off Silver Rapids. I am here speaking to you today because for months we have been hearing claims from the applicant that their asphalt plant will not cause any significant negative impact to the residential neighborhoods near the rock quarry. At the same time, they do not want to comply with any permit processes that would provide some degree of verification of their claims and reassurance to the community. It would be better to be safe and not sorry, and not be in the situation in the future where, as a county, we are dealing with decreased property values, but serious health issues, air pollution, water contamination, roads congested with truck traffic, and resulting road damage. Calaveras County has limited financial resources and will not get a windfall from this plant. We are already dealing with the results of the Butte fire and its straining resources. Permit conditions and the ability to have local enforcement are vital should a less than favorable outcome occur. The county needs to take steps to ensure its financial resources won't be drained by the asphalt plant operation and to protect the health and welfare of the community. We are reminded of the consequences of bad decisions in Flint, Michigan, currently the topic on the news. We couldn't afford to fix that. They can't afford to fix that. We must take steps to avoid the creation of severe health issues along with the environmental damage. Please proceed with caution and require environmental impact review and permits with conditions to protect my family and the community's health and safety. We need to ensure the beauty of this county that we all have grown to love and realize what damage a fire can cause. Let's not tempt the fates and possibly have something more dire happen. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Like to have that before the time starts so you can see it.
Yeah, we only gave me one copy, so I need...
No, I gave you. I printed out 5 copies. 6 copies.
Well, it's fine.
There's 5 plus the board and 1 for you.
Colleen Platt from Rancho Calaveras in Valley Springs. Everybody's testimony has been wonderful here today, so I'll try not to repeat what's already been mentioned. What I'm handing out to you is photographs of some residences located right on Silver Rapids Road, and one of the concerns here is the air quality and adverse health impacts of emissions on nearby residences. And there's a strong connection between health risk and the proximity of the source of air pollution. As you can see, those homes are between 35 and 50 feet from the edge of the roadway, where we've got up to 150 trucks a day during peak production. And I know those figures have been argued by the applicant, but that's not subject to argument. It was in the director's report. It's in their figures, the amount of production. The existing production is only 40%, which is 120,000 tons of aggregate. They want to produce 250,000 tons of asphalt. This will mean an increase in production. An increase in production at the plant means an increase in truck traffic. If we would get an EIR, a conditional use permit, that would come out in all those studies. So these photographs show you how close these homes are, and you were handed a parcel map that shows you how many homes are on this truck route. Cancer risks from diesel particulate are measurable at 20 meters, and these homes are less than 20 meters from the edge of the roadway. Okay, I'm trying to cover lots of things in a little time. The need for a conditional use permit has been talked about before. From your own county code, the purpose of a conditional use permit is to provide the general public with an opportunity to review a land use that is generally consistent but has the potential to cause conflicts with neighbors and land uses. That's exactly what we need here. This has been deemed consistent with land uses and permits, but it definitely has the potential to cause conflicts. That is in your own county code, the purpose of a conditional use permit. The findings need to be made that the land use is compatible with neighboring land use and zoning, that the roads accessing are safe and adequate, and that there's conditions of approval, and we have lots and lots of conditions that people have come up with that they would like to see. If you do approve this, we wouldn't be able to have these conditions without having a conditional use permit. That would reassure people that you agree with their concerns for their health, safety, and welfare. And as I've said before, the truck traffic issue is there's going to be an increase in truck traffic. They've been skirting this issue. There will be an increase in production just to meet the demands of the asphalt plant, much less the existing demands for rock and gravel that they meet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Judy Morgan. I live at 3259 Silver Rapids Road in Valley Springs. There's an old saying, Jan brought it up, better safe than sorry, and I think this is good advice for you. As far as I know, nobody here has a crystal ball. No one knows what the exact effects of an asphalt plant will be and what the traffic will cause until this thing is actually up and running. So it really bothers me that the asphalt plant are so sure of their procedures and their processes and so sure that they'll have no adverse effect on the area. Why aren't they open to complying with a conditional use permit? Why are they fighting a thorough, comprehensive impacts report? Why do they seem to be fighting county control? It's up to you to represent the people who voted for you to make thoughtful, sensible decisions. Vote on the side of caution and don't be sorry. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments?
Hi. Sorry, I'm a diabetic and I'm apparently having a low blood sugar moment, so I'm sweating.
Want a candy bar?
That's okay. That's okay. My name is Nancy Furtado. I live at 3565 Silver Rapids Road, Valley Springs, California. I've lived there for 16 years. I want to briefly tell you about an experience I had. I think it was last summer driving down Highway 12. My husband was driving, and I all of a sudden went, "Oh my God, what is that smell?" And he goes, "That was an asphalt truck." And I'm like, we're driving in the car with the windows up, the air on. And it lasted for quite a long time, it felt to me. Anyways, my husband also wanted me to make sure I mentioned that there are children and school buses that stop on Silver Rapids Road. That being said, as I stated, my home is on Silver Rapids Road. It is the second closest house to the Hogan Rock Quarry. My front porch is 75 feet from the street. We spend a great deal of time outdoors during the nicer weather. My dog is outdoors from morning to night during that time. We have issues of respiratory problems in our household, so we desperately enjoy the fresh air here. At the asphalt plant, they will be using hazardous materials and other toxins in its daily business activities. I will not go into detail about proven risks to the health of human beings and wildlife. That has been stated by Dr. Esther Esta, Dr. Dean Collada, Brian Moss, and numerous others, some expert and some by using research and data. Presently, there are a handful of trucks traveling up and down Silver Rapids due to the Hogan Rock Quarry on a normal day. Yesterday, I spent the days counting those trucks. On 2/8/2016, there are approximately 9 round-trip trucks. But when the asphalt plant is up and running on a maximum capacity day, it will have an average of 1 truck every 4 minutes all day long.
30 seconds.
Okay. I won't go into York and the environmental health officer's reports. Even if we didn't, we will be exposed constantly to noxious and toxic odors all day long, 5 days a week. During the year when we're outside and without help from HEPA filtration and MAPs, these trucks will be passing by us with open and exposed asphalt. It is dangerous to our health and our very being. It is a nuisance, Rule 205 of the Air Pollution Control Board. At this time, approximately 70 trucks have passed right in front of you during the day since the beginning of this meeting. God bless you, and I pray that you will do the right things for the residents of Calaveras County.
Good afternoon. My name is Lou Mayhew. Most of the things I was going to address have been addressed quite thoroughly, so I'll just say a couple of things. I think the crux, the core document in all of this is the December 10th Environmental Health Director's staff report for that hearing. It is, I think it's thorough, objective, professional, compelling, it's balanced. Over the course of this process, that department has, I think it's clear from that document, that department was objective, it was fair, it was welcoming, and it gave the applicant actually second chances on a number of things. There were problems along the way. A cease and desist order was came as a result of some of the plant actions. A quote out of Mr. Boatzer's report: the applicant continues to submit constantly changing and inconsistent information on the type of hazardous materials, quantity and method of use, including transportation and so forth. I think that's significant, that in a sense the applicant hasn't been more forthcoming up front. But I also think the Planning Commission made the absolute wrong call. To some extent, if you view a tape of those hearings, it was a cross-examination, it was a parsing of words, it was an attempt to suggest to Mr. Boatzer that he had not done adequate studies, that he had not calculated probabilities that were so far beyond the scope of what was appropriate that they shouldn't have been asked. But nonetheless, his answer that no, I haven't done those things was taken as evidence of weakness in the report. The report really is not weak. It seems to me that his professional judgment should count for a great deal, and so when you sort through all of the conflicting claims. I did want to say that in his oral comments, Commissioner Tuno accused him of living in a closet in his interpretation of the code. And his response orally was, have to look at every operational based on the method, type, and quantity of the materials and type of operation. I've inspected asphalt plants before. I didn't live in a vacuum in Calaveras County, and so forth. So it was a good oral response. But to Mr. Tuno, I think is rather inappropriate comment. In some, the plant doesn't belong there, or it certainly needs an EIR and a conditional use permit to protect the interests of the citizens. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
I'm Peter Reyes from Genoa. I don't want to brag what education or background I have. I don't want to embarrass anybody. But being from Chicago, Cook County, I've seen a lot of untreated, oil waste being spread around. And one thing I learned, you cannot make on a motion. I was complaining when I moved to Livermore because there was hate people. Nobody did it about it. It's affected me. I complained, nobody listened. We hear a lot of emotion-based opinions, predicting the future, what's going to happen, what's not going to happen. But unfortunately, I did not see any factual, dated document. And I want to compliment you and your staff, because I think you learned from previous mistakes, but you went above and beyond getting the black and white dated documents that you had to satisfy. And for that I respect it. This is not a revival meeting. Hallelujah, save us. What could happen, what will happen, we can speculate on it. But you got to deal with what is the facts right now, today, on black and white. And I know it's not popular to say because we are dealing with some folks that are emotionally affected or influenced, and I respect it. But the bottom line is, you got to make your decision. I hope you make a decision. What is in black and white? You follow the law, and don't base it on an emotional basis. I don't even want to get into previous history because it goes back to many, many years, and some of us are familiar with what happened, why somebody got a monopoly, and why they tried to take use of emotion on scientific opinions. So, you guys are in your keep today. It must be fun. So I want to thank you, and I trust you folks that you're going to do what is right, what is legal, what is appropriate. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments? All right, so we have an opportunity now. Okay, there you go.
My name is Rich Roberts. I live in Valley Springs. I've been there for almost 3 years now. Just a little background on me. Up until yesterday, when my wife and I made the conscious decision after a lot of investigation and study on asphalt, I paved for a living. It's bad stuff. I don't care what these guys say. I've lost 4 good friends to lung cancer that never smoked in their life. All they've ever done is pave, and they're dead because of it. Everybody is talking about only the asphalt fumes. It's not only the asphalt fumes, it's the diesel exhaust fumes too. It was mentioned that they burn millions of gallons at the quarry. They're going to add millions more to it. That's going to pollute the air around us. My wife has severe lung diseases. She cannot live there. If this goes in, I have to move, period. I cannot live there anymore. As a result, I'm losing money on my house because my property value has dropped. I ask you to do the right thing and take yourselves out of the equation, basically, and help us both out. Order an environmental impact report. If they say it's good, then we have no choice. We can't argue with that. In my opinion, none of you have the knowledge and the education when it comes to toxic chemicals to make that decision. Please do what's right. Require an environmental impact report, and make them live up to the laws. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Public comments?
Just one final. I've addressed you folks before, kind of the same issue. I live on 1099 Paris Peak, which is kind of at the end of the bowl, if you will, that surrounds the quarry. Steve's been over to my backyard, and he sat on the back porch. He knows that you can see the asphalt plant. It's less than a mile away from my back porch. I think most people also know that the prevailing winds are from the west to the east. So there's a lot of things said in the newspaper back and forth, some true, some untrue. But in defense of their project, one of the representatives from Ford Construction was quoted in the San Andreas paper as saying, well, there's virtually nothing east of the quarry. That's why I wanted Steve to come to my house and see that it's not virtually nothing. It's my house and the whole neighborhood. And that is a bowl there. And we know that the sediment from the asphalt plant will settle there. The dust from the quarry does now. Okay? We love and hate the quarry. I love the quarry. If you look at my landscaping, I did it all with rock from the quarry. My wife hates the quarry because she likes to sleep in. And when they're dynamiting and loading trucks at 6:37 in the morning, you're out of bed. We've lived here a long time, 30 years. We've raised our kids here. We love it here. I just ask you, please don't ruin our home. Okay, please. Thanks.
Okay. Any other public comments? Anybody out there? All right, so we can move on to the appellant rebuttal. Who wants to be first?
Good afternoon again, and today I felt relieved that all my people from Valley Springs are passionate about this project. And today I'm going to refute the best of the best minds of this team for both PhDs in science and engineering. I will not question their integrity, but I will question their field of study and the results. So first of all, this question is directed to the PhD of engineering who made a study that the fugitive emissions...
Dr. Heath?
Yes.
Could you please just address the board?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are directly below the threshold. So in the field of science, math, and engineering, when we speak of thresholds, we have variables. And in the field of scientific data, be it an engineer, a chemist, or a doctor, we believe in what the truth is. And the truth is based upon a p-value in biological statistics, and it's not a computational data, it's not a mathematical data, but based upon actuarial mathematics that all of us in graduate school will study. Now, if we talk about probability, there's what we call direct probability of disease based upon recurrence, and no probability of disease based upon recurrence. And if you talk about threshold, you better be ready to do quantitative assay. So when you have a threshold, the following has to be met and to be reproduced. So if you say below the threshold, give us a p-value that we will think mathematically is directly correlated to a disease process. Otherwise, if your threshold is a statement and not in a p-value, you are farce and falsely lying. So let me tell again what we do in the field of medicine when we do biological statistics. When I see below threshold, I'll give you a number, that it is better than chance. But when I say it's clinically significant, our p-value is 0.0001. That means that wherever you go, you could take the variables that you measure based upon standard control. They don't have nothing to show. Because A, if you do dispersion study, you need to quantitate the following. What is the density of these gaseous compounds that are emitted into the air? How much per parts per million per minute is emitted into the air? Okay? What is the solubility of gases? So an example in organic chemistry is the harder the solutes, the longer, the slower it stays in the air, and the slower it stays away from the movement of the air. So a particulate that is 10 moves slower than a particulate that is 1. So if a gas is very soluble, it spreads in the entire county, depending upon the velocity of the air where it's blowing. Did they quantitate that? No. Did they show the density of those gases? No. Did they show us solubility of those gases? No. Did they show us emissions per minute? And we're talking about 150 tons per day. You multiply that by 40%, it's 120,000 tons of toxins in the air. Okay? Did they quantitate what is the threshold below average? What is that threshold? It doesn't mean nothing to us as scientists if you don't tell us the facts. We don't just admit statements. Give us the measure of quality. Okay? Because that's what learned people do. And for those who are not scientists, this is your time to ask those questions. How did you come up with below the threshold? What are your variables? Where did you study that threshold? Did you study it 10 miles away from where they are transporting those toxins? Did you study 100 miles away from where they are stockpiling those toxins? Or you studied it within 200 miles where they are being emitted from air? Okay, very nice question that everybody, you don't need to be a scientist to understand that. But in basic science, that's what we do. And for PhDs to lecture us in here, pretending that we don't know anything in Calaveras County, wow, that's an understatement. Okay, second, I will question the validity of the PhD in toxicology and pharmacology. Okay, when you do a statistical profile and you do toxicology with dose response, you have to have different variables as well. And before you come up with a chart of like this, you have to give us equation. Okay, the equation is how much dose did we emit per minute? How much dose did we emit in 10 minutes? And how much dose did we emit in 1 hour, much more in 24 hours? You quantitate that based upon 1 mile, 2 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, and 100 miles. Because your p-value below threshold is less reproducible as you move away from the county. But what happens to the people in Valley Springs who are just by the backyard, who are only 1 to 2 miles away? And these trucks are moving at 25 miles per hour on Highway 26, the very backyard of General Elementary School. Okay, and for one doctor to tell us that benzene is not related to cancer of children, I don't know where his source is. I gave you real source in medicine. Because I'm not here to destroy my time not seeing 28 patients a day just to do civic action. But I'm here purposely to educate people in my yard and to educate people like you who needs doctors and scientists to really let you understand the behavior of probability and statistics. Because that's what we deal every day. I could not convince my hypertensive patient. Okay, take a look at simile. 1 gram of salt will cause hypertension and congestive heart failure. Very nice data. Okay, how about tons of toxins for your lung and for your heart? You see the probability that comes into your mind? And for him to question that benzene and formaldehyde will not cause any aplastic anemia, I got to refer him again to internal medicine. Cecil Internal Medicine, because that's what we teach to every medical student and science major in all medical schools, including UC Davis, where he graduated from. Because I was once a full-time faculty and preceptor for UC Davis, Stanford University, and UCSF. Okay, so for them to tell us factual information, let their study come out with a p-value. Because that's the only way that we, non-mathematical people, understood that we could reproduce their study. But when they show us no statistical profile, that's a farce. And for me to talk passionately about here is because I care about all of us as community. It doesn't matter whether you're Republicans or Democrats, nothing to do with that. What is best is what we need to do for our health. Because no matter what you do, no much money you put in your pocket, when your health is failing, there's really nothing meaning to you?
Brock Estes again. I hope in my appeal that I've done enough to defend York Engineering, because I really feel they're a reputable company who did a good job, but they were provided with false facts. When you start a report with false facts, your conclusions will be false. It's not their fault. They've probably never been to Silver Rapids Road. They stated in their report that the trucks will depart at the speed limit of 35 miles an hour. Now, you all know that's not true. The speed limit there is 55. But somehow, they got it in their heads it was 35, and they put it in there as fact. There are some other facts that I'm going to read now, and I'm speaking, by the way, to you, but I'm really speaking to viewers at home and people who will be directed to the video of this before they vote this fall and in 2018. Because I want them to know that Supervisors Oliver and Kearney were joined by Supervisor Edson in approving this plant. And the other two supervisors voted against approving it. It's been approved. The only question now is, under what conditions? Now, when it was approved, you heard the gentleman from Paradise Peak talk about his wife and how she liked to sleep in until 7. People watching this are going to be stunned to hear that you approved of the asphalt plant knowing that they intended to begin their hours of operation at 4 a.m. Now, I'm an early riser. I'm often up at 5. And I love walking outside. It is so quiet. I mean, you can hear a deer running across a lawn. It's really quiet. You heard someone else talk about how they could hear people talking. Sound really carries. Imagine kids being asleep who have to go to school, get up and go to school, and at 4 a.m., every 4 minutes, there's going to be trucks rolling by their house. And that's just the ones loaded with hot asphalt. There'll also be trucks bringing in the recycled asphalt. There'll be 62,000 tons of that brought in per year. There'll be diesel trucks coming in, tankers. Are all those kids going to be able to sleep through that? Because let me tell you, when a truck rumbles down Silver Rapids Road at noon, it doesn't stand out much. You know, there's some other stuff going on. 4 a.m., whoa. Now, I'm going to read a few direct quotes from the York report. Whether or not you make a note and ask her anything about it is up to you. But these are not my words. From now on, these words are from York. On page 6, immediately below table 1, total quantity of hydrogen sulfide in a single truck is less than the screening threshold for either air district. So even if there was an unplanned release of a full truckload of petroleum asphalt within 25 meters of a receptor, parentheses, house, school, etc. And 100% of the hydrogen sulfide present in the asphalt was emitted during a single hour, the emission still would not cause significant adverse impact. I read that because they're using the figure 25 meters. By the way, that's about 82 yards. Colleen used the figure of 20 meters. There is some difference in experts as to what's a safe distance. Later, someone will show you some pictures of some of the closest houses to me that are probably less than 25 feet from where hot asphalt plants, trucks are going to be rolling by one every 4 minutes. Okay, back to the York reports. At the proposed, this is page 2, the last word on page 2, it continues on to page 3. At the proposed operating level of 2, parentheses, number 2, additional truck trips per day within the county over the baseline facility operations, the transportation emissions from the proposed project are negligible and well below the significance threshold established by the air districts in the state. That's probably true if it was really an increase of only 2 trucks per day. That's the facts they worked with, that there will be only 2 trucks per day. Skinnerman's letter of June 24th, 2015, begins that big lie. And that's a huge lie. Because Sean Simmons has provided information that they'll be making and shipping 3,000 tons per day during the peak paving season. 20 tons per truck, do the math, that's 150 trucks per day. So when you got flawed tax, get flawed information. All right, again, towards the bottom of page 8 from the York report. The presence of an odor impact is dependent on a number of variables, including, number 2, frequency of odor generation. 4, distance of odor source to sensitive receptors. 6, sensitivity of receptor. A sensitive receptor is someone who's a person who's within it. It can be at a facility, it can be kids out playing in their neighborhood. So once again, sensitivity of the receptor, kids, pretty high sensitivity. Intensity, distance of odor source to sensitive receptors, really close. If you go down Silver Rapids Road and looked at the house, you'd say, oh my God, I had no idea this was a neighborhood. In fact, I don't have the page here, sorry. In addition, this is from the York report, in addition, because the trucks are heavy-duty vehicles, travel down residential streets would be limited to specific paving projects and not part of the normal commute route to and from the facility. Now, that's what she thinks, based on the information she was given. And you all know that's not true. The trucks are going to go right through a residential neighborhood. 1 every 4 minutes. But she didn't know that when she prepared the report. She thought there were going to be less trucks and that they were going to go down some road that led to an industrial area. She didn't realize. Now, where did she get that? Well, Ms. Kinderman had a meeting at the La Contenta Club that people attended. It was 4 supporters, but there were just as many people opposed there to ask questions. She gave a handout out, and the handout said, truck traffic will flow through the existing entrance-exit and not by any residential areas. Now, she admitted at that meeting she had failed to proofread her handout, and that was incorrect. I have a feeling that same handout went to the people at York, because they got it wrong in their report. Now, they got a lot of things right in their report. Calaveras County APCD does not have a rule that specifically addresses odors. Odor complaints are addressed through its nuisance rule, Rule 205. Due to the subjective nature of odor impact, the number of variables that can influence the potential for odor impact, and the variety of odor sources, there are no quantitative or formulaic methodologies to determine if potential odors would have a significant adverse effect. Rather, projects must be assessed on a case-by-case basis. I agree. An environmental impact report fills that need. Again, any project with the potential to frequently expose members of the public to objectionable odors should be deemed to have a significant impact. I agree. Absolutely agree. And again, adult fumes are generated during the heating of the mixture and may be emitted during the transport of asphalt to the job site. No question about that. Again, the chemical composition of asphalt varies depending on the source of the crude oil, the type of asphalt being made, and the processes used to make it. In general, asphalt fumes are a mixture of several different types of compounds. These include volatile organic compounds, VOCs, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAHs, particulates, and sulfur and nitrogen oxides, and carbon monoxide. Elevated levels may be found in the immediate vicinity of an operating asphalt plant. I agree. These are York's words. These are not my words. I'm agreeing with their words. Again, page 9. Asphalt fumes are generated during the heating of the mixture, may be emitted or during public transportation, during transport of the asphalt to the job site. Odorous adult fumes would be emitted from these transport vehicles. I agree. Absolutely, I agree. Again, the number of outgoing trucks is not expected to change as a result of the HMA operation, since the delivery of HMA is not expected to increase truck traffic beyond what is already baseline activity at the facility. That's pretty complicated, isn't it? Sounds like a lawyer wrote that one. 30 seconds. But the fact is, The number of outgoing trucks is going to increase by 12,000 per year. Currently, Nick Jones has testified he still intends to sell rock to his rock customers. He sells no rock currently to anyone who uses it to make asphalt. He testified he operates at about 40% capacity. That would be 120,000 tons per year. That's 6,000 truckloads currently. That's what he can, by the way, if you take it at 310 days a year, and I don't know where she got that number. I thought it was like my analogy where you hit the wrong key. I thought you meant 210, because they don't work on Saturdays. Are they going to work 6-day weeks? I don't know. She got the number 310. I don't know where it came from.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Janice Bassett from Valley Springs. I attempted to ask a question earlier. I guess that wasn't the correct time to ask a question, but is this the right time to ask a question? All right. Whether it is or not, or whether anybody answers me or just sits there and blinks their eyes at me, I have a question for Mr. Maurer. Mr. Maurer, you've been in planning for how many decades?
Peter can answer that question, but it really is not.
Yeah, so it doesn't have anything to do with what we're actually talking about.
Whatever. All right. I just want Mr. Maurer, if he will be willing to, and if he'll be allowed to answer my question, how many asphalt plants in your I'm assuming that you've been in planning for a couple of decades, because nobody will really tell me. But I'm going to say that you've probably been doing this for a couple of decades, and my question to you is, how many asphalt plants in your experience have been approved without a conditional use permit? Thank you.
Terry Henderson. I do have some photos that Brock was referring to of some of the neighborhoods in the houses in our neighborhood. One here sits right at the street. Here's the batting cages where the children practice. I'll let you look at that one. This one here has 6 different views of one house that sits right at the street. It probably sits maybe within 20 feet from Silver Rapids Road. It's very, very close to the road. You can see for yourself. And that piece of property, that's up against the Cosgrove Creek. So there's very little backyard. It's just the house and then the creek. There is several things, places where the children play. And this is another view of the other house on the corner that he referred to, another picture of the batting cages and some of the things and other things that the children play on. One of my things that have really bothered me is some of their references to hazardous materials, and the reference to whiteout by the proponents of the asphalt plant over here was kind of, I thought, disrespectful to the people who live there who have concerns of hazardous materials. Everybody knows whiteout is in a little bottle. You buy it in a store, you put it on your desk, and it is really pretty much harmful. I mean, not harmful to people, unless, of course, you try to drink it. The quantities and the types of hazardous materials that will be used at the proposed asphalt plant up on the hill above the river, stored in tanks and used, exhausted into the air, whatever the form is. There's going to be several different forms of hazardous materials being used. And so, it's just disrespectful to us to compare that to a bottle of whiteout. I'd like to remind you that Rancho Calaveras is the largest housing development in Calaveras County, and the residents do deserve to be protected by our elected officials. And this is your job to see that if there's a conditional use permit required for expansion of an operation such as this, that you guys do the right thing and request that that be done. We have experts from the county who have put that out there in a very easy to read document, the December 10th staff report. I read it thoroughly, 17 pages, and I forwarded it to our school district superintendent. I felt very, that it was very important that that information get out there because it is it's very important for us as residents here to know that we have an environmental agency in our county that is going that far to warn us of these things. So anyways, Ford Construction operates with a reclamation plan right now. It's not a mining permit. It's not anything. They have the ability to reclaim rock out of the quarry, and that's what they're doing. Got that as it was grandfathered to them. It's not like they came before you when Ford took ownership and asked for any kind of a change at that point in time. It was the same type of operation. So as residents, you know, they already had the ability to take rock. That's fine. So it's not hazardous. So therefore, it wasn't a problem. I was just going to comment. Jerry Middleton just stated the mine operation has been ongoing since 1960. The quarry has not been open since 1960. I've lived in the area since a child, and there was a period of time that the mine was shut down. Silver Rapids Road did not go through to the rock quarry. The mine road was Hogan Dam Road. You had to go down Hogan Dam Road to get to the rock quarry. They opened up Silver Rapids Road sometime during the time Wes Hodgson was a Board of Supervisors. I don't know what year that was. 67? 1967 is when, I don't think it was 67 because Rancho Calaveras wasn't in yet. When I was 16 years old, we used to drive around in those roads, and that road was not open. So anyways, let me see, there's a couple other things I had written down. Okay, you know, there's a lot of people say there's been a lot of delays in the process that's brought us here today, and a lot of those delays wouldn't have happened if the right thing would have been done from day one, and that would have been to request a conditional use permit at the very beginning and to not allow appeal after appeal after appeal for something that should have been done from day one. And so anyways, you guys have the decision to make. I hope you get it right. I hope that you do what's best for this county, and thank you very much for your time.
Supervisors, there is really no rebuttal for us to rebut, so we're going to close with 3 issues. Reminding you that the Planning Commission had no jurisdiction to review the health officer's determination or the health officer through the Environmental Management Agency determination. The applicants did not provide all of the information not only requested by the health officer, but also agreed to between the applicant and the Environmental Management Agency. Third, there's been more than enough evidence provided to show that there was substantial evidence that the health officer and the Environmental Management Agency director determined there was a risk relevant enough to trigger 035. Thank you.
Okay. So we can, is that all the comments?
Yeah, Laura.
Laura? You okay? All right. All right. All right then. Personally, I'd like to take a 5-minute break here, if you don't mind. and then we'll be back in 5 minutes. Hey, must be time. It's quieter in here all of a sudden. Okay, so now we are with applicant rebuttal. Must be a long day. It took me like that long to read 3 lines.
It wasn't my handwriting.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ann McQueen again, and I'm just going to give one quick comment and then a quick summary of what I told you this morning. The quick comment is regarding the operation of the asphalt plant. If it does go forward, that there is ongoing oversight because through the air quality permitting process, because once they're permitted to be able to get their permit to operate, they have to do an initial source test at that point and confirm all the emissions numbers that they've provided. In addition to that, they have to do annual source testing. So that's a standard part of the asphalt plant air quality permit. So that was one comment I wanted to make. The other thing that I wanted to summarize is that basically we followed a standard process. We were asked to do 3 studies. One of them was the transport, the asphalt transport. Another one was the hazardous materials. And finally, the peer review of the county contractors' engineering evaluation of the asphalt plant itself. And in all 3 cases, what we did is we applied what is a standard procedure, which is to look at significance thresholds that are published by regulatory agencies. And so in the first case, we looked at the asphalt transport emissions. We compared them to an emissions significance threshold. We looked at a worst-case scenario, and we concluded that the impacts were not significant. In the second case, we looked at hazardous materials, and in that case, we applied thresholds that are specific to the hazardous materials impacts, which South Coast has that kind of thresholds in their CEQA literature, and we used those and basically showed that the hazardous materials impacts were also not significant due to the small the quantity of hydrogen sulfide present being much lower than the thresholds specified. And in the third case, we did the peer review of the county contractors report. We did conclude that proper procedures were used, the proper thresholds were used. They did perform a prioritization score type of health risk assessment, which is always the first step, and they did find that it was below the thresholds, and therefore the permit could be issued. So in all cases, the impacts are below significance thresholds as published in the literature. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and hello again, everyone. Mark Stelchis again. Wow. I've been working in this field for 25 years, and until today I've never been directly insulted by another professional, in spite of my best efforts to not say anything bad about Dr. Estoesta. So I'm just going to go on record here with a little bit of responses. He wanted specifics. I'll be happy to provide specifics. In 4 minutes, I didn't really have time to get into specifics. He actually mentioned that I said that benzene had no carcinogenic effects. I didn't even mention the word benzene. Benzene is a chemical that causes leukemia. That's very clear and very well known. It's pretty much irrelevant for what I was trying to present about dose response, however. A couple of other chemicals. In his written report, he said that chromium was a gas, cadmium was a gas. They're both metals. Neither one of those can be gases. Formaldehyde is present in 95% of school buildings at 10 to 12 parts per billion. That's one of the chemicals that is talked about being released as a hazardous air pollutant. If you go into anybody's home in this city, I can measure detectable levels of formaldehyde. This is the point I'm trying to make, that it's the amount and the duration of exposure that's important, not the concentration. Unless the concentration is high enough to cause a cumulative effect over time, it will not have an adverse effect. PAHs, which is another group of chemicals he mentioned, are formed from forest fires. There's a lot of PAHs on the ground right now, probably from the forest fire. You also eat PAHs every time you barbecue. These are ubiquitous chemicals in the environment. It's not like this is a brand new thing that's going to come out just from this asphalt plant. So we have a lot of information on human studies for benzene, and I want to talk for a couple of minutes specifically about benzene. So one of the comments mentioned earlier was that we need to have thresholds, we need to define those with numbers. Well, Cal EPA has defined a threshold for lifetime excess cancer risk of 1 excess cancer risk per 1 million exposed individuals. So the cancer score that Ann just mentioned of 1.39 out of 10 means that the risk would be about 1 in 10 million lifetime excess cancer risks, which is about 8 times below the threshold that the state of California considers to be de minimis. So isn't me saying this. This is a state regulation under the National Contingency Plan. Secondly, or maybe lastly, because I think I'm probably getting close to time, out of time, there's been one human study on benzene and none on any other chemicals that have had any link between birth defects and exposure. That was in occupational workers in Texas that were exposed to high concentrations over 20 years. In animal studies, which is where 95% to 99% of all of the source for chemical data is that goes into our regulations for protection of chemicals, the lowest concentration that was shown to cause any kind of a birth defect in animals for lifetime exposure was 16 milligrams of benzene per cubic meter of air. That number was then divided by a safety factor of 600 to account for the potential of sensitive individuals, people with compromised lung function, etc., and people of reproductive age, divided by 600 to yield a safe concentration from the Air Resources Board of 27 micrograms per cubic meter. So that's 600 times below the level at which animals showed effects. That 27 micrograms per cubic meter is equal to 1 in 1 million excess cancer risks, or the threshold. The combination of exposure to benzene and all the other chemicals listed as HAPs from this plant are still 8 times below that number. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane Kinderman. Do I have any minutes left to conclude? I've lost track. 3.5. Thank you very much. We're going to very quickly urge the board to support its planning commission and deny the appeals for these 3 reasons. Number 1, as to the environmental impact, the record before the board contains abundant and substantial evidence to demonstrate that there are no significant environmental impacts as a result of the asphalt plant or the transport of the asphalt. The substantial evidence includes the county's own consultant, Mr. Kapahi, who was retained by Mr. Batesor because they knew that they needed an expert on asphalt plants. So the county retained him. Those are his conclusions. We support his conclusions, and the Planning Commission recognized those conclusions as well. Third, on the issue of oversight, there are nearly 18 federal, state, and local regulatory agencies that will have ongoing oversight over this plant on an annual basis. We will require annual testing and or monitoring and documenting of that monitoring. Finally, we believe all of the environmental concerns of those in opposition on an environmental basis have been addressed. As to the business competitors who have spoken today, their concerns will never be addressed until they can be assured that all of the jobs and economic benefits that this plant's going to provide are in another county where their plants are located. So on that basis, we absolutely urge the board to support this planning commission, deny the appeals, and move forward. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Questions from the board? No? Okay.
Thank you for your time.
All right, so this time I'd like to give staff an opportunity to for any input.
Peter Mauer, Planning Department. At this point, I don't have anything additional to add. If you have any questions, if you'd like to ask us any questions that were brought up by the public, I'm happy to answer those. Again, I think just to reiterate the findings and whether or not there is substantial evidence in the record to support finding one way or the other, whether or not there may be a significant effect on the environment from the type, method of use, or quantity of hazardous materials.
Jason Bateser, Director of Environmental Health and Calaveras County Air Pollution Control Officer. Board of Supervisors got a difficult decision to make. I just want to go over that we've heard a lot of different information today, and that the department's report on December 10th looked at all aspects of what the significant effect could be to the environment. We've heard a lot of stuff on public health and with potential contaminants from air pollution, and a lot of focus on hot mix asphalt. We also looked at the diesel fuel storage of that. So just wanted to reiterate the comprehensive look that staff and myself prepared the December 10th report, and coming to our conclusion that there may be a significant effect on the environment. Thank you.
Any questions for staff?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Chris, go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry. I interrupted you. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. So I'll just ask the question that was asked by one of the attorneys. So in your many years as planner, several decades, how many asphalts have been approved without a conditional use permit in your knowledge?
I've worked for a little over 30 years in the profession. This is the first asphalt plant that I have had to deal with directly. My experience in other jurisdictions is that an asphalt plant categorically requires a conditional use permit. We are unique in that we have this provision in our code of 035 that we have a somewhat liberal look at types of uses, but the intent was to provide this level of oversight for the potential of hazardous substances. So this is the first one for me.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Question for Mr. Bozier. Mr. Bozier, the decision of our environmental health officer, that is your position or the doctor?
My position.
That's your position. And you mentioned that this decision was made by you and your staff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So basically, staff would do the background information research. You'd sit down and consult with them, but it's your official position as the environmental health officer to make that decision and relay that information to us. That's correct?
Yes, and pass that on to Peter Mauer, the planning director.
Okay. Thank you.
How much of your decision was based on the doctor's letter?
None.
I have another question.
I made my decision before I got Dr. Kalaida's letter. Okay, so I have to make that clear.
And Dr. I'm going to mispronounce his name. Kalaida. Dr. Kalaida, what's his position in regards to the county?
He's the county health officer. And
you are the county environmental health officer?
I'm the county environmental health director.
Health director.
The ordinance and resolution provides that state law requires that every environmental health department have a director, and then through county resolution it empowers me to carry out functions of the health officer for the purpose of environmental and public health.
And just for the record, could you state your position and that capacity one more time for me?
Jason Bateser, Director of Calaveras County Environmental Health Department.
And you made the decision that this particular issue was significantly important.
That may have a significant effect on the environment.
May have.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Jason, how much work have you done to study the environmental aspects in regards to the authority to construct?
As far as on the air pollution side,
Well, the environmental review is not a stop with this. It actually, from what I can read on the Air Resources Board instructions, the environmental review and the authority to construct is almost, if not more thorough than what would be done for a conditional use permit.
It's a different, Pierre can probably explain the process better than I am, because this is going to be the Air District's first time processing a permit through the CEQA process. The board upheld the position in August that the air permit was discretionary, not ministerial, therefore it should go through CEQA. This was a determination through 035 if there may be a significant effect to the environment, that I notify the planning director, and then in turn a conditional use permit be required. And Peter, do you want to clarify the difference between the conditional use permit?
So the use permit is a zoning type of permit, and it would then allow the county to review and consider whether or not, under zoning provisions, this is the appropriate location based on a wide variety of factors, and if needed, conditionally approve or deny a proposed project under a use permit. It's subject to CEQA. We do an initial study, determine whether or not the project would have a significant effect and will be mitigated. If not, then the EIR is required. This is the same process we'll need to go through with the authority to construct. We'll start off with an initial study, determine what impacts there are from that, and then identify other mitigation measures. Can it be fully mitigated? If so, then mitigated negative declaration is the appropriate document. If it can't be fully mitigated, then we need to prepare an EIR.
And this must be done with an authority to construct, that's right.
Because of the determination that that is a discretionary project, CEQA applies. So an environmental document will be prepared for this project. We've been waiting on this decision to begin that process because we weren't sure who was going to be the lead. It's going to be the Air Pollution Control District, or it's going to be the Planning Department. And what is the actual permit that is required that necessitates the environmental document.
Mr. Mosier, have you participated in any type of evaluation of issues like this in the county so far? I mean, while you've been with the county, and how long have you been in the county?
I've been in the county since 2002, so 13 and a half years. This is the first. We've made one other determination regarding health officer determination, and it was for a project where they had a mobile generator that was being stored on site while they processed materials and take it off at the end of the day to the normal operations. So that was the only other time where we had to make the health officer determination for a project of this through Title 17.
Okay. Was this a recommendation on significant or not significant status? Something similar to this issue? What
was before on the other project that we're referring to, that was not significant. The quantities were the maximum, I believe. I don't have it off the top of my head. This was I think 65. It was 65 gallons. It wasn't stored on site, so it was not significant.
Okay, not significant. Yeah. And did you do any testing on that particular circumstance and that issue, or did you do any testing in this issue?
No, we did not do any testing of that issue. And this issue, we, for the air side, our district engineer looked at the permit requirements and looked at public health hazards. We did not. We looked at the practices, storage, and experience of inspecting over 1,500 facilities in the county and storing hazardous materials, hazardous waste, underground storage tanks, and above-ground storage tanks to come up with our determination.
Do those circumstances resemble what we're looking at here on this particular issue? I mean, as far as the geographical locations, type of storage, above-ground tanks, underground tanks, double-wall piping, single-wall piping.
All those past inspections you're talking about, or the previous determination?
I'm trying to find out basically what our historical knowledge was when we walked in.
All sorts of, above ground tanks with single wall piping, double wall piping, underground storage tanks with single wall, double wall. I mean, a myriad of different configurations. And having spill containment for filling the tank, no spill containment, et cetera. So we can, a myriad of retail, non-retail operations, industrial processes here within the county and in Tuolumne County where I previously worked.
I'm trying to determine the standard for significant and not significant in this particular issue, in this circumstance. Did you inspect any of the facilities at the quarry prior to any type of appeal or permit?
Yeah, we've been out there.
Okay, and you've conducted inspections?
Yeah, it's not fully, it wasn't an inspection. We went up there initially to look at it based on the cease and desist order that my previous boss, Mr. Moss, wrote for the construction of the asphalt plant and the configuration of that plant. So we're up there at that point in time. Corey Moy and myself met with Sean and Jerry to look at the plant prior to the Planning Commission appeal, and that was also, we had received some complaints regarding discharge from the plant, even though it was not operating.
Did you find any evidence of any discharge at that time?
No, because it was not operating.
But you had a duty to investigate the complaint?
Yes, we did.
As a result of that investigation, did you find any violation that you're aware of, visibly?
We weren't looking at it through a full inspection process. We were looking at the simple fact that we were up there.
You were investigating a complaint?
Exactly. We weren't doing a full inspection of the facility.
But nothing caught your eye being grossly illegal and improper as far as containment or anything else?
It wasn't put together, so I can't make that determination.
Okay, I understand. I just want to know what you saw.
Yeah.
But you made a decision based on all the information available in this particular circumstance that is driving this appeals hearing now.
Correct.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Order to the chair or order appropriated to the visiting attorney. My reading of the Brown Act is that when you pay your $100 to become an appellant, as I did, you're entitled to speak both first and last. In the middle, the applicant speaks. You have allowed the applicant the last word, but I think that violates the spirit of the letter of the Brown Act. So I'd like to speak again. I think I have it right, but I'll ask the attorney.
That's who I'll ask. The attorney.
So we looked at the board's, the rules for the board's procedures, and the appeal hearing is, the procedure for the appeal hearing is subject to the discretion of the chair. Actually, what's set forth in the board's procedures, the last response is actually a stir rebuttal by members of the public, and then the close of the appeal hearing. So even the board's procedures, the last response is
So it's not subject to the Brown Act.
This meeting is subject to the open meeting requirements. There's not a requirement in there for a last.
So appellants have all the rights that the board chooses to give them. Now they have to agree.
The meeting is subject to the Brown Act. The protocol and the procedure is governed before. The board can decide if it's right. See, there's a protocol. That's what it's doing right now. The Brown Act is irrelevant to this moment in time.
Thank you. All right.
So I'll officially request the ability to speak again, and you can reject it if you wish, not officially.
Okay. We're going to follow the process like we started right from the beginning, and we followed all the way through, and that's where we are. Thank you. Somebody's got to have the last word, always. So, I have questions. Will CEQA be addressed with the authority to construct?
Yes.
So there will be CEQA?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So through this whole process, I've heard a lot about how the public has been excluded from the whole process. Do you feel that way about it, or do you think it's been that way? Peter?
Clearly, we've had plenty of public testimony throughout the process. The initial determination that I made as far as a zoning issue, there is no provision for public notice. The word did get out, however, and people had their opportunity to appeal that.
So do you think that's maybe just a part of the process that we can make improvements on for the future, or is there even the need for that? Or
I think so. It's something we need to look at.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, Mr. Chair, I have a quick question on that subject. Mr. Mauer, were there any notifications sent to any residences around the quarry at any time regarding this issue? Any letters?
Not until the appeal was filed, and then we sent out notice later.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Not until the appeal was filed, and then we sent notice to property owners nearby of the appeal hearing.
Do you have a geographical boundary on where you sent those notices on the appeal?
We do. I don't know what that is. I think we extended it beyond the normal. Normally, our code requires 200 feet from the property line of the property that's affected. I believe we extended that pretty far distance beyond that, knowing that the amount of interest in this. I don't recall how far that was.
Is there any requirement or standard or anything regarding sending notice out on appeal as far as distances other than 300 feet?
Yes, both state law and county code requires 300 feet or notice in the paper or posting the property site. We do both the mail notice as well as posting in the paper.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, during the time that we get to talk here and do questions, I would appreciate letting us do that without interruption, because that's what we did all day with you, right? Thank you. Jason, did you hire an outside consultant to determine whether the asphalt plant would have a significant impact on the environment?
We hired our outside engineer to look at the permit requirements through the air district, not looking at an impact to the environment. Those standards were based on public health risk, not environmental risk. So yes, we hired an engineer to review our rules and regulations and if the asphalt batch plant would comply with our rules and regulations, which were based on public health risk.
Okay. So do you think that there's a public health risk for the 230 trucks that are coming up and down the road today?
We haven't analyzed that. Of the air district today for the Butte Fire operations that we're referring to. There is a potential. I mean, we didn't analyze. We haven't analyzed it, and that's the other thing with this. The air district does not permit mobile fuel operations. That's one of the things. That's outside. We permit the stationary source. We do not permit the trucks themselves. And
I've been hearing conflicting reports on the amount of truck trips per day. Did you have a determination on what that would be?
Their permit that they applied to us was a max production of 3,000 tons per day, which if they operate in that capacity would be approximately 150 trucks leaving the plant, with the max coming in with the hot mix asphalt of 6 trucks per day.
Could you explain that?
Not hot mix, but the liquid asphalt. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's like
So there would be 150 potentially going out, 6 coming in, and that does not include the diesel trucks for the filling of the tank for the diesel generator and the heating of the cooling unit as part of the asphalt.
So that's like absolute full production.
Yeah.
And so that's about a third of what's happening right now, maybe less. With the Butte Fire?
Well, the Butte Fire depends how many crews we have running. Max truck capacity that we had is 230. The other day we had 190. that's also short-term for the fire.
2 trips a day?
Yeah, depending on where they're coming, 2 to 3.
Okay.
And that's for the fire recovery operations.
Okay, and Peter, how many years have you been involved in planning?
About 32.
32 years. Any other questions?
Yeah, I do. There's I read there was, it's a federal law under the EPA, because there have been questions about the diesel stored out there, that the tank either has to be buried or a containment berm put around it. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's, through the federal spill prevention countermeasure and control law, you can have, the tank has to have secondary containment. It can be size secondary containment, that means it's an integral part of it, or it can be more general secondary containment where they put a berm around it to contain it. Piping and associated ancillary equipment with that is also required to have secondary containment, but the Fed EPA law allows general containment, which you could use the gravel on the ground if there was a spill, say, that gravel soil would contain it, and that would be the engineer's determination for having that type of secondary containment versus a specific size where it was a cement pad with walls around the operations. And that the law can go depends on how the facility is configured and what the engineer signs off on for the facility.
Apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt. And that can be done during the authority to construct review?
No, that's
EPA law.
That's enforced by environmental health department. Okay, we don't oversee the installation requirements of above ground storage tanks like we do underground storage tanks. They're more prescriptive. Above ground, there's different standards that they have to comply with, but it's up to the facility and their engineer on how to comply with standards. The actual construction requirements for above ground storage tanks fall within the uniform fire.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, one more question.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe two. On your visit to the facility at the quarry, did you see any evidence of above storage tanks?
Yeah.
Did you see any evidence of underground storage tanks?
No, I did not.
On the above storage tanks, did you have a chance to estimate the capacity, what was actually contained by the tank?
The operator has submitted different information through the process. The final account was 5,800 gallon tank. My estimate, looking at the tank, it appears to be larger in size than that. If I look at the tank, it appears to be 9 feet in diameter and approximately 20 feet long, which to me would be closer to a 10,000 gallon tank. But I have to go at this point in time with what the applicant has submitted to our department and get a measuring tape from just rough guess, and that's after looking at the application and my professional experience of looking at those tanks. I would have to say it's a little bit larger than what was submitted to the agency.
And what kind of containment system was incorporated in that tank?
They, in their application, they said that tank did have secondary containment.
Did you see that secondary containment on your visit?
It was not verified because it was a double rack tank, so you can't verify it unless they show you where the interstitial space is to confirm that it is a double wall tank.
You saw no exterior evidence of a containment system other than the tank itself?
Correct.
And you estimate that to be 10,000 gallons?
Correct.
Do we have a representative here from the board? Could I ask some questions on that, Mr. Chair? Can I do that?
If the board would like to.
Okay.
We haven't closed.
Yes, we haven't closed the...
You have a representative from Ford Construction or the quarry?
Sean Simmons with CB Asphalt.
Jerry, we'll move forward. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Do you have any tanks, above storage tanks on your facility?
Yes, we do.
Can you describe what that actually, what the material that tank contains?
There's two primary tanks, sir. The first would be for the hot liquid asphalt. It's a recirculating tank. Right next to it is the burner fuel tank, which contains 9,500 gallons roughly of number 2 diesel that's utilized to fire the burner. Could that be the tank, 10,000 gallon tank that referred to by Mr. Bozier? I believe so, yes. Can you describe the containment system for that tank? Well, it's not complete right now. I believe on our initial application, we showed the tank, and then we're going to put concrete barrier on the bottom and the sides. That's pretty standard when we do that. There's some other, once we get the authority to construct. But the tank itself is double-walled. It's the latest model tank as far as safety regard. I don't pretend to have all of the specs, metal wall thickness, etc. But the tank itself will have concrete, like you typically see at a fuel station, I guess, for the above-ground tanks. That's rated enough to contain if there was, in fact, a breach. I don't remember if we showed that on the hot asphalt tank or not. I don't believe we did. Typically, it's not as grave a concern. If the hot asphalt tank if a loader tore it wide open, even if it was full, it probably wouldn't make it 100 feet, and it starts solidifying and becoming inert. Let's talk about the existing systems at the quarry itself. For the quarry asphalt operation, put that aside. Do you have any above ground storage tanks there now?
Yes.
What are they capacity and what do they hold?
We have a 10,000 gallon diesel storage tank, and it's double containment, and it's got a liner underneath it for, I guess you could say, a third barrier. We have some waste oil tanks. They're under a covered shelter, concrete berm. They're also double containment tanks, so they've got like a third layer of security for failure or spills.
Have you ever had a negligence spill regarding those containment systems?
No.
You ever been cited by OSHA or MSHA for improper containment?
No.
Are you a mining operation?
Yes.
You're a surface mining operation?
Yes.
For gravel under the MSHA umbrella?
Totally. Part 46 all the way.
Thank you.
I have a question. How many agencies do you have to permit with before you could even start this? Do you know?
On the entire site with the hot plant operation, roughly 18.
18 agencies?
Correct.
Thank you.
So you've never been fined by IMSA?
Pardon me?
Oh, we've been fined by MSHA, but nothing to do with our fuel storage. That's amazing. Yeah, we've gotten an MSHA citation for not having a lid on the garbage can. We've experienced
having Gatorade instead of water.
Yes.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, I have one more thought.
Peter, would you be able to show them the slide so they can see like where the containment is and stuff?
I think that's one.
Yes,
in your compliance with the 18-plus state federal agencies, do you ever have the occasion to do perimeter air monitoring?
Yes.
And how often do you do that, and why is that required?
MSHA requires it for different silica and things of that nature, and we just actually completed one last year. And before that was about 6 years. It's worker safety. It's 100% about protecting the miners.
Can you tell me the purpose of doing that and why it's done on the perimeter?
The purpose is just to verify if there's any silica content that's airborne, and it's at the perimeter would be if it escapes the property, the site of the mine.
Do you actually take part in that type of testing?
No, we get an independent third party.
That's an outside company that's certified to perform that test?
Yes.
And basically, they'll take the samples off the collection apparatus, send that to a lab, the filters, and they'll analyze what is present in there at a certain distance, say the perimeter from the source of the suspected silicon that we're talking about. And then do they actually go beyond to protect any type of areas outside the perimeter of that line?
Yes.
So they would actually go in a residential area if it was 500 feet away?
Yes, and they've set monitors down by the Calaveras River. So.
Do you have water samples submitted for water quality and contamination?
Every storm event.
And what agency controls that?
Right now we're under control by the California Water Regional Water Quality Control Board, and we have new regs this year within like that last 6 months for an industrial stormwater pollution prevention plan.
How long have you been doing that?
Well, we've actually been monitoring for, ever since I've been involved with the quarry, which was 92, we've been doing water samples of all storm water at the site that's contained at the site and water that actually leaves the site. So we have a lengthy history of data of stormwater.
And have you ever had a violation from that agency for discharge?
No.
No, it's 92 since you've been there.
No, not since 92, since I've been taking charge, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? So we can close the hearing now. All right, so at this time, we'll close hearing. That's it. We closed it. Now it's back to the Board of Supervisors. I feel better about that. Kind of. So now we have board discussion. It's, want to discuss this any further?
I'll make a comment.
Yes, please.
So, first I'd like to say thank you today for all the information that we've heard here, and to staff for the 1,000+ pages of information. Made for some good reading over the last 2-3 days, and actually the last 4 to 6 months, I guess. And I do want to say that, I have found Ford Construction runs a very good operation as a rock place, and has been a good neighbor, I think, in the neighborhood for many years, running a rock quarry. But as I see this is a new use, and I find that with the asphalt, there's a lot of information, misinformation, lack of information, duplicate of information, facts and figures that I find quite interesting and puzzling all at once. Based on all of that, I feel like my direction is going to grant the appeal. I do find that there is some significant impact on the environment and the community, and I think that we need to go through the Planning Commission process with the CUP, and through that process we might be able to sift through this and get good information and hear from the public as we have in regards to their concerns and be able to address it in that regards. So again, I thank everybody for their information, and like to support the environmental health going on record for their findings in their review process, and would like to see more study done on this.
With all due respect, I have to disagree with my supervisor, Ponte. And I say that, qualifying that statement with the fact that I have knowledge of this type of operation, personal experience with it, with general large construction companies, with surface mine operations, with asphalt batch plants, with athletic concrete systems, and I understand and have personally been experienced with the regulatory agencies, including counties, municipalities, state, and federal. All due respect to our environmental health officer, I think that the decision was made incorrectly, inaccurately. I believe there is a non-significant issue here. I believe that the appeal should not be upheld, and that I think that the operation should be allowed to continue without a CUP, and they have met all prior requirements from these agencies. And I understand since 1992, an operation like this without any violations in this particular situation, stormwater discharge, MSHA, OSHA, is remarkable. I wish I could say that in my experience in 10 years of surface mining with my companies and my corporations, because we did get citations. And I firmly believe that these folks are doing the right thing.
as far as the health issues go. I have a conflict with both the doctor's statements, and from the expert on this side, I have a tendency to believe that the expert has more experience in the actual operations, and I have to agree with the doctor. He's a doctor, a very successful one. Although it is a family practice, I don't see any specializing in my research online with him. But once again, I would have to vote against this appeal.
I have a few things that I want to address. So it's been asked, of course, my famous email that I sent early on, and basically that email was after a meeting with Ford Construction, asking me if I could bring their project, some attention to their project, and I did do that. Basically wrote in what they told me, and then, as I have with other projects since I've been sworn in, I was out of it. I didn't have much to do with it afterwards. There's a question about a study that was noted in that email. When I sent that email in, I referred to a letter that was shown to me from Robert Selman, who then was a planning director, and he did indicate that they had the right to put an asphalt plant up there. Actually, after he looked at it before any of this began, our current planning director disagreed with it, and I did not interfere with that. And the fact of the matter is, after I've asked anybody in the county staff to address something, I have not interfered with any of their decisions after it goes forward. There's been a lot of jabbing at me about taking a donation from Foothill Materials and Ford Construction. Yes, I did. I also listed it on my filing papers legally. But what they didn't do was all of their homework. If they would have had all of those papers printed out, they would see that I have more people who donated to my campaign, helped me get elected, and supported me, who have written letters against the asphalt plant now. So I'm stuck in the middle of different theories, okay? And I've never gotten a call from Ford saying that I owe them anything. I do get calls from my constituents telling me how they feel about it, and some are in favor of it, some are not. There's, although it's not part of the appeal in many of the appellant's letters, and in many of the letters throughout this project, it brings up the property values and how it's going to destroy property values. And there seems to be some concern about that. I live in Rancho Calaveras, and not only the health issues, but my property values there also. Okay, so the first thing I want to say is, according to the FPPC rules, 18701, an elected official cannot use their authority to sway a vote based on personal benefit. So none of the elected officials that live near the purveyance of the proposed asphalt plant could vote on something that has to do with the property values. That being said, I do still care greatly for the people that live in District 5, and I did look it up. South Lake Tahoe is one of the most unique ecosystems in the state of California, if not the United States. To me, that's not a good comparison. Someone brought up an asphalt plant in Santa Rosa that's surrounded by homes. That's quite a distance away, and that to me is not a good comparison either. I looked up an asphalt plant in Elk Grove. It's called Paramount Petroleum. It's much larger than what's being proposed here. They have 3 bays to load asphalt. It's very close to public parks and very dense housing. It's only roughly 1,000 feet and change from a public park, and not much further from two dense housing units on both sides of it. Those homes sell from between $300,000 and $400,000, and I took a sample of 3 of them. In the last 3 years, their assessed value has climbed up. It has not degraded. So I'm not sure that I can buy into the fact that it's going to destroy our property values, because I don't find evidence of that. And other than South Lake Tahoe, which I don't think is a fair comparison, I have not seen that. I'm not inclined to agree with the appellants and grant the appeals. It is not that I do not care about the environmental issues, and neither did the Planning Commission. To me, it would be stepping backwards. I did spend some time looking at the Air Resources Control Board page on the authority to construct, and that's why I asked that of the planning director. There's not anything going to be done in a conditional use permit that won't be done in the authority to construct review. The planning commission, I believe, directed that in their thoughts, is my understanding. But when I read it, they're going to do the same environmental review, if not more thorough, than we would do if we were to grant these appeals. I also want to point out that, as I asked, there are 18 agencies that this company, and I didn't think it was that many, even the Air Resources Control Board doesn't point out that many, that they're responsible to, and any one of them could pull their business at any time if they're not following the rules. When I did look at Paramount Petroleum in 2013, many of the citizens there had a gripe about odors coming out of it. And they made complaints, and apparently they addressed it because the gripes went away. And I might also add that that particular asphalt plant is right across the street from what was a bakery that produced breads like Laurel Wheat, Tia Rosa, Sara Lee, and had up to 168 workers. I also want to say that on the letters that are put in from the water boards, the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, it clearly states that they will have to comply to their environmental requirements and any other CEQA issues that are brought up. They can't circumvent the health issues, and by denying these appeals, we're not telling them to go build their asphalt plant. They still have significant hoops they have to jump through, and it may not be approved or it may be approved. That's not what we're about. We're about that the Planning Commission do their work. I believe they did. I also believe that our environmental management department did their job. I just think there's more work to do. And when you go to the permit to construct, I'm getting lost in my words here. When you go back to the authority to construct, it's going to require all the environmental review of it.
Point of order to the chair.
Excuse me. This is our time right now. I've asked you not to interrupt before. Please don't do it again. Please.
Democracy, if I've got a question I can ask.
This is ours. This is our time right now. We gave you your time. You had your time?
No.
Yes, you did. You had your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter, could you describe the difference between a conditional use permit and the authority to construct?
Well, they're separate permits. These addressing different issues. The conditional use permit is, as I said before, a zoning permit. It is a permit type that identifies certain uses in certain zones that an additional layer of review has been determined to be necessary because of circumstances, potential conflicts. The authority to construct is an air pollution permit, and it is something that's issued by the Air Pollution Control District, and for stationary sources.
So would you describe the conditional use permit as a broader permit that goes over all the issues, or more issues than the authority to construct?
Yes, I think that's an accurate statement.
Yeah, thank you. So I really appreciate everybody's time and effort, and also civility. I think everybody did a really great job of being civil, which me personally I sometimes find hard to do. So I do appreciate that. And I do think that having a conditional use permit that's what conditional use permits were designed for, is this specific type of operation. It's a textbook conditional use permit case, and eventually, unfortunately, most likely, it's going to be determined to need a conditional use permit by the courts. And so it's unfortunate that we've spent this much time, this much energy, and this much practice and patience and civility. But I do think that what we need to start doing in Calaveras is starting with the very beginning of a project. Start with the looking at how to make it the fastest way, with giving the community as much input as possible, so they're both met, and using the actual planning process to reach everybody's goals. Because everybody will, we all need asphalt, right? As a gentleman said, we all drove here on roads. Asphalt's a part of our culture in our society. We need asphalt. So nobody's debating that need, but it's just the process of how do we utilize and improve our economy while balancing the community and environmental needs. And that's what the planning process has put into place. And we've seen this in other projects in our history of our county. And we end up fighting the same battle over and over and over again. And it's just, it's Groundhog Day. And so I just hope that in the future we can, make sure that this doesn't happen. And so I'm definitely supporting the appeal. I think the doctors, the medical doctors, made a very good points. And I would definitely want to see more review on that. If I was going to have this plant in my backyard with my kids running around, and I just had a medical doctor, talk to me about these pollutants, I would be very concerned, and I am very concerned. And so I think a conditional use permit would certainly help address that, as well as all the trucks. Those are the two things that really stood out to me. And there's other things, noise, hours of operation, lighting, et cetera, et cetera. And you can do all that with the conditional use permit and further CEQA review within that. I think if you're just targeting it as an authority to construct, you're going to be pretty limited on what you can do. Now, my hope is that these guys over here are saying, looking at the opposition, and maybe there can be some negotiation between two sides where you could reach and identify some of these key issues and come up with a compromise, so we don't end up in the courts. Because unfortunately, like I said last year, this is where it's headed, and it still seems like there hasn't been enough, discussion between the two parties to reach any type of agreement. Because it is a big deal when you have 150. It's a max. I know it's a max, but still, there's going to be some days where you have 150 additional trucks in your residential community. That's a huge impact. So I definitely support the appeal. I appreciate all the effort the community has gone to bring it forward. And that's all I have to say at this moment.
And so for me, I appreciate also both sides of the story. Pretty learning experience, actually. I have a great compassion for the health risks and for the environmental risks. But I also believe that California in itself regulates industries pretty darn tightly and stringently. They sometimes make it almost impossible to operate, but there may be good reason for that. And so I know that the Planning Commission went through hours and hours and hours and hours of debate and discussion over this, and they really vetted it out. I have probably 1/10 of the knowledge that I have the reports and I read them, but I have 1/10 of the discussion and knowledge that they have gone through. I also believe that it would be really great to be able to have two sides merge, as you call it, to be able to come up with an operating, something that is acceptable in operation procedure. But I got to tell you, it's pretty near impossible to do that when you come out swinging, and that's what happened. Now, it could have been a misunderstanding because of the way the things went. I actually saw Supervisor Kearney's email and I can tell you that when Mark Twain Medical Center wanted to put their property or their project in Valley Springs, they came to me, and I asked them to go to planning and do a what they call a pre-application, but basically to try to get them moving on it, because that's an important part of what we should be doing here in this county, is promoting business. So that's how we get our economy going. That's how we pay for our schools. That's how we pay for a lot of things. That doesn't mean circumvent any processes or skip anything. It just means that we should be able to process things, put them on top of the list sometimes, because they're a producer of jobs or that sort of thing. So am I disrupting anybody here? Okay. So I can tell you that I will not uphold the appeal. So that's fine.
I will work very hard that you don't.
Thank you for your consideration.
That's fine.
Thanks, Boris.
Thank you. So
I would have asked the attorney if Supervisor Kearney violated ethics by using an outside study of research and springing it on the appellates.
Sir,
he violated the appellate rights.
You can leave.
Thank you.
No to outside research.
So can I have...
Go away, man. Just go away.
Gentlemen.
So can I have a motion, please?
I so move.
I second.
I'm moving. Moving
to deny the appeal.
Deny the appeal.
I was going to make a motion.
Oh, you waited too long.
Go quick. Well, I got disrupted by the audience.
Okay.
You want to make the motion?
Oh, I want to make.
You go ahead.
I got to have to withdraw it.
I'm going to have to withdraw my motion.
Well, it's up to you.
What do you want me to do first?
Well, I'd like to make the motion to approve the attachment 25.
You're going to have to withdraw your motion.
Yeah. So, but if you want to, just go ahead.
I'm going to keep. I'm going to stop.
All right. So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay.
So, just to be clear, that the motion was to adopt the resolution that was attached.
So the motion is to adopt the resolution that was attached supporting the Planning Commission's ruling. Right?
Right. The resolution finding that based on substantial evidence in the record, the proposed use of hazardous substances at the asphalt plant proposed for Hogan Quarry does not rise to a level where the substances may have a significant effect on the environment, and because of that determination, a conditional use permit is not required pursuant to Calaveras County Code Section 17.42.035.
To be clear.
Do we need a motion on that?
That was
the motion.
I want to make sure this is clear.
That was clear. All right. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Our second regular agenda item of the day. Holy. This is buildings. Receive a presentation on the on Education Code Overview and 4290 Fire Safe Regulations.
Good afternoon. I won't take up much of our time because I know we're staying on schedule here. I wanted to not go overboard and say too much. The presentation before you today is an educational piece, and it has to do with law that has been in place. Some laws here that we're going to talk about today have been in place for 25 years, and other code references are 8 years old, 10 years old, etc. So the Butte fire has not caused what we're going to see today to be a new barrage of codes. It's the information here that we're going to provide for you today is strictly instructional information based on what the current codes are and what the expectations of fire planning and proper construction and fuel mitigation and access and water supply can do to better enhance the emergency services as well as the public when such events occur that have been occurring more numerously throughout the state as time goes on. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Chief Newman, who is a battalion chief of CAL FIRE with the fire planning use, and he will begin with his presentation, and we'll go through the PowerPoint, and we'll have time for public comment and any questions that are relative. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors for Calaveras County, good afternoon. My name is Jason Newman. As Mr. White mentioned, I'm a Division Chief representing CAL FIRE, the Office of the State Fire Marshal, Land Use Planning Program, out of the Southern Region Headquarters in Riverside, California. I want to thank you very much for your time this afternoon and placing CAL FIRE on the agenda. In attendance, I'd also like to acknowledge the Calaveras County Fire Chiefs Association, members of the local fire districts, as well as Tuolumne Calaveras Unit Chief, Chief Joshua White, Chief Morantz, and Chief Frazee, Board of Forestry, Ms. Ina Tanigan, Deputy Chief, Office of the State Fire Marshal, Pete Minoa, and Assistant Chief, Land Use Plan Program, the Southern Region, Jeff Isaacs, Fire Captains Lindo and Moxley. I'm here today to provide a brief overview of Title 14, the Natural Resources Code, and subsection 1270, that went into effect January 1st of this year, and encourage Calaveras County to formally adopt these requirements and these regulations and in their local ordinance, have them certified through the Board of Forestry. I'd like to start out with the 5 largest fires in Calaveras County. This information was obtained through the Community Wildfire Protection Plans, the technical report series from the general plan for the safety element, the local hazard mitigation plans, as well as the local unit fire plans. If you look at number 5, the history from the past 20 plus years, the Leonard Fire, 2001, 5,167 acres, 22 structures destroyed. Right, coming in at number 4, 1998, the Bridge Fire, 6,778 acres. In 2001, the Darby incident, over 14,000 acres, 1 structure destroyed. 1992, the Old Gulch Fire, 17,386 acres, 170 structures destroyed. It's fresh in everybody's mind is the fire that occurred in the fall of 2015, the Butte Fire, with over 70,000 acres, 921 structures destroyed, and 2 fatalities. We brought a picture of the fire history that goes back to 1950s. We're looking at some of the fire data that we've researched going back to the 40s and some of the documents, the community wildfire protection plans, local hazard mitigation plans. The polygons on the wall there depict the fires that have occurred in Calaveras County. But looking at Calaveras County as a whole and looking at the state of California, Calaveras County is an area at risk. And we're here to reduce those risks, assist the local government with providing mitigation measures to reduce these impacts, reduce this devastation from occurring in the future. So as a whole, we'll look at the 10 most damaging fires in the state of California. Down number 10, we have the Sire Fire, Los Angeles County, over 11,000 acres, 604 structures destroyed. Fountain Fire, August, in Shasta County, over 63,000 acres. Going up to the Butte Fire, which is fresh in everybody's mind, made it to number 7, the top 10, over 70,000 acres. Then, of course, we have the Tunnel Fire, Oakland Hills, comes in at number 1. That was 1,600 acres, over 2,900 structures destroyed, and 25 deaths. So that brings us to Public Resource Code 4290. And the question is, what is 4290? 4290 is the authority of the Board of Forestry to establish minimum fire and life safety requirements for new construction in the state responsibility areas. We'll be focusing on access, water supply, fuel modification, and vegetation management. So what are the requirements of the California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Section 1270? We look at this as methodology to support as a vehicle for Public Service Code 4290. So we'll be looking at the road standards, the access, and the equipment. So looking at access, looking at the access road routes, the width of the road, roadway surfaces, the grades, the radius. The turning radius for a proposed development, can it accommodate a Type 1 engine, a Type 3 engine in these certain applications? Also looking at the roadway grades, if they exceed 16% in certain applications. Looking at the roadway surfaces, if they're all-weather surface or they're going to be aggregate, if they're able to withstand 75,000 pounds GVW. Looking at the pictures on the screen, looking at inadequate access. And this is important what we look at from a fire and life safety standpoint. Incorporating the codes, adopting the codes from the state regulations, but also for an all-risk fire department. The local jurisdictions here in Calaveras County, in cooperation with CAL FIRE, the means of ingress and egress for EMS rescue situations. So it applies in a fire application, but it also applies in an all-risk situation as well, too. So there's a lot of parallels, a lot of benefits to the adoption of the codes. So we look at road standards, access, and equipment. We look at the turnarounds, the turnouts for various developments. Sometimes you'll see these in development plans as a hammerhead configuration, a dead-end T or a bubble, but it has the ability for fire apparatus to make a turnaround. But also what's important for the ingress and egress, the access and the turnarounds, is for the civilians to evacuate in the event of emergency, working in conjunction with the EMS, working in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department. Fire department personnel can defend those structures if needed, and also have the ability for the civilians to evacuate in a timely and safe manner. We also look at the driveways. The driveway, if they're all-weather surface, we look at the gate entrances to accommodate ingress and egress of fire vehicles as well as civilians escaping. Looking at bridges, the bridge component is to comply with the requirements that are identified within the municipal codes for Calaveras County. Department of Transportation standards. Can those bridges withhold the weight of a fire apparatus? Numerous fire apparatus that have to park there for a continued period of time. Whatever the situation may dictate, plan for the worst-case scenario, worst-case disaster. So we also look at the street signs, the signage, size, letters, numbers, and symbols for the streets. The visibility, legibility of the street signs, the height of the street signs, numbers, intersecting roads. An example would be that could be identified in a local hazard mitigation plan, escape routes, evacuation routes for local citizens, making people aware of the local hazards on which way to escape in the event of a wildland incident. Also looking at the road standards from an EMS component for advanced life support, rendering medical aid, addresses, contrasting color, 4 inches with a half-inch stroke. Visibility from the street is a key component here. The installation of the private road signs, if they're clearly identified. If numerous structures are on a rural road, if they're clearly identified and grouped together for easy access to get into that area. We would also look at the installation and visibility of addresses, as I mentioned. A lot of times you'll find these standards identified in the municipal code as well, similar to the street standards, also in the circulation element of the general plan for the local jurisdiction. So we also look at water resources. We look at water mains. We look at the parallels with the California Fire Code, the California Building Code. National Fire Protection Association 1142 looks at rural water supply, whether there's going to be a backup generation, whether there's going to be mechanisms in place, a contingency plan to support that fire flow for fire operations. Here's a picture of a water tank. So does that water tank, the question that we would have through plan review in the Building and Safety Department, would that tank meet the requirements, the fire flow requirements that the building official and the fire official would look at? Can the local jurisdiction have adequate access to that fire tank to suppress that fire? Some of the things we also look at are lakes, ponds, swimming pools as alternate water sources to suppress those fires, and private water systems as well. So we also look at fuel breaks, fuel modification considerations. We look at roadside development, right-of-way. If there's a right-of-way easement with PG&E, for an example, a right of entry to maintain that vegetation. Also comes into compliance with Public Resource Code 4292, 4293. Tree line contact, also clearance around the power poles. So this is an example here of before and after of vegetation that's overgrown, possibly dead and dying vegetation, working with community wildfire protection groups, firewise groups, maybe through a grant program. They had the ability to clear that vegetation. So we look at that as one example of vegetation management, reducing that fuel from a surface fire, getting into the canopy, the ladder fields, getting into the timber, and then it goes tree-to-tree ignition. We also look at planning of the power lines, as I mentioned in the Public Resource Code, and the power utility systems, having a good working relationship with local power companies. So here's, as I mentioned, collaborative effort with CAL FIRE as well as with the USDA Forest Service. I'm showing an illustration of success, either through grant funds, through public participation. They were able to clear that vegetation to reduce the impacts, reduce that fire, and reduce that fire spread in a particular area. So just as a recap, looking at subsection 127003, the local ordinances. The board can certify local ordinances that meet or exceed or provide for the same practical effect the minimum state requirements. It's a process that allows the county to utilize their local ordinances through the county instead of having two different sets of standards in the SRA, state responsibility area, and the unincorporated LRA, local responsibility area. It allows the county to utilize a set of county-wide standards that better meet the unique geographic, climate, topographic, and the fire risk characteristics of the county and the statewide minimum requirements. So basically, Calaveras County, to bring it down to a local level, identified as an area at risk. Certification of the ordinances through the Board of Forestry review. Through the review, we'll have a clear understanding for developers that come into Calaveras County. They'll have a clear set of laws, ordinances, regulations, and standards when they work at the planning department, the fire department, and the building and safety department, public works department as well. So looking at after-action reports, post-incident analysis, we look at San Diego, what transpired. I'm looking at fire history from those previous slides identified in the beginning of the presentation. Back in 2003, San Diego County had a fire siege lasting approximately 15 days. There were 14 major fires that burned over 750,000 acres in Southern California. 24 people lost their lives. One firefighter lost his life combating those wildland fires out of Nevada, California, for the Nevada Fire Department. Basically, this looked at change for the future. We look at the fire codes being reactive. We collect data, and how could we affect change in the future? San Diego County was very instrumental with folks at the Office of the State Fire Marshal, as well as CAL FIRE, working with the San Diego County Fire Authority, Building and Safety Planning Department, to enhance their fire code. Look at the model codes, and what they did is they had codes that were more restrictive than the state required codes. So basically, in a recap, the Witch Fire, Harris Fire, and Comanche Fire in 2007, there were 8,300 homes in that burn area. 1,047 were destroyed, looking at a loss rate of approximately 13%. So post-2003, San Diego County being very instrumental. So as the plans came through, in 2004, they had those new building codes. 1,218 homes were in that area under the 2004 code. 24 of those homes were destroyed at a loss rate, 2%. So look at that as a success story. And what it did is it had the opportunity for those structures for survival. But one of the important things we look at for home survival, looking at laws, ordinances, regulations, and standards, is the safety of the community. In addition to the safety of the community is the safety for the firefighters. Safety for your firefighters here in Calaveras County and CAL FIRE and cooperating agencies from throughout the state of California. So we look at the formulas for success. We look at the components of EMS as identified, having appropriate signage in compliance with local hazard mitigation plans, emergency operation plans, and the various plans and documents that support the general plan for the county, how that county is going to grow and develop for the next 10 years. So EMS is an important component. We look at approximately 90% of our calls that we respond to in the fire department are EMS related. So there's benefits from the fire standpoint, defensible space, but as well as EMS. We look at local hazard mitigation plans as identified, looking at goals, policies, and implementation measures within those documents that support other documents. We're bringing it all together. The building codes, as we mentioned, the county fire plan. Some jurisdictions will also have standards of cover or local fire and EMS master plan. And very important through the planning process. The local officials, such as yourself, such as the sphere of influence, other individuals, the planning commission, city councils, very important in this process. Community wildfire protection groups that identify the areas at risk, work in conjunction with the fire department, law enforcement, and EMS. Very important. The fire department, as we mentioned, is a crucial part. Fire department is the last line of defense. We look at the fire prevention planning standpoint. We're going to plan, engineer, and educate citizens, but also provide information. Like we're doing today is providing information to the Board of Supervisors. We have the fire safe regulations as identified. The local unit fire plans for Calaveras County comes in the form of a strategic master plan. It narrows its focus down into geographic areas of responsibilities and what we call battalions, divisions, and a better way to serve the community with identifying those hazards at risk. So we also have land use planning. As a representative from the land use planning, our main focus is the planning departments for jurisdictions. The lead agency is responsible for submitting information in the form of a general plan. Our main focus is a safety element. So we work collectively with all these groups. And local hazard mitigation plans, emergency operation plans, to get the information from the Board of Forestry in the form of recommendations to enhance their safety element, to reduce large-scale disasters from occurring. We reduce the large cost of wildland fires and the participation with agencies. Reduce that risk through long-range planning. So we also have the Fire Safe Council, similar to the Community Wildfire Protection Plans, and of course, law enforcement. So that concludes the presentation. I know we went through it very quick. We look at the land use planning program. We are here to analyze the past, cherish the present as we plan for the future. There's a paradigm shift with our group in the state of California, and with the participation today from various agencies, we're at a point now where we need to maximize our similarities and minimize our differences as we plan for the future and long-range planning. That concludes the presentation. I'm available for any questions.
I got a quick question for you. Thanks for the presentation. Very, very quick. I like that, but yet informative. The question I have, I don't think anybody can argue that the new fire codes help prevent destruction of houses. Do you see one of the problems that I foresee is just a driving up in the cost of building those houses? Do you have any factor or number on how much more it costs to build these newer homes than before?
Those exact figures, I don't know what I don't know if you call it consumer price index for the cost per square foot. I don't have that information. But that could be a factor as well. And I think the building industry would have a better handle of that, local contractors and developers.
And beyond that, to actually improve your driveway in and out adds cost to building as well.
Absolutely.
Right? So are you going to be stopping people from being able to build on their property?
Well, that would be a local decision. The authority having jurisdiction for fire and building. Certainly, we look at the requirements of 1270. But as far as those requirements, I think that would be a discussion at a later time.
But if we adopt something like this, it's going to be going to our general plan. Then it's set in stone. And then for some of these folks, building some of these roads would be impossible for them to even consider building on their property.
Right. And I understand. And speaking with the executive staff in San Diego County in the aftermath of their fire, they had similar challenges. But the approach that they had was working independently outside a public arena and coming up with a work plan and how they're going to move forward. And it was a long process. So even today, after talking to some of the building officials and fire marshals in San Diego County, they're not 100% built from the aftermath of 03-07.
Is it because they implemented something like this?
I don't have an answer for you.
Because it's preventing some of our folks from rebuilding.
Sure. And you look at it from a fire marshal's perspective, it's a case-by-case basis. So there's also alternative methods and materials that are identified within the California Fire and Building Code that can be utilized in certain circumstances. So I think at this point, it would probably be a case-by-case basis and something that would have to work with the executive staff of the county.
Yeah, I think it's a major problem, in these, largely rural areas where you have a lot of folks who are just struggling, to get by. And this is one of the few affordable places you can actually live. You can buy a house and you can live here. Without, and so instead of a small, tiny apartment somewhere, in an urban area, you can actually have a house and acreage, and live pretty well on a much lower level of income. And so there's a concentration of disadvantaged communities, throughout our county and the region. And so I think just making sure that that's recognized, the housing affordability and like Cliff was saying, part of that is like even doing a minor, just a parcel split, sometimes, becomes impossible because of the road improvements that are necessary to reach that. So what I want to do is I want to make it safe for everybody, for the poor people and the rich people. But I also I want to make sure that the poor people are able to actually get the permits legally and build legally so they can have insurance. So when a fire does come through, they're protected. But I don't, so that's the struggle that I'm having in dealing with these codes. It's just a very real set of problems, and so I'm looking forward. Any guidance you could direct me to read about or talk to folks that have dealt with this on the implementations.
Supervisor Wright, you're 100% correct. And the main topic here is safety. So we look at the safety of the community that you identified, but we also look at the safety of the firefighters. And looking at the laws, ordinances, regulations, and standards, it comes with intent. And what was the intent of that code? And the intent here is fire and life safety. So if you look at actually the road width, for an example, it's designed for ingress and egress, but also in certain applications it's for rescue for firefighting personnel. So that's one of the key points that we look at as well. And looking at tough economic times that we've experienced nationwide in the past few years, budgets are getting cut, fire departments getting cut. So we look at that as a challenge in the fire service community as well. But by looking at those laws during the planning phase for new development, I think that's crucial. Those, unfortunately, are the requirements for new construction in various areas, whether it's in Calaveras County or if it's in Los Angeles County.
So do you have a contact, or maybe you could email me some contacts of folks who have been dealing with this, like down in San Diego or elsewhere around the state?
Absolutely. San Diego would probably be the best one. I can get you in contact with some of those folks.
Thank you.
I appreciate the safety aspect of it. I've seen Cal Fire do an amazing job at that, actually, through the Butte fire. From what I understand, only one person within Cal Fire was actually burned, right?
I don't have those stats.
That's what it is. Out of the 4,500 folks that were here, one person got hurt, and largely because of the safety procedures you guys have in place. And I'm assuming that you guys have a great process for that. But I also have to look at, what can we do in the future, just like you are, right? So I've talked to Chief White about a program for watershed management that could severely bring the heat down on these fires and manage exactly what is causing a lot of this, which means there may be an opportunity for less regulation because you would have less issue. So when are we going to go towards something like that instead of just continuing to create a situation where we can have less people afford to be able to build a home somewhere?
That's an interesting question. I still have to go back on the codes themselves. The codes themselves are in place for the safety of the community as well as the safety of the fire personnel, but also the people that live, work, and visit Calaveras County and various communities throughout California. I'll still go back to existing non-conforming or on a case-by-case basis, and that would be something handled more at the local level with the fire officials as well as the building and safety working in conjunction with planning. So, for an example, you look at, let's say, parcel maps, splits and developments. There's a redundancy built in through the planning department to look at some of the similar aspects that we look at for fire and life safety. Public Works will look at some things. So there's a built-in redundancy for that safety aspect, in addition to complying with other government codes from the planning cycle. I don't know if I answered your question.
Give us an answer.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, I'd like to comment because there's a lot of codes here that I see are important, and, I know there's the expense to it, but I look at it beyond fire. I've been on the medical end of things, and when you can't access a house because of the road width or it's overgrown or you can't find the house number, it's very challenging for those kinds of folks to get to your house to possibly save your life. So, some of those things I see as good things and, maybe a little overkill in some areas. And so hopefully as we look forward and develop these kinds of policies, we can kind of say, for the most part this works, but in this rural area, maybe we take a look at, the ingress, egress a little differently. But I think in general, as I know the code, there's a lot of good things in there that probably most homeowners aren't thinking of as they're rebuilding or even building a home. The safety measures, it's, nothing worse than being on the other end of that 911 call and you can't get somewhere because you can't find the place because of addressing or the road width or the gate or whatever it may be. And, I know certainly fire has its challenges with those from time to time as well. But, from a public safety point of view, when you look at both the medical end of things and even law enforcement getting into some cases, you have different sizes of equipment that needs to get to these locations. And I know, there was a grant, I believe, that was out there, and I can't remember, maybe, Jeff, it's your fire agency about addressing. It's such a mixed bag of addressing. Poor soul who has to try to figure out where they're living and what address and what to look for. So if we can even start with something like that, I think that would make a huge difference as we kind of integrate this code into what we're going to be doing in the future.
Yeah, I have to agree with Debbie on that. The addressing here is something that we're working on all the time, from what I understand, through the JIS department. And I don't think anybody can argue with that, especially when you get an event like this size, and you're bringing in people from the outside, and you're trying to tell them, here, go here. You almost have to know where you're going to get there. And so I think that's really important part of it.
Excellent point. And I think, too, as an outsider, looking at the incidents that transpired over the fall, devastation, but there's the opportunity to rebuild, to regrowth. Looking at the mythical phoenix rising from the ashes, it's now it's Calaveras County's time to rise from the ashes. As you rise from the ashes, going through the general plan, there's a general plan amendment for Calaveras County, the perfect opportunity to work with the land use planning program to implement these mitigation measures to reduce these impacts in the future. I think that is going to be the key at this point. Incorporating the laws, ordinances, and regulations and standards, having those ordinances certified, work collectively with local jurisdictions of fire officials, with the support in this room. CAL FIRE, this is a perfect opportunity. And then Calaveras County can be on the map in a positive light.
Have you made this presentation, to any counties that have followed through and done ordinances or made changes? I guess I'm looking to snoop on somebody.
No, that's fine. Actually, for the land use planning program, we meet with all the jurisdictions, the fire agencies, as well as the lead agencies in the southern region, 54 counties and 130 cities that we make positive contact. We make contact and work on their general plan, their safety element, and incorporate these mitigation measures.
So nobody's done anything real definitive yet?
There's a handful throughout the state that have went through that process. It's a new process with the government code changes as well as Senate Bill 1241.
Chief, did you want to say something?
I sure do.
Come on up there, Chief.
My name is Don Young. I'm the fire chief for the San Andreas Fire Protection District and currently the acting president of the Calaveras County Fire Chiefs Association. For once in the history of me being a chief here, I see a cohesiveness between state agencies and local government that we have never seen before. During the Butte Fire, we stood shoulder to shoulder to accept the criticism, the praise, whatever came that way, as well as stand with you folks. We can't look at what we actually lost. We got lucky. We're lucky that we didn't lose law enforcement officials, law enforcement officers, firefighters. Don't look at what the loss was. Look at what the near misses were based on means of ingress and egress. When you've got people trying to come out, and you've got a 3,000-gallon water tender trying to go in, and there's no elbow room, you don't want to be in that position. We're not trying to keep anybody from not building. Unfortunately, in this county, for way too long, far too many people built without permits or anything of that line, and weren't even probably even paying taxes on the structures that they had. We have an opportunity to go forward from there to make sure that this accident doesn't happen again. And I've heard it said more times than I care to hear that, well, we've had our 40-year fire, it's not going to happen again. Ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you that the possibilities are just as great coming up this year as they've ever been. We really need to look at it. You've got a cohesiveness now with the building department, local government agencies, and CAL FIRE. And again, it's an unknown entity in this county for a long time. We have a CAO that has an open door policy with the local government folks. We haven't had that before. We have supervisors that actually listen to our concerns. We haven't had that before. It's a welcome change, but I think we need to continue forward, and I think 3290 is the way to go. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. All right. Anybody else would like to speak? Public comments? That's definitely true there, Peter. Huh? That's true. Definitely true on that.
Good, I learned to live with it. That's why I'm so humble. Peter Rich, gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank all these guys over here. And I brought it up before. And if the shoe fits, I don't get the building department, planning department. Somebody screwed up along with staff a long time ago. One of them is addresses, roads, safety. That's not been addressed for a long time. The house numbers are totally screwed up, folks. They know it, I know it. I don't know who the hell pulled the numbers out for houses out of a hat. But it does affect the safety of the people. Another thing is I appreciate the chief over here, whatever he ranked is, I'm impressed. What we're going to do, how we're going to fight the fire in the future. But I'd like to see one of these experts. How can we minimize the potential of fires? What can we do to what little we can control? Make those folks, the ones who live up in the boonies and the bushes and stuff, how can we minimize the potential of fire?
I mean, you don't have to be a billionaire. Dummy like me can see it. Hey, I got the damn the brushes over there. That's burns like hell all over the hillside. And unfortunately, all those fires going to go uphill. And I'm on top of the hill. But I'm not just looking at it from my butt, okay? I see all over the county, Manzanilla. Unfortunately, some folks really got hurt, the property value and emotional and so on, up in the hills from pine needles and etc. I would say that I would, not to take anything away from Cal Fire, okay, not exactly on top of my Christmas list for other reasons, but have the local fire chiefs. I trust my fire chief. I trust the guys over by General and Valley Spring and so on. I like to have them involved. They know the neighbors, they know the neighborhood, they know where the potential danger is.
30 seconds.
Oh, you're so mean. Enforcer. No, but I like to have the local firefighters that been ignored. Luckily, we got a damn good fire group over there where I live near General. But get those guys involved, ask them, talk to them. And my supervisor talks to them. He listens anyway, he has to. But do something about minimizing the potential danger.
We haven't forgot your other request either.
Oh, good. I keep bringing it up. I'll be a total ass. I keep bringing it.
Continue to bring
That's all right. Some firefighters I talked to a couple of years ago, they wanted a 100-foot clearance around the house. The grunts who really fight the fight, they said, hey, you should have at least 500 feet. You can blame some, oh, that's some guy who do illegally camping. That's why the fire. You know what? Maybe I'm totally wrong. Lightning does cause fires. You can do some. Shut up, yes?
Long time ago.
I got the word, it's time for you to quit.
Yes. Lightning rods in a big clearance does help also. They do it in Europe. You have 500 feet clearance, big metal sticks up, it's going to hit the stick first before it hits the trees.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
I'd really like to see 500-foot clearance up in Arnold. I don't know how you get on from that.
Down a lot of trees.
It's a real problem. I'm Rosemary Wilson. I lost my house on Mountain Ranch Road. I was one that was living in the bushes. Thank you, Peter. But now I don't have a bush to hide behind or do anything else behind. So I'm looking at rebuilding potential. What can I do? I can rebuild on Mountain Ranch Road. Or I can say to hell with Mountain Ranch Road and I'll go up to Arnold where I did just buy a house. Now the house in Arnold, I have been a good girl and got my numbers signed. That's going to be picked up tomorrow. But you know, there's just so many trees around my house, my new house, and last week I was told, well, you don't have to worry about losing your favorite bush, which I think if we had a bush cut down up there, I mean, it wouldn't do an awful lot of good. And people in the real estate industry up in Arnold advertise properties as having wonderful privacy because of the hedge of manzanita that they have growing around the property. Now, I know, having had 5 acres of manzanita, that it burns pretty damn well. So here's the thing. If I have to rebuild, and I need to get information sooner rather than later, and I've said this before at this meeting, but I will need to know what changes are going to be required of me when I rebuild my house, for which I was underinsured in terms of estimate to rebuild it by about 50% as it is. So if you add another 25-30% for fire retardant, this, that, and the other, I'm going to be from a 2,100 square foot house down to a 700 nice, cozy little place. But on the other hand, if I make my life in Arnold, I've got a lot of trees. It's a corner lot, so I have that going for me. But it would cost a lot of money to get that fire safe and lose a few favorite shrubs, which I will be prepared to do. So I need to know from the county what you're going to have us do in terms of rebuilding and the extra costs associated with that versus buying an existing home for which there may also be requirements in the future in terms of chopping down trees at your cost estimate, $18,000 to cut down sick trees, let alone trees that are not fire safe. So please do what you can, not only to speak in generalities, but also to work out something specific so that we can use that information to go ahead and decide what we're going to do within Calaveras County going forward after the Butte fire. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Thank you.
House of Gallup Taxpayer Association. This is very good. We've been talking about trying to find out how not to repeat what's happened so we have a better future. And I think that we're getting close to coming toward that. One of the concerns people have, of course, is property rights. We don't want to make the regulation so oppressive that people can't build on their property. But on the other hand, I think we're beginning to understand how to make a home fireproof, fire safe. I understand that a metal roof will allow embers to hit it without burning the house down. I understand that stucco walls are a lot less combustible than cedar or other kinds of woods or even plywood. I understand that there's coatings that you can put on decks that prevent the decks from catching fire if embers fall on that. I understand that the embers can go half a mile ahead of the fire. So if you've cleared your property of combustibles for, say, 300 feet, you still have the problem with embers. Even if your grass is mowed down, you still are vulnerable depending on these factors. Also, there's some factors that came out there regarding access for fire equipment, the width of the roads, and also the process of addressing the property so that property addresses can be found. I think that's probably the cheapest, easiest fix there is, but the rest of them are more expensive. One of the ways that we pay for fire protection is by taxes. And this week is supposed to be the Kind to Taxpayer Week. So we have to think in terms of how can we use taxes as a way to improve fire safety. One possible consideration would be to rate buildings based on their vulnerability to fire. An A building could be really impervious to fire, metal roof, stucco walls, 300 feet for combustibles, and the people are safe there. And then you go down to B and C, take into consideration the access, and then D, and you get down to D,
37.
You're fixing to die. So I think that things could be done by varying the amount of taxes for fire based on the fire vulnerability. This is a new concept, perhaps, but I think it probably was done somewhere before. And there may be some other ideas that could come about by the experts getting together and starting to brainstorm and start to think out of the box. I know our Taxpayer Association really would be interested in that approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you speak tonight, I want to thank officers for come today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sergeant, thank you very much. I'm pretty sure he's had enough of this.
He was having fun. Yeah, they can tell.
Joe Kelly from the abandoned area of District 1. It's an odd thing. None of you were here, or none of you attended it. A few years ago, there was a group that was put together to look at driveways. They went over like a lead balloon. You probably remember it, though. So what I would like to ask and see if they can do something about it under the codes they're doing is, and I think they can do it if somebody wants to come in and build a secondary house, but I see it as a very expensive thing. But we've got a lot of narrow roads, dead-end roads, bridges that are narrow on private roads, no homeowners association, no road maintenance agreement. Now, these properties I'm talking about have 60-foot wide roads on their platted map. The fences are at 13 to 16 feet. So you get a trash truck coming through, you either pull into on my road, you either pull into my driveway or my neighbor's driveway. After that, you're lost. You've got to go off into the ditch for him to get through because they don't stop. They're discourteous. So I'm wondering if there's something that can be done about that. These maps were done in about 1972, and apparently the county didn't have anything with the planning commission to bring forward that, hey, you're going to have these 60-foot wide platted maps, you've got to increase them at least a 2-lane wide road, and you can have the rest and move your fence out of the roadway. So is there anything you folks can do about that? Because otherwise you're going to have one hell of a fire hazard in the south end of the county off Pool Station Road. That's where a lot of them are. And actually we have Chief Hernandez I believe Battalion Chief Hernandez lives out off of Oak Valley Road, and I brought him on board on a flooding issue that goes across Bale and Quick Road and showed him, he saw all the debris on the fence from the 2012, and I asked him, would you take one of your fire engines through that? He says, no. I said, would you take them over the bridge on Lowberry Lane? No. So there's a lot of things that happen in this county that are not being addressed, no offense meant to anybody, but need to be addressed. We need to know how it can be done. The road, Oak Valley Road, pardon me? Okay. Oak Valley Road, Bale and Quick Road, coming in there is a mess now, and that, once again, no homeowners association, no road maintenance agreement. So there's a lot of problems that need to be cured. I don't know if you folks are able to cure them or not. Thank you for your time.
Bonnie Newman, Devil Springs. I'm assuming that 4290 is a state ordinance, a state code, and that 1270 is a local ordinance. And I think probably everybody in this room is in favor of adding the local ordinance over and above the state regs because it gives us a higher feeling of safety. It offers additional protection. And I think it's ironic that we're considering a local ordinance over and above the state regulations that will make us safer in regards to fire, but we're not considering the same thing in regards to the asphalt factory, which we were asking for an additional local ordinance over and above the state regs to add additional protection and safety for the residents. Not just ironic, maybe even hypocritical.
Any other public comments?
Are you guys going to serve dinner tonight?
You're fine.
Yeah, I'm going to check.
Mark
Bolger Mountain Ranch. I know it's been a long day, so I'll make it quick. It's a lost a dwelling in the fire. I had 120 feet of clearance around my property. The roadway was perfectly sufficient for a water tender to make it up, which they did after the fire had moved through. It was explained to me by several fire captains or officials that were on the scene that there was no way they could have sent a crew up there because the fire was moving too quick. I was at the base of the steep canyon. It would have been sheer suicide for them to send any ground crews up there. I understand the thought process behind these regulations. I'm not against them. But I would like to see what Supervisor Edson had brought up, watershed management, tackling the undergrowth fuel issues that were the root cause of this fire. And as someone that I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford to keep those properties, I would like to be able to sell them with someone that doesn't feel that it's not cost feasible to have to rebuild there because of regulations that would put the burden of cost on the property owner. Thank you.
That makes me excited. Yeah, you made my day. Thank you. Okay, any other public comments? Great. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, board members, just for clarification, looking at the codes that are currently in place, Chapter 8 of Calaveras County Municipal Code identifies 4290 as well as 7A. The codes, California Fire Code 49 as well as 1270. So this process is more or less just a change effective January 1st, 2016 for the recertification aspect. So looking at 1270, but also taking a look at the information and going through the process through the Board of Forestry for certification of those ordinances. And the new code cycle will change in 2017. We'll have to go through adoption from the model codes. And there'll be the opportunity for Calaveras County Building and Safety Fire Department to take a look at those codes and make some local amendments. But there was a lot of good public comment today. The gentleman that was just up here talked about what could we do. I think this is a perfect opportunity, as I mentioned before, looking at the land use planning component, looking at the general plan, looking at the recommendations from the Board of Forestry to look at those existing non-conforming dwelling units, so those existing non-conforming areas within the county, provide mitigation measures to reduce those impacts long-term in the future. I think that's the key at this point. So there's a number of challenges, like I mentioned, existing non-conforming, but we have land use folks working in conjunction with 12 Calaveras Unit Chief White, and we can move forward. But in closing, on behalf of CAL FIRE, the Office of State Fire Marshal, the Board of Forestry, we thank you for your continued support. Good day.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Okay.
One quick summary, and I think this is worth bringing up. We have, as you well know, been bringing in submittals. Early on, I had a meeting with the designers, and I did bring you up to speed on that. The designers, the architects, people that are reliant on to produce plans that do comply with the code. We've had these meetings with them. They know what the codes are. They know what they can plan when they get together with their client to explain to them what those building requirements are. We're talking about minimum requirements, by the way. The code is minimum requirements. Those codes are in place, and those are the codes that we are now doing plan check with. We've been doing 4290 since 1992. We've been doing that. We have that ordinance in place. It just needs to be recertified. The other codes that are in place now are the laws that are the codes that we use, and we are plan checking for that code. We have had people come in and ask, what can we do to make our rebuilds safer than they were before? We want to protect ourselves. We want to protect our neighbors. We want our neighbors to do the same thing to protect us. And this has been the general attitude of the public. We've even had people ask us to come out and look at their driveways to see if there's improvements that they could make and modify things to make things better. They need to know, because they're in the process of reinvesting their lifetime in something that they're hopeful will maintain itself. So the goal is to succeed, not create something that is not going to be successful. These laws do that for us. They are in place. We are using them. And we have been receiving some good acceptance from the public on understanding what this means. So The fact that we have the cadre of people here that showed up today is very impressive to me. This is a big deal. And I think that the county has the obligation to the taxpayers, who are picking up the bill on this, by the way, as making sure that we pay attention to what can make the condition not at risk any further. This is not designed to give people a bad time. It's designed to walk away from something that can passively take care of itself by construction methodology. The roads are a small part of this. There's other ways where a road doesn't work that you can mitigate things, come up with other kinds of issues that can be mitigated. It's what we've been doing since 1991, so we're familiar with it. So I just wanted to make it clear that these laws are the laws that we have and the codes that we have been using, and the public is receptive to that. It's not that we've got very pushback. They just want to understand what they can do. Does it cost more money? Yes. Did the Butte fire cost money? I think it probably cost more than anybody would have ever imagined. So to avoid having any repeats, we can't make things perfect, but we should recognize the opportunity to do a better job and make things survive under as many conditions that are possible. We have afternoon fires and fire season that create the same kinds of problems, only for 4 or 5 hours or maybe a day or two. Those problems are still present no matter how big the fire is. So again, the design here and the participation of the people here in this room, I think everybody is headed in the right direction, and a good understanding of what we can do to make things better is what this is all about.
So, Jeff, in your opinion, what do we do next?
Well, what we do next is we're bringing in submittals, and this is basically what we have to do is look at these case by case on their own merits. Some of these, as the gentleman who spoke who lost his home, the conditions were such that nothing's going to stop what happened. That happens. But we can avoid him having this problem again by understanding what would give him the best opportunity to protect his home passively. The fire goes by, the house is still there. Fire goes by, the house is still there, no matter how many times it happens. So by building out the infrastructure from within to where the fire zone is a good place to start taking advantage of what do we do with this fuel? We don't want this fuel load to come back. And Supervisor Edson's right about the problem with the fuel. And that's what one of the big things is. We get rid of the fuel, we get rid of the heat, we get rid of the oxygen, then we can get the fire out. In the end, there's a lot of other little things that go along with that, but it's simple science that can be, with a basic approach, will provide for the safety of the public and the safety of the emergency personnel. So it works. It really does.
I don't see an issue with it at all. I think moving into the future, it is absolutely the way to go. But we have a tendency to drop rules and regulations on people that are currently in a situation where they're never going to change their income or anything like that. There's people up here that have been living up here, they retired up here, they're on a fixed income, and it's going to be very hard for them to put out a large bunch of cash to be able to make changes. Mitigation is a good way to go. I think that moving in that direction is perfect. I think we need to do that. But I also know that there were houses that had 300-foot of clearance, that had sprinklers and all the other new building code requirements that burnt to the ground too. So yeah, we need to move in that direction, obviously. I just hate force feeding people when they can't afford it, and if we can mitigate that somehow and help them afford it, great. I'm all for that. You know, I want to see safety just as much as you do, or just as much as these gentlemen do. They're here for that, and I appreciate that. I appreciate them coming. I've worked very closely with Josh White during the fire, and I know his passion for safety and the damages that occurred here. He doesn't want to see that happen again, ever, and neither do I. So I appreciate the fact that we're coming together like this, like Chief Young said. He sees it as, a time in history. And I'm very happy that we're doing that. And fine, let's move forward with it and find ways of making things better. But careful that we're taking care of, not pushing people out and taking care of the people as we move along.
Yeah, and I want to make it clear that is certainly not the intention of any of the regulations. It provides an opportunity to understand the best opportunity for any kind of investment to have a long-term payoff.
Yeah, when you're, doing new builds, because somebody's coming up here to buy a piece of property, and they come to your building department, and then there's all's required, that's one thing, they know that up front. And I'm good with that. But they know it before they buy the property. So I appreciate you bringing these folks together 3 days before you leave.
Well, I'm still doing my job.
And I certainly appreciate the inclusion of all you folks. I'm glad, welcome to Calaveras County. I'm glad you're here. I think we've, through this fire, we've actually, I'm believing that we have broken a little ground here on working together and doing things to help us in the future, because we've only burnt like a quarter of the county so far, right? We still have 3/4 to go. We don't want to go do that. So.
Well, now's the time for the awareness, and there's a lot of pieces to this puzzle.
Yeah.
And we leave no stone unturned, because there's a lot of ways to give everybody the best advantage, and I think that's what the collective measure of all the efforts will be. There's not just one hard, fast rule on doing a certain project. There's other ways to look at the preventive measures being put in place that meet the same overall practical effect, and it's a reasonable thing to acknowledge and accept.
Mr. Chairman, quick note, I'd like to thank every fire personnel in our public safety for attending, especially the folks I've worked side by side with. Chief Johnson, Chief White. I've worked in the courts with our chief over there. You guys did a great job. A testimonial to what Mr. White was saying, did have a project in Murphy's. It's quite a large project. A new home construction, and there was the access road through some right-of-ways. We had some help with fire departments up there that came back out. We looked at that working with the building department. We found out we had to put in turnarounds, things of that sort, and once again, the new prospective homeowner welcomed that. Yeah. It was serious enough, so the plan works. But I do have one request of Cal Fire. In my district, in District 3 up in the Arnold area, up above that, down below in Murphy's area, we have a very important issue with our dead trees. We have pine needle problems, things of that sort. We have inroads and advances towards buying certain types of equipment to take care of that, specifically curtain burners. And we're coming across a bump road that CAL FIRE has allowed the use of a curtain burner in Tuolumne County, and we're looking at getting that in Calaveras County. But there's a limitation on the burn months and burn dates when they cannot use the curtain burners. Plans are that they would store that material but not use the curtain burners. Is there any way that we can get together, working with the governor's task force also, this is an issue with them, to find a way that we can use those curtain burners during those high fire months in a protected area? And I don't know. I'm not a fireman. I'm a firefighter. I don't know what your criteria is making those regulations. But I think working together like we're doing right now is going to take care of a very big fuel problem, especially in my district, especially in Chris Wright's district. And it's very concerning to our people. We are very fortunate in the district. We dodged a bullet, but we came close. And I don't want that to happen again in this county. I don't want that to happen in my district or any other district. So please, let's get together and talk about this, find a solution for this. I've got private people that will go out and spend $140,000 to buy that curtain burner, but he can't do it without a permit and go ahead from CAL FIRE, where he can make that thing at least cost effective for him to go out and purchase that. The county itself, we're looking at that type of situation. So we really need help on this one, gentlemen and ladies. We really do.
Sir, my name is Jeff Isaacs, Assistant Chief for the Southern Region Land Use Planning Program. I'm assigned to the Tree Mortality Task Force as a liaison for our CAL FIRE units to the task force. The questions that you're bringing up are questions that our working group, regulations working group, is working on. So I work with Chief White and Chief Freeze. Once those regulations and answers to your questions get identified, I will make sure I pass that on to those gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Forward that.
Very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you for letting me speak again. I'm wondering, I haven't got around to drawing up a plan, talking with a designer, a builder, or even going along to the Mountain Ranch community meeting that was held. So is there a document, I think Chris a few months ago may have asked, or someone asked, whether there was a simple leaflet or such to listing out the requirements. I know I've heard that it's not a cookie cutter thing, that it's a case by case basis. But is there a list of things that are required of new builders building after the fire that can give me some idea of the incremental cost or the steps that would be required now?
Jeff?
Well, to answer that question, the cost is not something I could tell you what the cost would be. However, with some idea of what your plan is, if we have something to work with, we can identify the features of that structure that would be required by the code to meet those minimum requirements. Then the costing would come from the construction professional. So there's not a shopping list, but there is an opportunity for us to look at your design, to do a review, to see what would be key factors in that design that you could look at, that it would help you with the construction. Most of the stuff is approved by the State Fire Marshal's office for construction as it is, most standard building materials. So it's not like you have to go out and find something special. It's just the listed materials that are available through the State Fire Marshal's office are identified through their website, plus our office. And it is pretty common, the materials that are used these days. So it's not like reinventing the wheel. The stuff has been tested, and it shows that if whatever you want to use may probably work.
Thank you. I don't want to get this to become a chicken and egg situation, but it sort of is. I really don't have much of a clue in terms of what I see going on my property. But are we to take it that there is such a thing as a standard mobile home modular? They have set requirements.
Because it's getting late and we're way off. I mean, we're not way off topic, but kind of. The best thing to do is work with your building department on that. They're going to be able to answer all your questions. And then if they can't, they'll direct it to the other departments that can. That's the best thing.
Have you talked to Calaveras Recoveries Group yet?
I've registered. They haven't spoken to me yet.
Okay, because if you go up there and talk to them, they could probably help you through that process.
But if you're looking to rebuild, though, I mean, talk to the building department, because I think that's what you're telling us. You're looking to rebuild.
I'm looking to see whether it's worth my while, but
Jeff,
it's a regular roof on a modular home, adequate? Does it have to be replaced by a metal roof? Those are the sorts of things that I thought might be able to be generalized to a lot of different houses, that you could tell whether or not you had to go with a metal roof, or whether you had to go with a regular roof, or whether you had to have special drapes inside your house, which was mentioned in the fire plan from last week. I mean, there was a lot in that fire plan.
Fabricated housing, manufactured housing in the state of California, by and large, meets the requirements of what building standards are. If you're looking at a fabricated house or manufactured house, in California, they are aware of how they would put something together that would suit your budget and meet the requirements.
Yeah. Okay. And there's a bunch of them out there, too. So,
thank you.
Good questions. All right. So, any other questions from the public? Public comments? All right. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for coming. And it says here that we have to accept your presentation. We did. We love it.
Thank you. Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you working with our local folks. These guys, helped us out a lot in the fire, and appreciate you working with us. Let's make the dress for you.
Yeah, it's line 6 through 24.
See how fast we can do this, right?
Okay.
All right, so let's move on to item number 6 on our agenda. That's the third agenda item for the day. Adopt a resolution directing clerk to report place Resource Conservation District proposal on the January 7th, 2016 ballot. Who's going to speak?
I'll make a motion to approve. Second.
All in favor? We have public comment. Just teasing. So, who's doing it? You?
I thought Brian was.
Where's Brian at?
I'm not really sure.
Well, we can read the document. We know what we're talking about. Let's just go ahead and open it up. Sorry.
It's okay. So, we're bringing this forward. Calaveras County is one of the few counties in the state of California that doesn't have a resource conservation district, which could help us out in many different ways through just what we actually have been talking about, and everything from flood control to fire safe and everything. I know that sparked a really nice one there for you, Joe. That's great. And so. And it's also the neat thing about it is it is able to help not only interact with federal land, state lands, but also with private property owners, and that's kind of what's missing, I think, here with the county. So.
And just to a little bit of background, on September 22nd, there was a presentation to the board regarding the formation of an RCD, and the board approved a resolution of application by the county to LAFCO. The LAFCO proceedings, they went through what they normally did, and leaving only the call for the election, and that was what the resolution here today is the next step in the process, and that's to call for an election.
Okay. Any public comments?
Joe Kelly, having read the California Resources Conservation District Director's Handbook, I have a few things I'm a little concerned with. This is like turning loose a bunch of mice into a chase for money. Because having a plan, on page 47, having a plan is great, but without money, the plan will never be implemented. Therefore, it is imperative that funding be obtained. Fortunately, there are numerous ways that a district can get funds. This takes creativity, persistence, hard work, dedication, and recognition that it is not only an ongoing activity, but also never ending. Property tax assessments. Tax assessments are a vital source of funds from districts. However, the passage of Prop 13 in 1978 significantly curtailed the district's ability to derive revenues from new property tax assessments. New assessments require 2/3 voter approval within the district. Fundraising activities may include holding fundraising drives, appealing for donations, gifts, and project sponsorships, accepting funds from community and family foundations, special events, tree sales, bake sales, golf tournaments, walkathons, receiving fees for admission to a dinner, honoring a guest, selling conservation-related items. The board ensures that the district holds fundraisers that can withstand ethical scrutiny. Now, I'm a little concerned with this thing. A whole lot more in there. Talks about grants of federal, state, and all the other. But what I'm concerned with is this is a RCD, Resource Conservation. How does that differ from an RCS, which we have one to the south at Tuolumne that used to do an overlay for agriculture and agriculture conservation easement program and wetland reserve easements. That they used to come in and overlay our area because we didn't have anything. But now in the NRCS, we are tied in with Amador with Amy Roca. So how do these, I know there's a difference in them because these folks said if you're trying to do a wetlands easement and sell your property, they had said, other things I've read have said, well, we will appraise your property. Well, they no longer appraise the property. They've got set standards. And it's set standards in the Sierra Meadows, which Calaveras is included, for irrigated pasture and wet meadows, $3,600. Sierra Meadows dryland range, $1,280. So how is this going to work? How would this work to assist me? Thank you.
Oh, good afternoon. Brian Moss, Administrative Office. Sorry, I was listening to this on my computer and somehow missed it. So, on the RCD, first I'd just like to quickly give a little background on it, if that's okay.
I already did.
Okay.
The difference between NRCS and RCD, that's the only question you need.
National Resource Conservation District and the Resource Conservation District. The NRCS is something that my understanding is a wide-based group. NRCS is currently in Amador County, and opportunities come to local RCDs through grants. NRCS is involved with that as well. The one thing I wanted to really stress, though, for this topic, that unfortunately doesn't really address Joe's question, but this is something I've been hearing out in the community, and I want to stress this. With an RCD, there is no proposal to develop taxes to support an RCD. I know the board's aware of that, but I want to just reemphasize that the RCD as proposed is not intended in any way to levy any kind of new tax on the public. So I do want to say that as well. And again, NRCS, by the way, is working with us with Butte Fire Recovery, and that is something that Public Works has been working with as well. So I apologize I missed the beginning of this. Are there any other questions? Yes.
I just have a question in process because I get asked this a lot. So, today we're approving a resolution to put it on the ballot.
Yes.
So what does that mean? Is Calaveras County then the supporter of this and pays for it to be on the ballot and is out there trying to solicit the vote to approve such a thing? Or does a separate entity get set up to do this, or does it just go on the ballot and different people go out and speak about it? I mean,
Great question. It's not something that the county proper would sell to the community, number one. I can tell you that it's my understanding that the grape growers, people like the grape growers, the Farm Bureau, Cattlemen's Association, and others, speaking with Bob Dean, are very supportive of this effort because they see this as good land use management, good agricultural management for the county, and good agricultural management for our ag industry. So I would call this an ag-friendly proposition, certainly. So they're well aware of it. And again, speaking with Mr. Dean the other day, just giving me a little bit more background, he stated that because I had similar questions. Because certainly, as a county, certainly as an administrative office and otherwise, certainly cannot go out into the public. It's not our job to go out and pursue this. But as far as a resolution to put it on the ballot, certainly it'd be something that, quite frankly, the community that is behind it would really need to educate the rest of the community that's not aware of it.
Okay. So $0 from the county goes into this to put it on the ballot.
Well, that is actually not 100% true because there's going to be a cost to the county to actually place it on the ballot, and that includes actually modifying the ballot, and that actually includes staff time as well from the clerk recorder's office. And I just saw something today that came in from mid-year that talked a little bit about that. I didn't have that information in this packet because I didn't have that information at the time. So there's a minimal cost on the front end, just as there is a cost for the administrative office to bring this forward as far as we have. There's been even a cost to county council because they would have been, and they have reviewed it. There's been a cost as far as LAFCO because they've been very involved as well, just in staff time alone.
Okay.
So yes, there's cost on the front end.
So then so what we're approving today is a resolution to have it placed on the ballot.
Correct.
And these other associations you've talked about would be carrying the message yay or nay.
This would certainly be my hope. And it's something that, again...
There's nothing right now at this point that is...
Why don't we let Julie talk? Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, please.
I know. I'm sorry, because this is something that I haven't communicated with Mr. Moss, and I just noticed it today in the RCD code, and it addresses your question. There is a provision in the Public Resources Code for the Board of Supervisors to take action to make a statement in favor to show up in the ballot pamphlet. And I did not get this onto the agenda for today, but we do have time to get it onto the agenda before the March 11th deadline. And so the board could then delegate a single board member or two board members to work with staff if it wished to write a statement for. And then the county counsel's office, if an attorney is involved in assisting the board, a separate attorney from our office would be writing a neutral statement. And again, the deadline to get that to the elections office is March 11th. So that's the further work that we would need to do to get it onto the ballot. There has been staff time, as Mr. Moss stated, for all of us to research how to put together a resource conservation district. I don't know if Ron has anything to add.
Hi, I'm Robin Blandville from the Elections Office. Rebecca Turner was unable to be here. She's at a recorder's meeting today. We did figure out the cost for putting on the June ballot. We estimated it to be about $11,500 to put on the June ballot. That includes cost time of $3,500 and then about $8,000 for the ballot typing. If we did do it in November, it would be a cost savings. So you wouldn't have the multiple party ballots. We would have the special districts, so we'd be splitting the ballot anyway. So there would be a substantial cost savings for the November ballot.
So with that then, when we're going to quote put it on the ballot, my experience has been, and I'll just go back to the TOT tax. Typically somebody sponsored it, it goes on the ballot, and somebody's writing a for statement and against statement. So, you know, I don't know if there's any organization out there that's on the against side of it. So how does that work?
If there's no one against, then we would receive no arguments against it. We'd have that 10-day period, and so that would just, no one would file.
So if there is somebody out there that is against it, they could write something for
They'll
the
file
ballot.
it with us, yes.
Okay, so there's a process that someone goes through.
There is a process.
For organization to go through. So you're saying if it goes on to the June ballot right now, it's about $11,500?
That's what we're estimating, that's what, yeah.
And if it goes on the November ballot, because there are more things on the ballot, it can't go on to the November ballot. So, okay, so it's $11,500. Who pays for that?
It's coming out of our budget right now, unexpected expenditures. So.
Out of the elections office?
It would come out of the elections office budget. All election costs come out of the election office budget. And their budget would have to be adjusted if that bill would be coming in June to reflect the cost. As we can do that as part of the mid-year budget, which would be a draw on contingency.
So, Brian, your statement about other associations liking this and supporting this, could they be the ones paying for it?
That's something we'd have to explore. Now, I will tell you that, again, meeting with Mr. Dean, who was one of the individuals who initiated this movement and proposal, he did state the other day, you know, that because I asked the same question, who out there, because as a county, it's not appropriate for us to push this forward. It's appropriate for the community. It's for the community. So, personally, I haven't spoken with the Farm Bureau. Personally, I haven't spoken with the cattlemen's, and personally, I haven't spoken with the Grape Growers Association. But Bob has. So, and I do know that Supervisor Edson has been involved with some of those groups and speaking to them about this. But certainly, it would be something that I don't think it's out of line in any way for county staff to, you know, inquire of those groups. You know, are you interested in pushing this forward? We can't direct you to or ask you to stand up for or against, but to kind of get a feeling for it. Because I think the TOT is a very, very good example of the concern. We don't want to just put something on the ballot.
Why is TOT even compared to this?
She was only using TOT as an example.
Well, TOT directly affects taxpayers.
Somebody has to pay for it to put it on the ballot. That's my reference.
And that's right. Somebody is going to pay for it, and the county should, because of the money that and the programs that can be brought into the county to actually parlay quite a bit of savings and especially when it comes to agriculture, for support for agriculture in this county. And not to mention the programs that can be put out there to do fire prevention and the things that we're just discussing earlier. So to help private property owners, to help even the county, actually.
And again,
how about flood control? With flood control, with erosion control, all that stuff. If we had an RCD right now, we would have another avenue of funding that we could help with the Butte fire issues that we're dealing with right now.
That's why we're looking to Amador and working with NRCS and another county. So,
you know, I'm not going to debate the pros and cons of the RCD, because I see some good with it, and I see some, you know, other concerns about the function. My concern is right now we're being asked to put this onto the ballot, and I'm just concerned about the cost of it.
Understood. And again, the cost, as stated clearly by Robin, could be as much as $11,000 due to their staff time and also modification of the ballot. I just happened to see their mid-year report for mid-year adjustments today after this was done. So that's very consistent with what I read as well. And again, that's a board decision. You know, does the board want to incur the cost And does the board want to incur that cost? Because it is a general fund cost.
In the actual cost, staff time is going to be paid no matter what. So the staff time really doesn't increase or decrease. It's just additional work. The cost is really what it costs to have the ballots printed, which was $8,000.
And so along with that, Julie, you mentioned it can go on November ballot. Why is that?
There was, I have to do a drawing to come up with the citations. We had a countdown from the time of approval to June, and all of this had been timed out over the last several months, and we put together a timeline in order to meet both the elections code. We had LAFCO rules under Cortez, Knox Hertzberg. We had, and there's a a window in which this can be heard, basically.
Okay. So, resources code too, right?
Public Resources Code said, yeah, I mean, there has to be a certain number of days, I don't remember, 100 and something days after the LAFCO resolution, and so everything had to be timed to a T, and I believe that the direction initially was to put it on the June ballot. And I'm not sure, I had spoken with Rebecca Turner in elections, and my understanding, I hope I'm not misquoting her, but my understanding is that there was also, she was putting a ballot measure on the November ballot. I could be wrong about that, separately through the elections code. So I don't think we can put it on, we can wait to November without exceeding our deadline under the Public Resources Code.
One quick question, if I could, Chair. Robin, I'm sorry, Ms. Granville, can I ask you a question? $8,000 of print now. Have we already designed and ordered our printing of ballots?
No, that will be March 11th when we start getting all that prepared, yes.
So this is in addition to that existing ballot?
To our existing cost, it's $8,000 additional, yes.
Just for the little...
Yeah, because we have to do multiple ballots for the parties, and this is creating 7 new precincts. Brand new.
Countywide, not precincts, not by districts.
That makes sense.
I would just like to state once again, I think that Supervisor Edson stated it very well. Investing dollars on the front end to have monies come in, not to the county, because please understand, the Resource Conservation District is not the local governing body, as you know. It's a separate board. But with that said, the opportunities to bring in grant funds, and that's, again, why I emphasize no new taxes on this kind of thing, the opportunities to bring in grant funds, not just for a Butte fire incident, it would have been very convenient to have that out, but in the future, even if we don't have a disaster, to bring in monies on an annual basis, some of these grants are very, very significant. And again, it goes to assist the community or the county as a whole, with a lot of emphasis on agriculture. That is absolutely true. And again, if you remember my original PowerPoint presentation, we talked a little bit about where this came from. It came from the Dust Bowl and the original Conservation Acts, et cetera, and then moved forward, and then in the 1970s turned around again and became the RCD. So with that said, yes, we're investing some funds on the front end, hoping that this separate board and this separate district brings in a significant amount of funds in the future for the betterment of land use and use.
Well, to mitigate some of the issues that we're having. You know, we have water issues all over the place. We have the fire issues, the wildfire danger, we're going to have erosion problems here, and we already are. So this RCD is a vehicle to be able to mitigate many of those problems. That takes lots of money, and it takes a group that's dedicated really to that sort of effort. And the way it's set up, it's a very balanced effort. Now, I've spoken with the Cattlemen's Association, I've spoken with the Farm Bureau, and I didn't get any pushback. I got a little bit of discussion on it because they were thinking that maybe there's going to be a tax involved, but it's not going to be that way. We've decided to not do that. And the goal really, hopefully, is to set it up to where we can build through programs some value in what it's producing, and possibly be able to even go towards a program that has to rely less on grant funding and that sort of thing. So that's, as time goes on with water and watershed management and that sort of thing, that's the future. And we have an opportunity to get right in on the ground floor of it and get ours going. Right now, we're using other RCDs in other counties to do projects in our county, which cost us money. That $8,000 that we're going to put into that is nothing compared to what we've already paid to other counties.
And actually, Calaveras County is one of the last jurisdictions that does not have an RCD in the state of California. So
it's a tried and true. It's a great thing to have in place, and I'd encourage more public comments so we can move on to the vote.
Great.
Yes. Oh, and by the way, Julie.
Or are we done with public comments?
Chris, I would like to say that Julie. Yes. Right here.
Sorry.
So we're talking about how you need a couple of people to support language.
So we would agendize, that would be board action. The board has an option under the Public Resources Code of whether or not it wants to draft a statement for, and it seems like the most efficient way to do that, if there were 3 votes to do that, it's obviously not on the agenda now, but if there were 3 votes to do that, obviously the board would want to delegate maybe 1 board member or 2 to work. Nothing has to be, less than 3 to work with a staff member, possibly somebody from the county counsel's office, possibly somebody else, to just put together the statement. There's some rules.
So you're going to bring that up on our next possible agenda?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
sure.
Great. Thank you, Julie.
Sure.
We call for the vote.
Okay, public comments?
I think we already did that, right, Joe? Already talked? You already did. You already talked, right, Joe?
I did, but since you had staff come in afterwards and provide all this information that I didn't have, Joe Kelly, as I said, I'm a little concerned because this now, as I find out, it's going to be Calaveras County competing against 57 counties, other counties, trying to get this grant funding to do whatever. Because if we're having a problem, they're possibly having a problem. So there's going to be the thing I'm concerned about. There's got to be in a constant rotation of trying to get funding just to operate. We don't even know what their operation costs are going to be. The board is generously volunteer, I believe, but the staffing doesn't sound, from what I read, like they are volunteers. That is paid staff. And you have a grant writer as one member of the staff, and if it is, are all these staff members paid, and what's paid employees? And is the grant writer a paid employee or a paid employee, paid employees, and a paid employee with a grant writer subsidy? Because normally the grant writer takes a percentage of the grant. So I don't know if I'm for it or against it, to tell you the truth, because I've looked at the NRCS program, and then you have to go through the FSA, Farm Service Agency. I can see possibly some good in this as long as it never comes back to go and try to override Prop 13. I can see some good, but I think it's going to take a lot of hard work and a lot of people's time as board members and staff of that organization to be able to do what you're possibly thinking it can do. You've got a little more information than I do.
So go just for your own satisfaction, go to the Tuolumne County RCD. Check out them. Check out the El Dorado County RCD. They have 2 of them. Mm-hmm. And then also Amador, and that's a real good comparison on where we could, jump in there somewhere. So they've all been in existence for quite a long time. They're very successful.
So if one county has 2 RCDs, then we have another one that we have to compete with for the funding.
No, it's not like that. It's they find their way, and those folks are really innovative. The Tuolumne County RCD has done Tuolumne County a world of good here, and also Calaveras County through CCWD has helped them as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I look forward to see what it's going to do, but like I say, I think most people that I've talked to are very concerned about the concept of property taxes and Prop 13. So that's my point. My point is the staffing and the members coming in to run the operation.
That's a valid concern. I'm also very concerned about being able to get insurance up here in 10 years and many other things that we're going to deal with, and this is a good way to help us to mitigate some of those issues.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments? All right.
So again,
Thank you, Brian. Can I just make a motion?
absolutely you can.
Thank you. Can I make a motion to approve?
I'll say.
Second. All right, good.
Go ahead.
I'll second. Thank you.
All right. So, got a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Oliver. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm voting no, and the reason why is that I really strongly want to know about the money issue, placing it on the ballot. And so, again, that's my vote, no.
Okay. So we have 4 yes, 1 no.
Apologize for being tardy, but thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Don't run next time. You were breathing pretty hard in that mic. Okay, so we're off to regular agenda item number 7.
And that's more people have applied for commissions and boards with one change on the Fish and Game Commission. Mr. Valenti had applied in District 4, but according to elections, he's actually District 1.
Really?
So,
Okay.
and each district can have 2.
Right.
So,
I'd like to keep the 2 additional, the 2 incumbents I have.
the 2 incumbents. Okay.
So that's Bird and Walter.
All right. And Supervisor Edson, do you know who you would like?
I would like to, Grant Metzger and Nicholas Valenti.
Right. Everybody else is okay with their?
I'm good with Osborne.
Yes, I have 2 openings, so
Yes.
I'll be all filled up.
Okay.
So in addition to the Fish and Game Commission, now that we've had that, you also have the Air Pollution Control Hearing Board with 2 vacancies, one for an attorney with a term ending 12/31/18 and one for a public member with a term ending 12/31/18. There's 2 applicants, one for attorney and one for the public. That's James Jones is the attorney and the incumbent, and the other is John Girdle. And then the Pay Commission, or Public Education and Governmental Television Commission, there's 4 vacancies for term ending 12/31/17. There's one candidate from District 1 at this time, and that's John Girdle.
Okay.
And that will give them a quorum.
All right. Okay. Everybody okay with that? Any public comments?
Make a motion to approve?
Second. So I got a motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Good. Okay, number 8. Thank you.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Good afternoon. Today I am introducing an ordinance adopting the changes consistent with the new contract that we have with the Deputy Sheriff's Association and offered to all the bargaining units for the Board of Supervisors.
Great.
And basically, this is just an increase to the health contribution that was done for the DSC and has been offered to the other bargaining units, with the total cost annually being $2,743.
Correct.
Okay. So,
Go ahead.
do I have to? Is it action item?
Yeah, number 8.
Yeah, so. I'm ready now.
Okay, can I have public comments on this, please? All right. Board comments? Can I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
A motion by Supervisor Oliveira, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you, Judy. Oh, you have more.
That's what just stay there.
Number 9?
Okay, Judy Hawkins, Human Resources Director. I am bringing before you changes for I'm recommending that the Board of Supervisors approve a resolution adopting changes consistent with the new contract for the Deputy Sheriff's Association, and offer to all bargaining units for the appointed department heads, mid-management, professionals, supervisory, confidential, and our other group. And these changes are, for those groups, will be the changes to the health benefits, the CTO, the bereavement leave, and the floating holiday. It will be a change of $28,865 to the general fund and $33,083 to the non-general.
Any public comments on this?
Can you guys afford it?
We can't afford not to. That is it. Any public comments?
I know what the general fund is. What is the non-general fund?
Those are funds like Public Work, Health and Human Services. Those are the funds that are mainly federally and state funding is received to fund those departments.
So it's not local funding.
Right.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Does the Fed approve that? Is coming from the federal government?
You going to make comments, Peter?
Sure. Happy, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys feel that you can afford it, bless your heart, good. And there's not going to be any layoffs to offset things. Okay. Now, this non-federal company, you mentioned somebody's federal money, that Boxer or Feinstein, that she said, okay, fine, go for it. They're going to provide the money?
The federal government has no involvement in labor negotiations. They provide allocations based on county cost and available funding, and the funds that we receive from the federal government and the state government are sufficient to cover the increased costs.
Okay, simple answer. Does the feds approve this money? Do you have it coming for sure?
They do not approve negotiations. They approve allocations to the counties based on the programs and the fundings for those programs.
So if the feds approve it or not approve it, you guys are on the hook for it?
Yes, we're on the hook for it.
Thank you.
And it will be recovered based on the contributions that we're getting from the current programs that are in place through federal and state programs.
Okay. Okay. That sounds good. Because the feds are on $19 trillion in a hole. I'm sure they got a lot of money to spend. Thank you.
That's where we are. All right. Any other public comments? Board comments?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, got a motion by Supervisor Wright.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right. Number 10.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources Director. I'm bringing before you today another introduction of ordinance adopting the changes consistent with the new contract with the Deputy Sheriff's Association and offer to all bargaining units for the elected officials. And these changes are only in the health contributions, and the total changes in this cost to the county is $3,534.
Okay. Public comments?
Is that the total contribution or per individual?
That's the cost to the county.
Total, not per individual.
No, the total cost annually is $3,534. The increased cost.
The increase.
Okay. Any other public comments? Any other public comments? Board comments?
I will make a motion to approve.
All right. Motion by Supervisor Wright.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Judy?
Okay, today I am bringing before you what is the suggested interview process for the appointment of the sheriff. And I believe all of you have the copy.
Buried. Somewhere in here.
And of course, this is, suggestions to be discussed, modified, and we are suggesting that the Human Resources and Administrative Department will accept and screen applications to ensure they meet the qualifications required to serve as sheriff. We are already in that process right now. The interview questions will be submitted by the public through an email address set up specifically for this process. For those who do not have access to email, they can drop off their questions to HR, just making sure that they are, printed and legible. And so then we can take those questions and then make sure through county council that they are legal questions to be asked by the public.
That one I do not agree with.
Yeah. Go ahead. All right. And then we can put out a notification on the county website and a press release to make sure everybody is aware of the email address that's been set up and the process to submit their questions. Then the ranking committee will go through the application packets, interview the qualified applicants, and select the 3 to 5 candidates. The board public interviews for the top 3 to 5 candidates. The candidates will be seated up front here at the table and will be interviewed simultaneously, which will mean you will ask one person a question, then they'll all answer, and then the next question, the next person will be the first one to answer. This way you're not interviewing just one person and then somebody sitting back and preparing themselves. They'll be interviewed at the same time.
We felt that this was the most fair process because if you had 5 candidates, 4 sitting in the back of the room and interviewed one all at once, and then the second one all at once, the 5th person going would have the advantage because they would not only have listened to all the questions but all the other answers. By having it as a panel discussion, much like the candidates today, you ask the first one the first question, he answers first, the second one he answers first, then the next question, the second person answers first. So it's continually rotating, so nobody has an advantage. One candidate has no advantage over the other candidate.
But I thought we were going to get through this whole thing first.
Okay, I was just explaining that. I was just further explaining that step.
Yeah, and I actually agree with that one very much. It's very good.
And then once the board has completed their interview questions, then that's when we would allow the public to come up. We would actually have a list of the questions that had been submitted and vetted by county council. And then the idea would be they would, from the list of questions, they would say, okay, question 25, how long have you been a law enforcement professional in the county? And then we would keep track of the questions that were being asked, so then we could make sure that there was no interview question asked more than once. And so the idea was to be able to bring order to the questions being asked, as well as making sure that it was legal for them in the interview process. That was the thought behind this document.
Great. Okay. Thank you. I actually completely agree with it.
Yes, I don't agree with it. I like the idea of having human resource. I like number one. That's good. I want to know where the background checks are. It's probably after the vetted process, right? So who's vetting? We figured that out yet?
Well, right now we are still receiving packets. It does not close until Friday. And one of the things is we have to make sure that those that will be going, and it's the HR and admins making sure that they meet the qualifications. Those that will be ranking the applicants and interviewing the applicants, we need to see who has actually applied before that process is put in place, so we don't have any type of conflict of interest.
Right.
And just as a reminder to the board, number 1 and number 3 was already based on the board's direction from the board meeting of January 12th. So I do want to remind the board that 1 and 3 were already done and provided direction by the board.
Yes. Yes. So number 1, great. Okay. I thought actually that would just be human resources doing it. I didn't know that it would go through admin as well, but you were actually in charge of human resources, so I guess that's why. But, second part of this would be, in my mind, the number 2 should be where number 3 is, or number 3 should be where number 2 is, because that's the ranking committee. That would, after you have got your candidates, then they would be vetted through the ranking committee, right?
Right.
Okay. And then, after that, they would be ranked, they would come to a public meeting after that. I think, the way I feel about it is, they should be able to be asked questions by the public. Right there.
The reason that you can't do that is the public could ask a question like, do you have a disability? Do you have lupus? Have you ever gone to prison? There's many questions that are completely illegal and will end up in 1983 civil rights action the next day.
So you say, no, you can't answer that question?
You don't want to do that because then you're opening the county and the taxpayers up to an unfair equal protection type of lawsuit.
What are you doing by taking the questions earlier and deciding which questions are going to be asked?
Because then you're legally vetting them to see which ones pass.
Who's legally vetting them? The board isn't.
No.
County council.
The questions, they're vetting the questions.
County council is vetting the questions.
So that leaves it open where people are thinking, okay, well, they're picking and choosing the questions.
Well, that's right. You
can tailor them to whomever you wish.
Well, not really, because we would keep a list of the questions that were rejected, and if anybody ever took us to court, we'd be able to show why that question wasn't allowed.
And that's why we wanted to set up an email address specifically for this process. It's not going to, just human resource in general. We can track exactly what was submitted to a specific email address.
And this will also provide some order so that we're not here for 8 hours through the process. We've looked at the questions. We've consolidated those questions that are very similar in nature, and so that the same type of question isn't asked repeatedly. And as both Ginny and David stated, that they are legally, we can ask those questions legally. And this gives some order and methodology. And it also provides the interaction that Supervisor Edson had expressed to me that he wanted to see between the public and the candidates. It still gives the public the ability to ask the questions that the public wants to know, because these are the questions that the public has submitted, and it puts them on the spot because they don't know what's coming, but yet it still provides order, and we make sure that the questions are legal in nature.
Not to me, it doesn't.
But you wouldn't be able to ask your own questions anyway. You'd still have to get them approved by ours. The same thing.
That makes it a public process, doesn't it?
But that's how the law is, sir. I can't change the employment law.
I mean, you know, it would be much better to do that up front, right out there in front of people, instead of having to go behind closed doors and then have it done. That's my issue with it. So, and that's the way I feel about it. I'm not going to change. I just don't, you know, that it's almost like, to me, it doesn't quite sound like a process that is as near as we can get to a process that the public can actually have true input. You don't know, they don't know what questions are going to come in and who's going to be, which ones are going to be picked, who's going to pick who's going to pick what questions.
Again, it's not a pick and choose of questions. It's if you have three questions that one says, how many years have you been in law enforcement? Another one says, what kind of experience do you have? And another one says, what kind of office positions have you held in the sheriff's department? That can be put into one easy question of, please detail your experiences, the positions held, your education, instead of three different people coming up and say, okay, what positions have you held? Or how long have you been in law enforcement? Or what educational background do you have? It's just trying to make the questions more comprehensive so that there's not a duplication of the same question in three different ways. So we're not trying to limit the questions or throw the questions out unless those questions are deemed illegal by county council. It's not going to be me deciding that we can't ask the question. It's not going to be Judy deciding. It will be up to county council whether or not there is a legitimate basis and a legal basis to ask that question. Otherwise, the questions will be vetted and put forward, and the public can ask them in that forum. So what we thought we were trying to do was to give you the best of both worlds. Give the public the opportunity to ask the questions, but we have made sure that they're legally able to ask the questions, and that they're not repeatedly asking the same question in a similar manner. That is all we're preparing to do when we put those questions, and the questions still will be asked by the public from the sheet in front of them.
Right, and we can have as many questions on there as necessary, so we can make sure everybody's questions get out there. It's just weeding out the ones that we know that we can't ask, and then it will add also some sense of order, so you don't have somebody sitting there arguing with county council about why they can't ask this question. And then we can make sure that we have a good, full interview process with all the candidates, and everybody feels that they truly, are getting to know the candidates out there, and it doesn't become a debate with the people up here asking the questions in county council.
Well, it's already a debate with me. There's a bunch of me out there. So that'll be an issue. I guess we'll find out.
Right. Well, and that was just the thought process behind why I came up with the idea of the email address.
I'm okay with it also, but I do have a concern, and want to ask this question. When we do this, and you have 3 law enforcement people up there, or I'm going to assume they're all still in law enforcement.
3 to 5.
Yeah, 3 to 5, however many it ends up being. Are we going to put all their personal information in our record?
No. The public can't see any of the applications except for the application of the successful candidate. They'll know who they are, obviously.
Yeah, okay.
But legally, Judy can't release the application of anybody but the successful candidate unless they want to waive their privacy, which we tend not to ask them.
Okay, thank you, because the last time I asked that question, I didn't get that answer.
Yeah, we don't.
And I was concerned about that, because, let's face it, these guys deal with unsavory people. I don't want to point out where they live or their home phones or anything of that nature.
So for me, I'm okay with the process here. One of the things, though, I'll just offer another suggestion. When I was with the city for some of our public interview process, while everyone could be present in the room for the interview process and everybody heard everybody else's answer, we came to a process to where the attorney talked to everybody and more or less had a gentleman-ladies agreement that the other candidates would step out of the room. So the one who was being interviewed was here privately going through the interview questions. But that, again, was an agreement that everybody shared. So I don't know if that's possible or not, but that was just another way we conducted our interviews. So the one being interviewed was here more or less privately with board and public, but the other candidates were in another room where they didn't hear the answers. So I don't know if that's feasible or something anyone desires, but that's how we were able to conduct some interviews.
Why don't we hear some public comments?
Ladies and gentlemen, you folks going to get the list of what questions you cannot ask? Because I would like to know. Give me the list of questions I cannot ask a candidate. Because if I cannot ask that question, and you guys cannot ask a question, I'll be damn sure that I ask that question when he's running for a candidate for election. I would like to know what questions are outlined for you guys. Because they're going to be my employees in a way, servicing the community. I'd like to know what questions you cannot ask those people. Because if you're limited, I will not be limited. And if he's going to get his butt up to get elected, I'll make sure I ask those questions. Thank you.
Bill McManus, Calaveras County. I agree with most of what was said about the process of getting questions together, making sure there's no duplication, making sure that you don't get people up here pontificating, making political points and all that. At the same time, I think there's a mistake being made that these people, this is not a candidate's night. These people aren't being interviewed for an election, and from the very beginning, I've asked this board to just exercise your state constitutional requirements. There's no requirement for any of this. And I know, Supervisor Edson, you want to get it close to the people, but this board is supposed to pick a replacement. And it seems like this board has gone kicking and screaming to finally get to this point where we're not going to have a special election. We're not going to have anything else. Appoint someone. We need a sheriff more than we need some sort of a melodrama in public of asking questions. You guys can pick the sheriff. Now, I know it's an important issue, and I know you want to keep it close to the people, but letting it go to the public, it's just going to be chaos. And I think it disrespects the candidates who have put themselves forward. Questions can be asked that if they were to be chosen, may affect their ability to do the job. But we need a sheriff first. And that can be done by you just doing your job, and that's appointing a sheriff. If it's so important, if you want to take it to like an election, what would you say if I asked you to put the pot regulations on the ballot? No, you're going to make that decision. I think that's an important decision. Do the people get to vote on that? I'd like to see that. So I appreciate what you're trying to do and make it to get it closer to the people. But we elected you to do this job. This job is specified for you to do. And I don't know why you're so reluctant to do it, because to me that tells me none of you want to do the job that you were elected to do as a supervisor. I know it's probably really rare that counties go without a sheriff or someone dies in office. But that doesn't change the fact that, yeah, it's an odd, obscure thing, and you're stuck with it. So why don't you just get on with it? And, I'm sure the public will have a chance in a couple of years. Whoever's selected, if they do a lousy job, they're not going to get elected sheriff. If they do a good job, maybe they'll get reelected. That's what the process is about. Thank you.
Marty Crane, Valley Springs. I find myself agreeing with Mr. McManus. However, if we are going to be doing this public interview process, I certainly appreciate what Supervisor Ponte said, because if the goal was to ask them all the same question going down the line, I don't know how many there are. I was very disappointed when you felt the need to go outside the county on this issue. At one point, I believe you decided to advertise outside of the county. But so I don't know how many people are going to be there. And by the time you ask the first one and you get to number 5, he's had time. So I like the idea, if this is what you're going to do, to have them step out for the interview. But I see some value in what Mr. McManus said as well.
You actually cannot go outside the county.
I know they have to live here.
I don't know where that came from.
I was in these chambers when you all talked about wanting you, Supervisor Edson, and I don't know how it, so many times stuff gets thrown back and forth that you sometimes lose track of what you actually voted on. But it was my understanding at the end of the day that you had decided to go advertise broader outside of the department. Maybe that's what it was, outside of the department. Okay.
That was correct.
Regardless, so I was wondering, I guess, how many people are going to be up here? Do you have a clue?
We don't know yet because it doesn't close. It doesn't close until Friday of this week, and the most we'll have is 5. We'll have somewhere between 3 and 5 based on the ranking committee. And you're correct. What you heard was internal and external candidates, meaning within the department or outside the department. But the requirement is still a county resident.
Okay, because I have a lot of faith in our current law enforcement, and I hear it all the time in these chambers, how much we appreciate them and we value their expertise and their dedication to Calaveras County. So I'm a little disappointed that we felt the need to go outside the department.
All right, any other public comments? Comments from the board?
I have a comment.
Okay.
I personally agree with Mr. McManus and Ms. Crane. Sitting in those interviews in a law enforcement capacity, I have never been subject to a public interview, whether it's hire or promotion, although that's my personal feelings. I do have insight on how that affects the individuals being interviewed. I agree that a mass interview of 3 to 5 candidates all in the same room asking questions, I have a real problem with that. I have a problem with the folks that are witnessing that interview process. But then again, I've never appointed a sheriff. I've been witness to electing a sheriff, but I've never been charged with duty of appointing a sheriff. And Mr. McManus is right. That's our job, whether we like it or not. We're trying to make it fair to the public. We tried to make it fair by running an election this year. And we found out the law would not allow us to do that. After many, many hours of discussion, both on this board and off this board. And I still am waiting a decision from the Attorney General's office, which I know is going to come back probably reflecting that same decision.
It'd probably come back election year.
But I also recognize the desire to make public part of this appointment for 3 years. But once again, law dictates that we don't have that privilege as board members. We're trying to make this as fair and easy as possible. Sometimes you just can't do that. Still trying to act within the confines of the law. procedure is good. I think the vetting of an outside board to give us a resulting candidate group of 3 to 5 is a good idea. That's going to be held in not open to the public.
Correct.
But
Not even us.
we're not going to have the 3 to 5 board?
No.
The board directed that the 3 to 5, the ranking board, the 3 ranking board would be made up of sheriffs or command staff from like-sized counties that did not have, where there was no conflict of interest. So for an example, if somebody from Tuolumne County had applied for the job, we would not have the command staff or the sheriff from Tuolumne County sitting on the ranking
I agree
committee.
with it. That's what I must have misspoke. I'm sorry. I agree with that policy. It's just I would really push for the fact that if we're going to interview the final 3 to 5 candidates in the manner described here, that they should be interviewed singly, not as a group.
And we would have to get agreement from the candidates because it is a public meeting, so there is no way we could bar them from the meeting should they want to come in and listen to the interviews of the previous candidates. And that was why we had suggested the rotational questioning through the panel. If we can get agreement from the candidates that they will stay outside the board chambers, they will not listen to the board meeting going on via the internet, that's one thing. That was the only issue that we recommended the panel discussion, is because it is in fact a public meeting and there is no way to bar them unless they all agree to do that.
I would have to defer to Supervisor Kearney. Your extensive experience, expertise in the private sector interviewing potential supervisors and candidates for promotion, even hiring. Have you ever gone into a situation like that? I know we are bound by unique situations.
Are you asking me have I ever hired somebody?
Have you ever interviewed somebody for a position where you talk to 3 to 5 candidates all at one time?
No. In the private sector, there would be legal sensitivities for doing that.
Absolutely.
In the public sector, it's like...
I understand that. They were talking about the questions. The first time you do a public sector interview, it's very foreign because every question has a stamp of legal approval on it, and you're restricted. And I can still remember stumbling through that, wanting to... I've hired over 1,000 people for jobs in my life. That was very hard for me to turn in the middle of the stream and do this a different way. I've got it down now, but I understand completely what David's saying. That the questions have to be vetted and stamped, and I know that that's the way it is. We can't let a...
Well, you want to make sure they're legal, and, you know, I mean, we're sitting here at 6 o'clock, and I think 8 hours of our day we heard a lot of redundancy. So it would be nice to have questions that are kind of, you know, similar in nature to be placed together.
And I don't have a problem.
I'm sorry. In fairness to all concerned.
Yeah. And I don't have a problem with having questions submitted by the public to be vetted, qualified, and listed as interview questions. Okay. Sorry, folks, that's how I feel.
That's all right.
And if the board has concerns regarding the panel versus individual interviews, we can, once we know who the final candidates are, we can have that discussion with them and see what they're willing to do. If they're willing to sit out and it's the board's preference to do one interview, then another, and they agree to that, we can. It was, again, our concern that as a public meeting, we could not ban them from the meeting without, it would have to be just an agreement of all the candidates.
Yeah, we did that, and they drew a number out of the hat, and that's how they kind of decided who went first, and so on and so forth. So, you know, generally the council talked to them just to make sure everybody got the same message, and it was kind of, like I say, a more gentleman/ladies agreement.
I would concede that, but at least give them the option. Okay.
So then do we have consensus from the board that we will follow this process with the one exception of being that we will, once we have the candidates, we will determine whether they're willing to remain outside of the chambers while other candidates are being interviewed. And if not, then we will go to a panel discussion.
I would support that.
Yeah, I'll support that, but boy, we have really got to be on the spot with the questions we ask.
Most definitely.
I mean, there can't be any deviations from candidates.
That would be correct. You would have to ensure that the questions were asked as they were presented or vetted, because you can have the deviation. If you have them all, then you deviate from a question, then all of them get to answer the deviated question. But
Now I have a question. So as far as, putting together an agreement of them stepping outside, is that only for when the board interviews them and not when the public? Because then it's going to be very difficult for the public to ask the exact same questions.
Why don't we wait till we get the final group and then have that discussion?
Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. I am against the public asking direct questions of the candidates for our appointed sheriff. They can submit questions, and the questions are being asked by council or by the board. But the direct contact is, I think, is highly irregular. I don't even know if it's legal.
You could set it up so that the public is asking questions, but they have to be your questions. They have to be the board's questions. The board, they can't start making a preamble. It has to be exactly verbatim as you've approved them. In essence,
questions are vetted and qualified
exactly.
By council.
And by HR.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, we will go through, and the ones that are blatantly...
Yeah. How old are you? You can't ask that.
We will make sure, and then those that we will give us to county council to make sure that they approve the list. And then, of course, we will take like ones and put those together and get the list. And then, of course, anybody who wants to review the questions that have come in, I will provide them. Because we will have that in their own email.
Sergeant DiVasilio, potential candidate.
Potential?
Okay, candidate. I've already turned in my application, so candidate.
So you are.
I had two questions, two-part question. One, if there's less than 5 candidates, are you still going to have the panel, the 3-person panel? Because my understanding was that if there was more than 5, then you needed to wean down to 5. So if there's only 5 or less, are you still going to have that review panel? And the other part of the question is not so much a question as a comment. In asking the questions, I agree with the public asking the questions via email. I think that's a great idea. It does get the public involved. My concern would be, personally, I think having what Judy or Shirley had talked about, having a question number 1, next question number 2, so forth and so on. Because people in this, I don't know how to put this, but there are going to be people sitting in this audience listening to this. And cell phone technology nowadays is uncanny on how fast information, questions can get transferred to somebody else.
Right.
I just don't like to see that happen.
I just did that with your...
And that's my point of how quickly it can happen.
You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah. So I just some input from a candidate is all.
Yeah. That's a good point. No, I mean, I agree with what Shirley said, question 1, question 2, that just makes total sense.
Yeah, it does.
I had maybe an observation. When a sheriff runs for office, they're subjected to public questions as candidates, aren't they? I mean, when
They are, and
Yeah.
because they're running for office,
Okay.
any questions can be asked by the public, and they can
Yes.
choose to answer them or not. This is a different situation
Yes.
where it's in essence a
Yes.
job interview being appointed by the board.
Yes. Well, to me, it occurs to me that this might be the melding of those two things, that the public does have the opportunity to ask the questions as if they were running, but they're not running, but that would kind of satisfy everybody's perspectives and bring it
At least they feel like they're
together.
a part of it.
Huh?
They need to be a part of it. or-
Yeah, well, yeah, so I mean, I'm thinking that's the best solution that would probably satisfy more people than upset people, so. And the staggered question, I think, is ideal because that does give everyone the chance to be
Ask first.
Yeah, or last, maybe, what's best.
Thank you, Bonnie. Okay. So, are we clear?
I think we are. Are we clear? So just to reiterate, we will have a panel discussion. We will solicit questions from the public.
That's what you have here then.
Pretty much what we have here.
Okay, then we will.
See, if you would have followed my lead,
I'm just telling you, it's still 4-1. Because I don't agree with it, so it's still 4-1.
Serpentine, you ready?
Thank you.
Almost. Okay. All right, number 12.
Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just real quickly tonight, what I wanted to state is Charlie is not with us this evening. He's already gone home. I just wanted to let the board know that we have 24 licensed in MHUs right now, MHUs, mobile home units, 24 that are actually licensed in the county. Also, things are winding down. As you know, we're on the backside of that bell curve, if you will. Fire, back recovery. So what's going to be interesting to see is that we're getting back to trying to get back to just the recovery part. We're going to start seeing building increase. But with that said, I just also wanted to say, like I stated in the meeting the other day, I want to thank FEMA, I want to thank Calaveras, and I want to thank the county staff and everybody that's been involved in this. Everybody's really stepped up. Charlie Simpson, who has been fantastic with us for Calaveras on loan from Calaveras, his last day is tomorrow, so I just want to let the board know that. And FEMA is still on campus. Pardon me?
12-1?
What? Yes. He doesn't know it, but yes. So.
12-1 what?
They're having a goodbye lunch for Charlie, and the chair and the vice chair has been invited. The rest of the board was not invited due to concerns about the Brown Act.
You what?
Why? That's not a concern, is it? Really? I mean, we don't have to talk to each other. We're kind of used to that anyhow.
I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, see?
That's all right.
So I apologize for bringing Charlie up in this.
I think my channel is sign up to go, so if you'd like to take my place, because I'm going to have to be back.
I would just like to go in and say hi to them and thank them and leave. I mean, I don't have a problem with anybody else going. I didn't know that it was just board chair and vice chair.
You guys want to? No. Don't we have an appointment tomorrow?
Probably.
Sam O'Keefe, Mark County?
Oh, that's right. I won't be here anyhow.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we take care of that one.
Any questions from the board?
No.
Thank you.
But I agree. Thanks to everybody. Yeah.
Thank you.
The board really stepped up.
Yeah. All right. Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted on by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. Any member of the public wishing to remove a consent agenda item?
Number 16, number 19.
16 and 19. All right?
22 and 23 too.
22, 23. Anybody else? Yeah, I just want to find out. Anybody, member of the board?
Number 21.
21. Okay. Now, vote on the remainder of the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
All right. Second the motion. So I have a motion by Supervisor Wright to vote on all but 16, 19, 21, 22, and 23, right? All. Do I have a second? Kearney?
Yep.
Supervisor Kearney, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right. 16.
We needed to abstain on that because of the minutes.
Well, that's right. Because of board minutes, I have to abstain on agenda item number 13 on the last vote. I have to abstain because I left early last time.
Do we need to vote it separately?
Do that whole.
Yeah, we do.
Well, I move to approve the minutes. 13.
A second.
Okay.
Comment.
So we have a vote by Supervisor
I
Kearney.
call for the vote. You have to.
That's okay. Second.
You go right ahead.
Four.
Jesus.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Abstain.
Abstain. Passes 4, 0, 1. One abstaining.
4-0.
Supervisor
Let's straighten that out.
Sorry, Bonnie.
Oh, that's okay. I pulled number 16 and number 19 because I didn't know where my question fell into this. And I'm thinking it's probably 16, but it could be number 19. But I'm asking about the ash transfer location in Double Springs. I noticed that there's a lot of big equipment moving land around. And as it's undeveloped land, it's never been tilled or backhoed or anything. I'm wondering if there's anybody like a pseudo-archaeologist up there to see if there's any artifacts being moved around. Because this is old Indian camping grounds. All on Double Springs, all up and down. I'm just wondering, has there been anything discovered on the site? And it's a muddy mess right now. If there was anything, I would sure like to go poking around. That's what I'm trying to say, because there's a lot of good stuff on Double Springs. So I'm assuming there's nobody checking out what's being dug up or looked at.
I would say that they have to follow the same process as anything else that has to do with any type of building. So they're going through the regular planning process.
What if I went poking around on the weekend when they're not digging?
I wouldn't recommend property.
Private property?
That's a construction area. If they dig a trench and you fall in and break a leg, we wouldn't want that to happen.
Okay, then my second question is this going to be traffic on Double Springs? Because we're talking about coming in on one end of the road and then leaving on the other end of the road, and
No, it's right there next to 26. They're just going to, when they double up, and they'll probably roll right out on 12.
So it's probably not going to be on on Double Springs. It's all traffic will be limited to the big road.
I don't see that I don't see them taking that road.
Well.
Real quickly, that is something that's being overseen by Jason's shop, as you're well aware. This is the transfer station that is being really pushed by Cal Recycle so that they can turn the debris around faster. So as far as the environmental requirements, yes, they have to meet the same environmental requirements they do with any other project. and certainly within the state of California pushing this project.
And so also the routes or the when they start hauling?
I haven't seen the routes, but obviously that's part of the planning review, and you're going to be doing it in a manner so the less impact you can have in the area, the better.
Yeah, I don't see them coming, because right now they're running down Mountain Ranch Road, 49 to 12. They'll probably be pulling in there, dumping little trucks so that big trucks can take it out, and probably head on down 12 to 26 to Forward Landfill.
Well, notice that most of the construction is like right on Double Springs.
That's the entrance right there, though.
Okay, so they will be coming in there.
Only that, just on that entrance.
So they won't be coming up Double Springs to go in there and then go out the highway. They'll be coming up the highway, going all the way around, coming in and going out. Okay, I approve.
Pretty darn sure.
I approve so far. I'll let you know when it gets.
It gets ugly.
Well, just knowing that this is an old, this is an old wagon trail, Double Springs, and there's only been an overlay since somebody decided the PG&E had to build their $30 million substation. Then we had this fancy road put in, and that was a bone of contention too, because the taxpayers paid for the road so that PG&E could. And PG&E did use Double Springs to haul all their big equipment up there and all the way down. So we have seen semis barreling down Double Springs 50, 60 miles an hour because...
Well, we can talk to Jason about that to make sure that there's a route.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
So can I have a motion? Any other public comments on number 16? Yes.
We haven't talked about that.
16? Any board comments on 16?
No.
Can I have a motion, please?
I move to approve number 16.
All right. Can I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Oliver. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Bonnie, number 19?
Oh, I think that's... I couldn't get it.
Okay. So number 19 is the resolution continuing the local state of emergency. Can I have public comments, please? Board? Can I have a
motion to approve?
So I have a motion by Supervisor Wright.
I second the motion.
Second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Wake up. All right. Number 21. Who has 21?
I did, Mr. Chair. Okay. Mr. Chair, I brought this because of the changes in the federal drug safety program that the county is part of. One quick question. What changes are effective?
What changes are effective? There's a lot of technical changes and update that Caltrans is requiring us to make to the policy to bring it up to the federal standards. And
testing procedures, and different limits, and who gets tested, and when they get tested.
On who gets tested, we have one position that's been added, which is equipment operator. That's the only change on who gets tested.
Okay.
And but there's just a lot of small technical changes to throughout the policy. There is quite a few on disciplinary action on second testing or refusal to test, things like that.
Okay, we'll talk about preliminary. All we have is operators are now part of the testing pool.
Yes.
Thank you. That answers my question.
And attachment B on this item has the red line version, so if you go in and look at that, you can see all of the changes that were made.
Thank you.
All right. Any public comments?
Yes. I'm all for it. Thank you. And I'd also like to see, why don't you folks consider putting anybody who's driving any public vehicles, elected, non-elected, appointed, whatever. If you're driving a public vehicle, that you're putting the community on a line, liability-wise, not just the peasant. Let's put all of them. Matter of fact, as far as I'm concerned, let's put all those nice state people on it. I don't care if they're driving a Tesla, but put them all on a test. Why be prejudiced? Why would be picky? The discrimination, folks. Any and all public vehicles have that tested.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Tom? Okay, so any other public comments? I can tell you that would cost a lot of money because this is for DOT. And county has to pay for each of those tests. Pretty expensive proposition, really, but it updates the process, right? All right, for DOT testing.
Right. This right here just brings our policy up to the standard that is required by DOT.
Now, do we also have a policy where if somebody gets an accident and they're operating in a county vehicle, that there's automatically a drug test for that?
No. Our current policy, unless you are under DOT, our current policy does not do post-accident.
No, the way that works is if somebody gets in an accident and there's reasonable suspicion, we have the right to do that under our general drug and alcohol policy.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But that rarely happens. It usually happens with the Class A drivers under these policies, which Judy must do because federal law changes it all the time. They'll probably change the protocol in 2 more years, and Judy's going to come back and say they made some other technical changes. So that's just routine.
Okay. So can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Calaveras, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Number 22.
Thanks, Judy. Long day for you.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank you.
This is a quickie. I'm Peter Ray Lynn. I have the same question. How it was justified. I had a brief answer to it, that any money not used must go back. But as with the auditor controller, this department never gave a nickel back. And this is number 22.
Okay.
And this went up from 160,000 to 355,000. I still haven't got an answer, and I never see what was accomplished. I'm sure it's a very good reason. It's well needed, whatever, okay? But all the good intentions is great, but it would be nice to see what was accomplished. I don't care about names and addresses. I want to see numbers and how the money was spent. This is one hell of a nice big increase. And just because it's not the county general fund, it's still your constituents' funds. There's a principle involved here. Thank you. I still would like to know definite where and who going to get this money and how it's going to be spent. The ratio of cost and benefit. Thank you.
Okay. That'd be a tough one there, Mary.
Good evening, Mary Sawicki, Director of Health and Human Services. This particular agenda item is because Dr. Mullard is retiring. We are contracting with local tenants who we already have a contract with for child psychiatry services. This is to hire through them a psychiatrist who will be working Tuesday through Friday from 10 to 6 p.m. Until we are able to find a psychiatrist for our behavioral health. We are required. On the issue of the money, behavioral health does not receive any funding except for realignment funds. These are billed into Medi-Cal, and then we receive the money back after we've provided the service. So, yes, you will not see those funds, be given back because, one, they're Medi-Cal funds, which is the primary funding source.
And just to add to that, it's a contract for an amount not to exceed, but the only amounts that are paid are the portion of the contract that is actually used.
That is
we
correct.
do not pay out the $355,000 and then require them to repay money if we don't use it. We only are billed for the portion of the contract that is used.
That is correct.
And if you were to recruit somebody.
We are recruiting.
Well, no, I probably said that very well. But if you were to be successful in recruiting somebody, this would change the whole thing.
Yes, that is correct.
I know that's a lot of money, Peter. Unfortunately, I've dealt with the same thing with pharmacists. And when you get a contract pharmacist, their pay, Debbie's shaking her head, so she's done with physicians, that you have to get contract physicians for these services. It is outrageous.
How many do you have under contract right now?
I don't know.
We actually have 2 under contract. We're negotiating with another temporary individual, but that's still in discussion. So right now, we have Dr. Muller, and then it is our intention that with his retirement, we will then switch to this other psychiatrist who we've already had some discussions with.
And this specialty is difficult to recruit.
Yes, it is.
Yes, what I like about this particular contract is that there is some weekend and on-call and after-hour kinds of things built into it, because anytime you're talking about child psychiatry, having someone available on a professional level is very helpful.
Yes, and last time, prior to Dr. Muller, it's my understanding it took 2 years to find a psychiatrist.
Mm-hmm. It's very difficult.
Any other public comments? Can I have a motion, please, by the board?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Conti. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Number 23. Peter? 23. We can just go ahead and vote on it. You don't have to worry about it anymore.
I saw other people nodding in the audience, so don't feel bad.
How would you like to sit right there at that end of the table in front of that and be with that camera all day long like this?
That's why you make the big money, guy.
It's not me. It's
You're getting it all with time. Don't fool me.
Yeah. It's about the CDBG block grant.
Survey for beef
Taxpayer
fire
money, I
victims.
think, is the line.
Okay, my question is HUD funds included? Any HUD funds directly not included on this grant? Development grant, $93,000? Is all the subsidiaries or anybody indirectly and directly will assume the HUD's grant in this grant?
I think this is a California-based grant, isn't it? HUD would come from the federal government. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mary.
The development block grant is HUD sponsored. It comes from the federal government, it goes to the state. And then the state allocates it based upon a competitive bid process to government entities. It could be cities, it could be counties. This particular set of fund is the $93,000 that you approved for the Butte fire, for septic wells, etc. We needed to change our local guidelines to match that. So this particular set of guidelines, and that's all you're approving, are the guidelines. We're just adding in so that we could give the money to Butte fire folks who need it, impacted, that are eligible. And then we also added a line about other disasters in case, for example, we have the slides or something like that. Then we are also able to utilize funds in the future for people who may have a different kind of disaster other than fire.
So Mary, the red line in our board packet is what you've added to it.
Yes.
To specifically identify for the Butte fire victims.
The Butte fire and other disasters. That's all you're changing is in the guidelines.
and it's our local guidelines. They have to match in order, so should we get audited, that we are giving money based upon what's been approved within the local guidelines. So we're asking you to match that. It's just the guidelines. You've already approved the money. Application's already on its way out, and people have been waiting.
You're all familiar with the requirements from HUD. All HUD programs need to be administered in the manner that further the policies affirmative for further fair housing obligation of its participant. Now, if you want to go a little further, take a look at that number. I would recommend you read what are those obligations and how it's affect property right. I think we had some conversation a couple of days ago with some supervisors. That HUD is a clay mine, folks. Read the details. You might approve it, you might not. But you get into that, folks, that gets very, very dirty. The conditions. Read it. If you feel comfortable with it, go for it. But you better read the details, folks. Because that is very, very nasty conditions. Thank you. That's why I stayed.
So we already approved this. And all the...
You don't have to make it work, guys. It's of yours. Because they don't tell you of yours. That's a condition in there. Read it.
I make a motion to approve.
All right, so I have a motion by Supervisor Fonte. Do I have a second? Second? Okay. So I have a second by Supervisor Olvera. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're down to supervisor announcements. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I do have a question for you guys. The governor signed AB 21, I think it was, the cleanup for medical marijuana. Right. So right now, if we have a special meeting on the 16th, we're going to be going over the whole ordinance, basically giving direction to staff, and then that direction is going to go to the planning commission. Correct. But anything done at the planning commission level then comes back to us. So, and then we're going to rehash everything again. So my thought is that that 16th meeting is actually a redundant meeting now that we don't have an urgency. And what I would suggest is we eliminate the 16th as a meeting and just do it how we always do. Have the planning commission go first, go through the ordinance and then bring it to us. I think it will save a lot of time and we'll end at the same place.
Can we comment on that, in this segment?
He's asking the question.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you guys.
I personally have been in contact with numerous constituents regarding the 16th meeting, and they have made special plans to attend. Okay. So I think that would be really a bad thing to do.
Lots of people.
Okay. All right, well, that makes sense. That's
why we're holding it at the town hall.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Is
that what
10 o'clock.
Yeah.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Town hall. Did I just miss that?
Yeah, well, I missed the 10 o'clock thing myself, but I knew it was at the town hall.
Okay. Well, great.
I'm not sure to put that out yet.
I just missed it. Okay.
We just need time to set up.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can't get it until 7.
We got to go in there and set up the sound and everything.
So 10 o'clock on the 16th, because everybody's expecting to go, taking time or whatever. And, okay. Well, that makes sense then. Okay. Thanks.
And I think it'll give planning commission better direction too.
Yeah.
I think we can help set.
I'm going to think that now.
Help set that direction as well as maybe give some guidelines.
Okay, and then other report out. I went to yesterday to the state task force on tree mortality. A lot of good information there. Working with Michael on trying to get Calaveras County into this. There's right now 6 priority counties, and I'd like Calaveras to be 7 priority counties. So, because they're starting to kind of loosen up some funding to go to these 6 priority counties, and we have the same problem with tree mortality here in Calaveras as well as in Amador too. So, but I'm really, trying to get them to include Calaveras on this. So, it was a very informative meeting. And then we also have a group that's a subcommittee of the Amador Calaveras Consensus Group that is working on this issue as well. They started holding meetings last week, and they have one that's happening tomorrow. I'll be attending as well. I think it's kind of one of those all hands on deck because, right now we have a little window of opportunity, but next year at this time we're going to see probably double the tree mortality we have right now. And it's just... So we'll be kicking in high gear next year. Yeah, it's really scary stuff. So hopefully we can get something on the ground and going soon rather than later. And then real quickly, since it's almost 7 o'clock, Mental Health Board, I attended, and the First 5 Committee, as well as other things. Okay.
Tomorrow morning, there's an EMS meeting in Cocoropolis, EMS board meeting. I attended a Highway 4 water meeting last week. Some discussion about the Resource Conservation District and what the committee can do to get behind it and support it and, more importantly, educate people about it. Discussion about kind of narrowing down our focus and establishing some projects that we'd like to see accomplished. So we'll be doing that this next meeting. And some discussion about the aftermath, you might say, of the Butte fire and how they want to be able to kind of provide some input into what worked and what didn't, and talk about their GIS systems and how to do a better job with utility integrate into a fire or, just a disaster here in the county. So they're going to kind of formulate some plans and put that forward to the board. And also want to remind on Thursday night, Columbia College and Condor Earth Technology is sponsoring a groundwater watershed type presentation, Bret Harte High School, Thursday night from 7 to 8:30. And they brought Dr. Ty Fiera, who's an expert in this field. And they're also going around to the local high schools and doing some discussion/recruitment about career opportunities in this area. So I want to invite the board to that, and that's open to the public, and that's Thursday, February 11th. That's all I have currently.
Okay. Mr. Mulder? I attended the Chamber of Commerce function. I guess it was the board's presentation and the folks that were graduating from their classes there. That was last Tuesday. Met with 2 different organizations. One is starting a grassroots operation to teach computer design, basic computer programs starting in the 5th grade up through high school. They are going to be holding what they call a educational boot camp, if you will. It's going to be a 30-hour session over 5 different sessions of 6 hours each. They're seeking some funding for that. They have actually secured a location, secured internet service thanks to Supervisor Edson from Comcast. So that's a very good project. Dovetailing into that is another gentleman that's starting another program with our school districts, indicating they call it a CTE program, which is a Central Technical Education Program, dealing with the trades, trades like machinists, skilled trades, machinists, designers, fabricators, copiers, things of that sort. Apparently the market now has a real definite need for that. Companies behind this, according to the folks that are involved in this, are like United Airlines, Haas Manufacturing, and the desire is to build a trade center in Calaveras County where folks can actually go to If they elect not to go to college, they can go to a trade center, develop those skills, be certified in that type of work, and then open up the job market. I'm very impressed with that. I'm glad to be part of that. We're actually folding in a presentation on the 11th Central Sierra Economic District that we're going to be, I'm the committee member for the county, and we're going to be making presentations to them seeking their help. So I'm very, very, very excited about that stuff. We're going to be doing some work tomorrow with Supervisor Edson. We're going to be attending the San Joaquin, I think Central Valley Water District.
Yeah, it's groundwater management.
Groundwater management. Yeah. I also will be meeting with Chief Mike Johnson of Evans Pass Fire to discuss our upcoming problems with our pine needles and things of that sort in District 3. I'll keep you advised, Supervisor Wright, for that progress. Maybe we can mirror in your county, your district. We do have a lot of things going on. I'll be taking a helicopter tour of the burn area on Friday, sponsored by PG&E through the Tree Mortality Committee out of Sacramento. They've arranged that. That last trip was actually canceled due to weather. They've rescheduled it, and that's going to happen on Friday.
Oh, really? I thought that had been canceled.
Too.
I thought that was canceled.
Yeah, I got it. Maybe they just invited you. They want to get rid of me.
When the emails came out, and we just got to read an email, I think it was
Yesterday, I think.
Yesterday, or I think it was the end of last week, that it had been canceled. I think it was actually Thursday or Friday that we... Yeah.
I really need to get my schedule.
Okay.
Yeah, let me know, but that was... Yeah, the last of us confirmed.
My understanding was that they had to cancel the one for Calaveras, but they were still doing the one for Mariposa. Mariposa, yeah.
Maybe that was it. Yeah. Okay, I can forward that to you.
I'll be happy to, Supervisor Oliveira.
No, that's all I have.
Okay. Where's Kearney?
Quickly, I attended a COG meeting, and then I also spoke at the Rotary last Thursday morning in Valley Springs on La Catena. That went from there very quickly over to JPA 12 Area Agency on Aging meeting. Attended that. I was going to go to the Commission on Aging the next day, but honestly, the chest cold that I fought all week just got the best of me, so I didn't go any further than my couch that day. But Saturday, which was smart, because Saturday night I had an invitation from Common Ground Senior Services to attend the Golden Health Awards. It was really a grand evening. Common Ground Senior Services won an award, so did Gardens to Grow, Mind Matters Clinic, Murphy's Senior Center, and Sierra Oak. They also recognized a deserving young lady named Allison Epperly. She was a medical assistant, and Larry Cornish, and Dr. Roger Orman was really a great evening, and was very, very proud to be there with Common Grounds. They all did a good job, and were recognized for it. Thanks.
Okay. Let's see. So I'll just go back to the first. I went to Calaveras, attended Calaveras Recovers at 9 a.m. Over at the church out in Churchill. I had a meeting with Calaveras Has Talent. They're starting again already that evening. They looks like they're going to have a really good program this year. On Tuesday, the 2nd, we had a meeting with the Delta College Committee to discuss how we're going to move forward with Delta College and the issues that we're having around getting classes full and that sort of thing. I could say that the Columbia College has had really good success with their water class. They had 18 students in that water class. Last year they had to cancel it because there was only 3. So, planting that sign in Vallecito, I think, made a big difference. And not only did they have 18 students, I've been getting calls asking me, where do I go? So that turned out to be a really good thing. Just to announce that the Calaveras Chamber of Commerce Awards Dinner Banquet, I'm going to brag a little bit. My wife, mainly, won, Country Cliffs won Best Small Businesses of the Year. And due to my wife's hard work, because really she only calls me when she wants me to do dishes now, so I can't claim much of that success. So thank you for my wife, her hard work, and then also my sister-in-law, Myra, and our crew at the restaurant. They work really hard. They're at 6 days a week now. She has worked 7 days a week. My wife worked 7 days a week for 10 years. So we had to cut it down to 6 days a week because of the Butte fire. Just took it out of her, and she can't do it. So, but anyhow, so we were honored to receive that. And then tomorrow we're going to the SGMA, which is the groundwater management group down in San Joaquin County, and also Stanislaus. And I'm going to give the watershed presentation to that group, the Calaveras Watershed Management Pilot Program presentation to that group. So I'm crossing my fingers that it works out good. There's a lot of people there that that it could get exposed to, that could really help us out in the future. This RCD coming up is very timely, and if everything works out right, it could get started in a very, very good position. And that's all I have. Sure.
Just a reminder that the February 23rd meeting will have the mid-year budget report. Our office is working on putting that together in conjunction with the auditor's office. Also, Supervisor Oliver, you raised a question regarding new microphones for the board. I did check with Ed Locke, our public access television manager. He said that it would be to replace these microphones, and they would be with very similar microphones, and they would cost in the neighborhood of $1,000 each. But he they would cost about $1,000 each.
Yeah, that's not true.
He said he.
We might be talking about cordless.
No, he is talking about very similar microphones that work with the recording equipment and necessary for. But we will continue to look into it.
Just a point of information, I priced out those type of microphones that fit into this system, is compatible with this system. They were about $250 each.
I'm only telling you what he told me, sir.
Thank you very much.
I'll have a meeting with Ed on when we set it up on the 16th, and we can talk about it. And I'll bring some samples in for. I have some.
Yeah, I have all kinds of mics in my recording studio. There's much.
I'm thinking he's thinking cordless because we talked about cordless before.
There's still a lot of that.
Again, I'm no expert in the field, but that was what he told me.
Oh, something else. I'll pick on you about that too.
All those not for government. Hey, let's pick on Ed. No, poor Ed.
Are we good? All right. Anybody else have any comments here?
I do. This is the beginning of the Chinese Lunar New Year, so all you Asian friends are going to be celebrating the Year of the Monkey. And not to snitch anyone off or anything, but I think Peter left with your binder. Oh, good.
I see the water guy.
Yeah.
Bonnie, you wanted to keep that. You dropped the dime on Peter. You wanted to keep that. So.
All right. So thank you very much.
Don't tell him I said that.
Now we don't need it.